Arranca el día 2 de Solana Breakpoint 2025. De verdad, gracias a todos los que han estado allí pendientes del contenido y apoyando bastante, más que todo en Twitter. Bueno, lo estoy haciendo solamente en Twitter y en YouTube en cuanto al contenido en vivo. En Instagram y TikTok tengo algunas cosas guardaditas. Como siempre, voy a estar encargado, como siempre, como estos 2 días, como ayer y como hoy, voy a estar encargado de tratar de transmitir las mejores vibras y los mejores comentarios y reacciones sobre este evento. Creo, no estoy 100% seguro, pero este es el único evento que se está haciendo en live stream en español. Es muy importante para mí todo lo que se está realizando. Obviamente esto está quedando en la historia de lo que es Solana en español. Un esfuerzo bastante titánico detrás. Tengo pocas horas de sueño. Son casi las 3 de la mañana en mi país. Yo vivo en Venezuela. Pero tenemos un compromiso con todo lo que tiene que ver este ecosistema. Y tenemos un compromiso también de ese reto que se aceptó, de ese reto que acepté, de poder llevar esto a cabo, dado las ideas que estamos teniendo. Básicamente en base a ideas estamos fluyendo. Estoy verificando que el stream se escuche bien. Estoy verificando tener la mejor disposición en el aspecto técnico. Obviamente algunas cosas han fallado. Al inicio de ayer la cámara no andaba, pero bueno, no hay problema. Obviamente nos puede pasar. Y tenemos de verdad muchas ganas de ver lo que hay preparado para hoy. Vamos a ir probando las visuales. Vamos a pasar para acá. Tuve un feedback que era que le bajara volumen mientras yo hablaba, pero voy a probar rapidito si está funcionando, si se escucha bien y todo esto. Ok, ya lo verifiqué. Si va a ser de esa manera. Es decir, cuando estemos o estén los panelistas, estén los founders directamente hablando, vamos a subir el volumen para que todos escuchemos y yo me mantendré en silencio lo más que pueda. A la vez, mientras también dejamos que el traductor haga su trabajo. Recordemos que estamos usando Google Translate en vivo para capturar ese sonido y poder tener por lo menos una referencia de lo que está comentando el speaker, de lo que se están lanzando o sencillamente de los comentarios que estén haciendo. El stream de hoy, como pueden ver, es una hora más tarde. Por alguna razón, ayer comenzó a las 2, hoy lo adelantó, bueno, hoy comenzó un poco más tarde ya en Abu Dhabi. Comenzará directamente a las 3 de la mañana hora de nosotros, 11 de la mañana hora de ellos allá. Estamos muy entusiasmados. Hoy hay proyectos. Ayer hubo buenos lanzamientos, ayer hubieron muy buenos speakers, buenos temas interesantes en cuanto a, más que todo institucional. Se sabía, lo preveímos, de que el día de ayer sería muy pero muy institucional, de cara a que se está haciendo en Abu Dhabi. Era el primer día y todo el tema de Solana Foundation con las instituciones tanto estadounidenses como del ecosistema de Emiratos Árabes. Obviamente íbamos a tener íbamos a tener un primer día bastante institucional. Más allá de eso, Júpiter lanzó buenos productos. Júpiter le dio una buena introducción de todos los productos que tienen, porque tienen muchísimos. Y obviamente también lo que a mí me llamó la atención particularmente fue el lanzamiento del puente que hizo Xstocks, un puente entre las diferentes blockchains para poder puentear, valga la redundancia, para poder transmitir acciones tokenizadas entre las diferentes blockchains que incluyeron. Obviamente el día de hoy va a estar fuerte para mí en lo personal. Tengo aproximadamente 4 horas de sueño nada más, porque uno tiene que hacer cosas en el día igualmente. Pero estamos aquí para dar lo mejor de nosotros. Lo comentaba en Twitter. Hay unas escenas donde no hay cámara porque cuando hay paneles muy extensos de 30 minutos es difícil seguirle el ritmo por temas de inglés. Normalmente los dejamos pasar, dejamos el audio de fondo y yo trato de apagar la cámara para poder apagar las luces. Tengo 2 luces en mi rostro. Ustedes no lo ven, pero tengo 2 luces en el frente, lo cual con tantas horas con las luces trato de apagar la cámara para también apagar las luces y descansar un poco la vista. Hoy de verdad nos espera muchísimas cosas porque tenemos muchísimos proyectos top, como quien dice, como dice la gente, proyectos 100% de la comunidad, la gran mayoría, es menos institucional el día de hoy. Hoy tenemos por ejemplo al founder de Titan o Titan directamente en el My Evento. Tenemos también al founder de The Flow. Ayer tuvimos a Júpiter, hoy tenemos a la competencia. De verdad bastante interesante lo que se está viviendo a nivel competitivo con los exchanges descentralizados, con los agregadores. Twitter y Solana ha sido las últimas 2 semanas bastante llamativo. Por no decir que se han formado peleas, han habido unas discusiones bastante interesantes justamente en ese aspecto. Directamente Júpiter se ha visto involucrado en muchas cosas, no cosas negativas al 100%. Le tengo mucho cariño al equipo de Júpiter en español, hacen un trabajo increíble, de verdad. El equipo de Júpiter en español está representando bastante bien a todo el ecosistema en español y a todo el ecosistema de Júpiter. Pero si bien es cierto la competencia nos hace mejor, Júpiter este año ha tenido muy dura competencia justamente con Titan. Titan es un agregador que también permite hacer swaps directamente de los tokens que estén en Solana. Y bueno, fue un competidor ha sido un competidor bastante duro. The Flow también permite lo mismo. Entonces el ecosistema se expande. Las empresas empiezan a tener que competir entre ellas para obtener la mayor cantidad de usuarios. Y obviamente ganancias o revenue. También tenemos hoy en el escenario principal a Camino Finance. También tenemos a Drift Protocol. De verdad menciono estos 2 de primero en la lista porque Camino Finance es el líder número 1 en DeFi, básicamente en lending, en borrowed. Todo este tema de multiplies, de verdad se enfocan bastante en la transparencia, la seguridad. Todos los proyectos lo hacen, pero Camino últimamente los he estado siguiendo muy de cerca en cuanto a Twitter y están siendo bastante transparentes en estos aspectos. Drift Protocol, los futuros, los que les gusta el trading directamente, el que les gusta ir a las trincheras, uno de los protocolos más importantes de Solana, creo que uno de los primeros, si no me equivoco, el primer protocolo de perpetuals o de futuros del ecosistema. También estará Backpack, directamente Armani va a estar lanzando algo, no sabemos, de verdad, siempre estos son intrigantes estos speakers. No sabemos directamente si Armani va a lanzar algo, si la wallet, el exchange, no lo sabemos, pero Backpack también tiene hoy su espacio en el My Evento. En el Absolute Cinema se llama el escenario principal. Virai, particularmente Virai es uno de mis exchanges descentralizados favoritos. No sé si es porque fue el primero que usé, fue con el que más interactué en mis inicios. Y bueno, me ha dado esa seguridad y esa interfaz que ya la conozco, ya estoy amigable, ella es amigable conmigo. Cas directamente desde Abu Dhabi va a estar Regular Party conversando con el público, lanzando algo, no lo sabemos. Yo tengo hoy en Radar Solana, yo tengo un space semanal, hoy se lanzó la segunda temporada y Cas tiene una sección dentro del programa y ellos me dieron un alfa, te los digo ahorita. Vamos a subir un poco la silla. no sube. Ok, ahorita la subimos. D-Flow, ya lo sabemos, el agregador también va a estar en el evento el día de hoy como speakers, su founder. No sé si es exactamente el founder, pero ya lo revisaremos. Ranger Finance, también estará Phantom, la wallet, creo que la wallet favorita de muchos. Creo que la primera wallet también de muchos. De verdad, Phantom es una de las marcas con las que, o sea, si reconoces el logo de Phantom, directamente sabes que está involucrado con criptomonedas. Y es bastante importante eso, el reconocimiento de marcas, el reconocimiento del ecosistema por personas que a lo mejor no están 100% adentrados, es importante. Tendremos a Ian de Ledger, ¿sí? Ledger, la wallet fría, también estará hoy en Breakpoint. Flash Trade, una nueva plataforma de trading que vienen cositas con Flash Trade en enero. Vienen cositas, no puedo decir nada, pero hemos estado trabajando en algo privado para la comunidad y esperemos enero. Humidify, vamos a tratar de profundizar un poco sobre Humidify más adelante. Es un nuevo protocolo, tiene 6-7 meses y ha acaparado la atención de todo el mundo porque lograron tener un volumen, un flujo, no sé cómo llamarlo, de aproximadamente el 80% del mercado. Se lo llevaron para el tema de las pools de liquidez privadas, todo el tema de todo este aporte de liquidez y bueno, y también aportar a los swap y todo esto dentro del ecosistema. Certora, hoy tengo la camisa de Certora que me dieron en el Breakpoint. Certora es para mí, yo soy muy entusiasta de la tecnología. Y dentro de tecnología hay muchas ramas. Yo me desarrollé profesionalmente en la rama de infraestructura, por eso también soy muy cercano a doble cero. Pero la rama que a mí me encantaba, que yo dije algún día quisiera ser un especialista de ciberseguridad, y Certora es una empresa que se encarga de auditar todas estas empresas dentro del ecosistema, revisan los contratos inteligentes, revisan su infraestructura técnica, su infraestructura de tecnología. Y obviamente los conocí en Crossroad, tuve el honor de conocer a Nora y a Fiorella, son dos argentinas increíbles, bueno, una es italiana y otra argentina. Hablaban español, pude conversar con ellos. Hay un video en mi Instagram sobre esa intervención. Sale Nora obviamente explicando el producto, sale también dándonos algunas noticias que no se habían anunciado en ese momento. Y también estará Bybit, el exchange, creo que el segundo exchange más grande del mundo detrás de Binance. Estará en el escenario principal de Breakpoint. Ok, el día de hoy es movido, son las 3 de la mañana, llevamos 28 minutos de streaming. Sinceramente, gracias a los que se pasan a veces por ahí, venezolanos que veo como Arla, PX, a las 3, 4, 5 de la mañana envían un mensajito y están pendientes de lo que se está haciendo en esta locura que inventé, básicamente. Yo soy Michael y bienvenidos al segundo día de Solana Breakpoint. Estamos esperando que inicie directamente, que arranque el show de hoy. Breakpoint es definitivamente un evento muy especial. Twitter ha estado inundado de grandes cosas, de grandes personas. Y espero ir el siguiente año. Espero ir. Haremos el esfuerzo por ir. Este año casi lo logramos. Pero bueno, dificultades técnicas. Ok, los dejo con esta toma para yo subir mi silla. Porque la silla está muy bajita. Perfecto. Vamos a ir preparando el teléfono para poner nuestro amigo traductor, que sin él de verdad no somos nada. Google, de verdad lo has hecho muy bien. Si conocen algún traductor mejor que el de Google, lo podemos ver. Ok, aún no iniciamos en teoría a las 3 de la mañana iniciaban los paneles, pero bueno, vamos a seguir esperando. Estamos ya en la transmisión, lo que ven ahí de fondo es la transmisión. Y parece que lo tendremos muy pronto. Tendremos muy pronto ya el inicio de este día 2 del Breakpoint en Solana, en Abu Dhabi. Breakpoint 2025, el evento más grande de Solana y el más importante quizás en los últimos años del mundo de las criptomonedas. Así que los dejo un poquito con el sonido de la música.
Please welcome your MC.
Woo! Good morning, Solana! Assalamu alaikum. Oh man, okay. If you're just as excited as I am to be here at Breakpoint 2025, it's a great time to be alive. I want you to say Solana on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh man, that feels better than 2 coffees and a beer. Look, I'm telling you, 2025 has been an absolutely blockbuster year for the network. Everything from institutional adoption, ETF inflows and issuance, on-chain revenue, new developers that are on Solana. We are winning on every single front. Come on, let's make some noise. Let's go. Woo! That's right, that's right. You know, every year I tell myself that Breakpoint can't get any bigger, and every single year Ellie proves me wrong. All right, so we're gonna start off day 2 of Breakpoint. Very, very right. We have a very special fireside in conversation with the founder of Loopscale, Mary Gudaratney. We also have the heaviest of heavy hitters. These 2 gentlemen need absolutely no introduction. They are the men, the myth, the legends. Please give a very warm Solana welcome to Raj, Toli, and Mary.
Oficialmente arranca el día 2. Ese es Eino. El pana Eino tiene una vibra bastante cool. Lo conocí en Crossroad. Pone las vibras. Eino es el Chief of Vice de Santum. Entonces, en este primer panel vamos a tener a los fundadores de Solana, Rag Goskal, Anatoly Yakovenko, y va a moderar Mary. Así que los dejo con el sonido y vamos a ir comentando poco a poco para poder tener la traducción en Google.
Hi everyone, it is awesome to be here. That was an exciting intro. I feel like encapsulates the energy of this week. And this, for me personally, is my 5th Breakpoint, so it's an honor to be on stage here with you guys. And kind of thinking back to that first Breakpoint, the space has changed dramatically. And kind of my first question for you guys was just as a personal reflection, what you guys are most proud of in terms of accomplishments over the past 5 years, thinking back to that Breakpoint.
Yeah, I'll go first. I think, you know, just the constant reinvention of the network, the ecosystem, and the community. You know, a lot of people just don't even remember, but Solana started as like a ghost chain, and then a DeFi chain, and then an FTX chain, and then a meme coin, well, NFT chain. That was a whole cycle, and then meme coins, and now it's clear that, you know, it's used for absolutely everything, and there's a compounding effect of all of those things coming together. So I think, you know, the reason the community has the resilience to go through all that reinvention is because they're here for a reason, for each other, and you know, for the performance and the ease of use of the network.
I'm really proud that I only have like 7 minutes of stage time.
They were discussing how that their goal next year is to have no stage time.
I want to be in the audience. I mean, I think one of my favorite things that Balaji has said that decentralization is not the absence of leadership, it's the abundance of leadership. And over the last 5 years, just so many people have stepped up from foundation and labs, but even folks completely outside of any of those kind of original organizations, just community people, people building applications and protocols, have really took the leadership roles for the entire network, to the point that, you know, I don't have GitHub commit privileges anymore, and I spent like 2 minutes on stage. My goal is to just be in the audience. That would be, like, I think, seeing the network really mature and take a life of its own.
And kind of going off of the point you were making, Raj, about all these different evolutions Solana has taken, I think especially over the past year, we've seen all these different use cases, but there's been these two major kind of themes emerging, both around kind of memes and that use case, as well as kind of in parallel, the institutionalization and the launch of the ETFs. And I'm curious how you guys think about all those different use cases, like interplaying with each other, as well as how you guys think about embracing them or managing them.
I think the internet has always been both very serious and create a lot of like kind of value that's very easy to understand, and also entertainment. And you know, the famous quote is "Internet is for cats." And if you look at like technology in general, NVIDIA started as a video game company. So I think memes and NFTs and all these things are kind of the cats part of the internet. But because of those, we're able to build and develop technology that can really serve global finance as cheap as physics allow. And I think that that's really cool that we get to do both.
Yeah, I remember the first time I set up an email address was because my cousin in South Africa wanted to send me the dancing baby GIF. And like, that's why I got an email address. And you know, it's why a lot of people got an email address. And I think meme coins might be the first reason a lot of people get a wallet, but it grows into something much larger.
Makes a lot of sense, and I agree. I feel like you see that even.
La primera intervención fue de Rack, directamente Rack está más enfocado en comunidad, producto y crecimiento, y eso fue lo que dijo, que Solana empezó con una cadena fantasma, luego una cadena DeFi, luego una cadena de NFTs, luego una cadena de meme coins, y todo un ciclo que se fue completando gracias a la adopción que hubo con Solana. Y justamente hay un efecto actualmente que es Solana más institucional, y una comunidad con mucha más resiliencia en cuanto a todo el tema de los precios y todo esto. La parte de Tolly inició diciendo que gracias por tener 7 minutos por lo menos en escenario. Tolly es mucho más técnico, obviamente ha estado liderando el equipo de Solana Mobile, pero bueno, desde la fundación incluso mencionaba sobre organizaciones originales, que simplemente la gente son la comunidad, gente que construye aplicaciones y protocolos, realmente han asumido roles de liderazgo para toda la red, hasta el punto en que, ya sabes, no tiene privilegios en GitHub para minutos en el escenario. Otra vez un chiste tecnológico. El objetivo está en madurar y cobrar vida propia por estos protocolos, así que sigamos escuchando un poco más.
That one's tough. Like, I think the easiest way to explain it is like childhood trauma and leaving the Soviet Union, and that you can take your assets with you when you gotta flee. But yeah.
I'm sure that clarifies a lot. And kind of thinking about the converse side of that, what do you think are the 2 to 3 big technical improvements that'll be kind of the major unlocks?
I mean, Fire Dancer full client is here, and that's awesome. So having it kind of the final audits and that like final step is really great to see. That in my mind, this is where I've always felt like is the time to rip off the beta tag, is when we have 2 implementations of the protocol. So there's no bus factor, and we have this kind of true interpretation of what it means to do like a valid state transition on the network. So this to me is like, I don't think we need the beta tag anymore. And obviously the IBRL improvements that everyone has been working on, Alpenglow and MCP, those hopefully going live relatively soon next year.
Another question I had, maybe Raj, this one's for you, but I think again, this past year, another conversation that's come up over and over again has been the role of revenue on chain and across the ecosystem. And I'm curious, both, where do you think this next 2x in revenue comes from, and whether that's a metric that you guys kind of are prioritizing, or what metrics you guys are prioritizing?
Yeah, I mean, I think Toli really drilled it into all of our heads that, a revenue-generating business is kind of the closest thing you can get to a source of truth as you can in focusing a team. So the more revenue-generating businesses we have on chain that grow and thrive independently with use cases to make use of block space, the better. I think a recent chart that came out that we look at as a huge breakthrough is if you look at the last 20 companies that reached $100 million in revenue. The majority of them are crypto businesses. I don't think a lot of people knew that. And the majority of those are on Solana. So that was always kind of the goal. Where it comes from, I think you need the entropy of thousands of entrepreneurs just exploring every possible value proposition for how to use block space. And I think we have that. Coliseum hackathons are just getting bigger and bigger, 1,700 teams at a time now. I think we just want to see more of that.
And what other metrics, in addition to revenue, are kind of forefront, or you think are kind of upstream of revenue?
What do you think, Toli?
I mean, every business is going to have kind of its secondary metrics, but I think for the L1 and the financial use case specifically, volumes,
Okay,
and all those kind of DeFi.
Las preguntas están bastante interesantes. Obviamente ella está hablando un poco del tema de las ganancias, también ya lo vamos a ver. ¿Cuál crees que son las dos mejores técnicas para los principales desbloqueos? Desbloquear, me imagino que se están refiriendo a las principales cosas que hay que hacer en el próximo año. Habló sobre Firedance, que es increíble, que este año posiblemente tengamos anuncio. Este año es increíble, así que falta un poco tenerlo por las auditorías finales, ¿ok? En su opinión, tiene sentido el volver a probar la etiqueta de beta. Es cuando tienen pocas implementaciones estos protocolos, entonces también es parte importante. Habló sobre Alpenglow, MCP, también. Todo es bastante técnico. De verdad, los que están en el ecosistema lo entenderán, pero los que no, bueno, es otra cosa. Ella le preguntó a Rack qué cosas estaban priorizando, también el tema de multiplicar los ingresos, las métricas y todas estas cosas. Y Rack respondió que bueno, que Toli les inculcó a todos que ya sabes, un negocio genera ingresos, un negocio que genera ingresos es como una fuente de verdad que se puede obtener. Aquí obviamente hubo un corte por el traductor, pero no hay problema. La prospección de un equipo, así que en cuanto más negocios generadores de ingresos tenga la blockchain, ya sabes, más va a crecer, más se va a impulsar y de forma más independiente se irán a crear otros proyectos y estas cosas. 20 empresas que alcanzaron los $100 millones en ingresos y la mayoría de ellas son negocios de criptomonedas. Vamos a continuar. Obviamente perdemos algunas cosas en el camino, pero es la manera que tenemos.
We're not the founders of Solana, and Solana existed today. What would you guys want to build on Solana?
Every time I have an answer to that question, if I scroll enough on Twitter, I see that somebody is already building it on Solana, which is a great sign. I think the latest one is more gamified trading interfaces for options, because it seems like I think anything that makes finance more fun is I think aligned with where crypto is heading. I think in 10 years people will have a less toxic and scary relationship with finance because of crypto. So right now where I think the frontier for that is in more fun trading interfaces, and I think there's a Coliseum team called Banana Zone that made one. It's awesome. Everybody should go use it.
Are you excited for the 16 replies shilling their apps after this?
More. Everybody should be shilling.
And what about yourself?
I would take like the proof of work based ore miner and do like a superconductor search for the proof of work part.
Do you want to elaborate on that a bit?
I think like the other side of the finance stuff, just go have fun. Like come up with a crazy idea, and there's a lot of weird crypto loops that don't work in any other place in the world. I think using the proof of work mechanisms for getting people to go participate in a network to do something, I think is really interesting and underexplored. And when that stuff pops off, you create whole new categories like, what was it? Walk to earn or whatever. Those things happen, and all of a sudden you get 1,000 new devs trying to replicate that in other parts. In other parts of application development, and that's how innovation goes. So,
do you think, kind of in that same vein, there's advice for founders specific to crypto that you think applies specifically or especially in crypto?
I think you gotta ship fast. Like that would be my advice: is iterate and try out an idea, get it to market, and like watch it fail, and try to find those couple users that do something interesting with what you built, and then kind of reshape the product around it.
And want to also ask, Raj, you had tweeted a few weeks ago, what are Solana's 10-year goals? But it was just a quote tweet of Elon, and you didn't answer the question. So I would love to hear kind of what you guys view as the vision for Solana, say 10 years from now, that makes you guys most excited about having built the chain.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we used to talk about the scale of the vision, the metric we always talked about was what % of global finance could be on chain. I think Solana is positioned to accelerate its share of how much crypto gets over the next 10 years, and so I think it's reasonable. And also, I think crypto is accelerating faster than any of us anticipated. In 2017, we didn't imagine we'd have such a clear U.S. regulatory environment, that we'd get the support of major countries, issuing assets on chain, major banks. So I think we should probably upgrade that to like 25%, and Solana gets at least 10% in that trade. So.
Or all 25%.
Yeah, maybe all 25. But I think there's room for lots of competition. Competition is good.
Ok, han hablado más o menos sobre una pregunta bastante importante que ya le hizo, el tema de la comercialización gamificada, todo el tema de las opciones. Opciones aquí está traducido, me imagino que es de los stops, de las acciones. La gente tóxica, todo el tema de relaciones, Rack lo está manejando bastante bien. Obviamente hay una relación aterradora con las finanzas, dijo alguno de los que están ahí, por culpa de las criptomonedas, muy real. Alguna relación tóxica por culpa de las criptomonedas. Pero bueno, es parte del ecosistema. Ya sabes donde creo que es la frontera. Todo el tema de Banana Zone, Tesla. Hablaron mucho más. De verdad me gustaría cubrirlo 100% de lo que se está comentando, pero es difícil seguir el ritmo. Vamos a ver si recalcamos algo aquí. Cuando hablamos de escala, de la división, la métrica, la que siempre hablamos de porcentaje de las finanzas globales, podrían estar en cadena. Las finanzas globales podrían estar en cadena, 100%. Durante el próximo siglo creo que es razonable que la criptografía se esté acelerando, como cómo se participa y todo esto. En 2017 no se imaginaban tener un entorno regulatorio en cuanto a las criptomonedas. En Estados Unidos hoy está mucho más claro ese aspecto, y en diferentes países, no solamente en Estados Unidos. Y eso, todavía vamos a ver la última etapa, la última parte. Creo que sí será la última parte de esta intervención de Toli y Rack.
For the network and for everybody who builds on it, we're pretty confident London's going to be an excellent breakpoint for next year, just as Abu Dhabi was this year. So, with
acaban de anunciar o se equivocaron. No se equivocaron. El siguiente breakpoint es en Londres. El siguiente Breakpoint se va a Reino Unido, 100%, ya anunciado. Pensé que lo dejarían para el final, sencillamente lo acaban de anunciar como si fuera cualquier cosa. Y nada, el siguiente Breakpoint será en Londres. Bien, en este momento sube al escenario de verdad momento histórico para Solana, Rack y Tolly juntos, cosas que no se ven tanto últimamente. Hablando de lo que realmente importado, un poquito de historia, un poquito de mercado de capitales, un poquito de todo. De verdad, esta charla normalmente tiene una dirección enfocada a lo que va a ser el siguiente año. Ya se dan cuenta que anunciaron el Breakpoint 2026 ellos en vivo en ese momento. De verdad, muy emotivo esta parte del ecosistema, porque ver a Rack y a Tolly después de todo lo que ha pasado, sobre todo en 2022, es muy importante para las personas que están aquí. A ver. Ok, estamos tratando, esto como información, estamos tratando de tener un invitado en español directamente desde Breakpoint. Vamos a ver a qué hora se sube, vamos a ver en qué momento, porque bueno, obviamente yo no puedo disponer de su tiempo, él está viviendo la experiencia, yo le voy a robar un poco de esos minutos valiosos para tenerlo en el stream. El siguiente panel, el siguiente exponente es Ben Coberson, ya lo va a anunciar Eino, me imagino, así que nos quedamos con lo que va a decir.
Keynote of the day. Now this next speaker is changing the shape of the game on Solana. He is constantly pushing forward the boundaries of what is possible. He has his hands in a lot of pies, pushing forward not only temporal, but also harmonic and also humidify. Please give a big Solana welcome to Ben Coberson.
Sí, Ben Coberson de Tempora. Él también estuvo en Breakpoint, estuvo en Crossroads, demasiado normal. Tempora va enfocado a lo indexado, temas de tooling avanzado para desarrolladores, etcétera, etcétera. Escuchemos un poco y sigamos trabajando.
Centralized markets they fail with small skews, invisible advantages, and decisions no one can see. That's exactly the problem in Solana's block building infrastructure today. Less competition doesn't just reduce efficiency, it erodes trust. So instead of rebuilding a better monopoly, we rebuilt the market. I'm Ben. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Temporal and Harmonic, and we're going to talk about how we're revolutionizing block building on Solana through a marketplace. So let's zoom out a little bit. Let's just talk about internet capital markets for a second. We've come a long way in the last 5 to 6 years. Crypto was supposed to escape Wall Street. Instead, we've kind of started to rebuild it. But in order to compete with centralized markets, which are incredibly efficient, we need to be able to innovate and experiment with new market structures. Solana and new market structures are our best shot at doing this extremely efficiently. So let's talk a little bit about how far we've come. TVL is up multiples in 2024, and even in 2025, we've seen incredible inflows. Network and app revenue are exploding as usage and fees scale. Solana is no longer a chain labeled for degens and meme coins. Solana is a chain for institutions. We have the Bitwise Solana Spot ETF with over $600 million in inflows in just the last few months, and that's just one of the ETFs. We have Forward Industries raised over $1.65 billion for a DAT, and that's just one of them. We have Soulmate here in the UAE, We have several others. Solana is becoming the world's exchange. We can clear tens of thousands of trades per second at near zero cost. Anyone in the world can plug in. There's no seat licenses, no membership tiers, just free, permissionless, and open for all. Wall Street grade markets, programmable, global, and open. So, something we recently built was this DEX called Humidify. I won't talk too much about it because we have a dedicated Humidify presentation in about 4 hours by one of the other Humidify co-founders, Kevin Pang. But the thing that I kind of want to drill into everyone's heads, right, is that this thing is quoting tighter than Binance, at least for retail. Retail can go on Solana and get tighter spreads than they would get on Binance. Average fills on the order of just a few bips. This thing is doing 60% of all spot volume on Solana. And we're just getting started. So, prop AMMs are a pretty unique market structure. So, they're essentially smart contracts on chain. But the difference is they're kind of actively managed liquidity.
Ok, esto es bastante técnico, de verdad está enfocado en DeFi, en AMMs, hablaba sobre el tema de que debe ser abierto para todos, Wall Street por ejemplo, se comercializa globalmente y programable gracias a Solana, es una de las cosas que se busca construir. Construyen algo recientemente que fue Humidified, que es lo que les hablaba. No hablaré demasiado de ellos porque hay una presentación más adelante, pero bueno, ellos son temporales, los creadores de Humidify, también me estoy enterando, no tengo tanta información como pareciera. Y nada, vamos a seguir escuchando lo que comenta el pana Ben.
So, again, as volume and institutions grow, incentives concentrate. Small set of players can dominate block construction. Quiet off-chain deals decide who get the fast lane. Validators risk becoming dumb pipes. Stakers get table scraps. Applications get unpredictable inclusion and latency. So let's talk a bit more about Harmonic now. First of all, I want to hit home that it's very, very fast, right? Market makers like Humidify need high throughput. They need low latency. It's exactly what Harmonic delivers. Not only can we do ACE and make sequencing decisions at over 1 million TPS, but soon with the advent of Harmonic Transport Layer 2.0, we'll enable the whole system to operate at that throughput, not just the sequencing logic. So for anyone that's paying attention on mainnet, you may have seen us, doing some experiments. We're experimenters after all at Temporal and Harmonic. And so over the last few days, we've just put out some blocks to kind of demonstrate the power of this thing. And so you guys can all go look at this mainnet block right now on mainnet, 385921704, and a few others. These are blocks that are completely full of Humidify Oracle updates. A block full of 10,000 of them, 25x more than the average mainnet block today. We're bringing a new kind of capacity to this network, and it's going to enable new market structures and tighter spreads like we've never seen before. So how's it kind of work, right? Well, so instead of the validator being locked into a single block builder, we essentially aggregate blocks from up to n builders in real time. Validators select the best block according to their preferences, and they replace a single builder monopoly with a market. The result is that we increase validator income, we get better user outcomes, we give apps more control, and we improve network performance. So essentially what apps indexes like Humidify want, right, is that they want to be able to get in really fast, right? They want the execution to be fair, right? They want their inclusion to be predictable. And then validators also want stable rewards, and they also want to have a lot of control over what's in their blocks, right? And in Harmonic, they can kind of set all their preferences and say, hey, this is kind of how I want my block to be constructed. This is what I want to achieve. And then we as Harmonic, we say, okay, this is what the validator wants to achieve. Our job is to now align these incentives with all of the applications. Applications like Humidify. So we give apps and users fair execution. And the result is Solana becomes an open market and the world's exchange. So to reiterate what we believe in, right? Block building kind of resembles like high-frequency market routing, right? You look at all the centralized exchanges, like NASDAQ, like NYSE. These guys are fast, right? These guys are capable of also doing millions of TPS, right? Maybe you won't see that on the average day, but this is fast infrastructure built by some of the best performance engineers in the world. Solana needs the same. There's no better way to achieve this than competition. This empowers validators to choose, and this also empowers applications to receive fast, fair, and deterministic execution. It's important for MEV to be transparent. It's important for MEV to be controlled. With Harmonic, all this is out in the open. We're building a ton of tooling, and some of you guys may have seen more recently some of the demos and previews of some of the tooling that we're building to make block building more transparent and to overall make Solana as a protocol more visible to the average user. Solana can outcompete CEXes because it is a base layer, right? It's a market. And once again, to reiterate, again, Solana can host Wall Street scale markets on-chain. Humidify has already proved that these markets can beat CEXes. And now with Harmonic, we're going to make competition rather than capture the default of the base layer. Solana is where it is today.
Ok, él hablaba sobre que a medida de que el volumen y las instituciones empiezan a crecer, los asentamientos se empiezan a concentrar en un pequeño grupo de jugadores o de participantes en el ecosistema. Así que esos acuerdos en cadena, esas cosas en cadena no están tan bien, entonces es esencial decidir cómo se obtienen los contratos inteligentes y todo esto. El tema de las rutas también es importante, hablaba sobre ese punto. Lo único que pueden hacer para tomar decisiones de secuenciación, que es más de 1 millón, entonces todas esas cosas técnicas que estamos viendo es difícil de manejar. Entró Eino de nuevo, viene el segundo keynote que es de DFlow, también en teoría, si no lo cambiaron, este es Nitenat, gracias a Temporal por estar en el evento. DFlow es el proyecto que quiere rehacer las rutas, el flow de las órdenes, pero en cadena. Está intentando reconstruir la forma en la que los exchanges enrutan las órdenes, pero sin la oscuridad de los sistemas tradicionales. Vamos a escuchar qué tiene que decir el pana Nishtet.
Predictions. Earlier this month, we released the DFlow Prediction Markets API, which is powered by Kalshi. And I want to tell everyone here a little bit more about how it's built, what to expect from it, and what's coming up in 2026. Before we get into that, though, let me talk a little bit about the background, what DFlow actually does, what we're building, and what we spent 2025 doing. So DFlow builds low-latency trading infrastructure. What this means concretely today is we operate a Solana DEX aggregator. We aggregate 100% of liquidity on the network, construct a very large graph of prices, and then solve a very difficult optimization problem in order to determine the best routes from a token a user wants to give up for a token that they want to receive. This year has been pretty phenomenal for our growth. We have facilitated over 33 billion in trading volume since April 2025. We've contributed a lot to the app revenue that applications on the network have received. month-over-month growth has been very strong, and we've serviced over 1 million users across the globe. In January of 2025, we released our DFlow spot trading API. This is our Solana DEX aggregator, which we aggregated the spot tokens on the network from and released this API so that applications and wallets could access the liquidity from the network. It took us about 6 months, and in June of 2025, we had 4 applications integrate our spot trading API. At this point in time, we had about 4 billion in cumulative volume that we had processed for the network through our contract, and about 2 million in revenue paid out to applications. In June of 2025, we also released sort of our new backend. This allowed streamlined DEX integrations. It was a quiet release, but it let us integrate DEXs very quickly. By September of 2025, we had 26 applications integrate the DFlow aggregator. We processed about 10 billion in cumulative volume, and we had paid 16 million in app revenue out. In September of 2025, we also released what I think is Solana's most exciting microstructure improvement of 2025, just-in-time routing. Just-in-time routing was a 0-to-1 mechanism that was released on the network. At this time, just-in-time routing let a transaction which was previously frozen become dynamic on-chain at the time that it was processed. This led to drastically better execution for users, a lot of saved price slippage that was returned to users' wallets, or that could be captured by applications in application revenue. By October of 2025, we had processed 18 billion in cumulative volume, and we had paid out 24 million in application revenue. Very exciting growth, and at this point in time, we had also expanded the team quite a bit. In October of 2025, we released a new prop AMM integration backend. We spend a lot of time thinking about microstructure on the network. Prop AMMs, as you heard from Ben before this, have been a very integral part of the process of providing great execution on-chain, spreads that are tighter indeed than Binance. This integration, this new backend, allowed prop AMMs to integrate super smoothly into DFlow's routing, accessing features that were not available anywhere else, such as just-in-time routing. By November of 2025, last month, we had over 75 applications integrate with 33 billion in cumulative trading volume and over 34 million paid out in application revenue. Super exciting. Earlier this month, in fact, a few days ago, we released the DFlow Prediction Markets API powered by Kalshi. So what exactly is this? Kalshi, as you guys know, is a prediction market operator. They operate prediction markets in sort of an off-chain regulated way. And the Solana network is sort of where some of the world's most opinionated and active traders live. DFlow is the connective tissue, and in particular, our prediction markets API is the connective tissue between traders on the Solana network and the liquidity that lives on Kalshi. So what does this actually mean for users? I think starting this month, and there will be a pretty exciting announcement later today, you guys should keep your eyes peeled for, Solana users will begin to receive market access to one of the most liquid prediction markets exchanges in the world. In exchange, Kalshi receives access to some of the most opinionated active degens that the world
Ok, hablaba sobre los mecanismos que fue lanzado en la red en este momento, que hablaba de Jeep Routing, el enrutamiento justo a tiempo que permitió que las transacciones congeladas fueran más dinámicas, las transacciones fueran mucho más rápidas y se procesaran. Ese lanzamiento condujo a una ejecución drásticamente para mejor y para los usuarios, mejor para todo el ecosistema y también para los usuarios. Ese volumen obviamente varió, ese volumen hizo que los precios devolvieran las carteras mucho más rápido, mucho más preciso. En junio del 2021, de junio del 2021 a octubre del 2025, esas funciones no estaban disponibles en ningún lado. Es como el propio juego del enrutamiento empezó a hacer también competencia en el ecosistema. El mes pasado tuvieron más de 75 aplicaciones integradas con 33.000 millones en volumen de operaciones y más de 34 millones pagados en ingresos a esas mismas aplicaciones. Lanzaron la API para el mercado de predicciones, DeFlow, con tecnología de Calching. Calching es un mercado de predicciones también en Solana. Entonces está pasando obviamente también que los protocolos están adoptando y están teniendo esta APA de mercado de predicción para tener esas conexiones mucho más precisas. Y también la liquidez de Solana y la rapidez de todo el ecosistema. Sigamos escuchando al pana.
Compose tokens and have novel mechanisms designed by anyone was just phenomenal. So we took a bet on serendipity, and this is also a bet on the imagination of builders on Solana, and we tokenized Kalshi's prediction markets. So some of the ways in which I expect this sort of serendipitous nature of tokenization to take form is in perhaps borrow lending protocols, in sort of new liquidity formation mechanisms. You know, we've seen some really cool stuff come out of nowhere in the past, such as Pump. And we've also seen sort of like more serious, but also very exciting things like Prop AMMs come. We are very excited to see what builders on Solana do with prediction tokens. The last sort of category here is a party emoji. We have no idea what is coming next, but we're very excited for it. Not only are we excited for it, builders are very excited for it. So to date, we have over 100 integrations lined up, most of which will be going live in the next quarter, a lot of which will be going live this month as well, some of which will be going live or at least being announced today. From the builders that we've been talking to, we've seen some really exciting applications come up. Social trading has been a common theme. Applications that address sort of niche markets within sort of prediction markets, which are very general. Data vendors have reached out to us. Group trading applications. I think a lot of people here interact with each other in Telegram, and there are some really novel things you can do with prediction markets that are on-chain and then accessible through things like Telegram. We've also seen interest in yield products. So what can you do today? You can go and look at the Prediction Markets API. You can get started, and then reach out to us, and we will help you build whatever you can imagine. Thank you.
Finalizó obviamente invitando a todos a utilizar la API. Habló también de la naturaleza de la tokenización en forma de aplicación, prestaciones y todo esto. Prestaciones se refiere a borrow, me imagino. El siguiente keynote, la siguiente presentación es de Virai. Viene de la mano de su CEO, Kat Nugent. Virai es un radar de traders, un exchange descentralizado. Seguramente van a anunciar features nuevos o alguna integración de datos. Estamos viendo la gráfica, es el número 1 en cripto de data provide. Más de 4.000 clientes incluidos para su data. Y Virai es el sitio donde todos ven los precios, el volumen, las trincheras. Y probablemente van a anunciar alguna herramienta para traders. Y también estamos viendo un reporte stablecoin. Vamos a ponerlo para poder escuchar qué tiene que decir este hermano.
And MoonPay. It was very well received across the ecosystem. And today we're introducing our next flagship market reports on real-world assets. We call it RWA Spectrum. 2025 reports, and we did it with R3, Centrifuge, Back Finance with X stocks. So you can actually go to birdeye.so/research, or you can just scanning that QR code right there to read that reports. It's going to give you the overview, the overall ideas about the real-world assets and how developed it is right now. It is growing year on year 106 times in the 2025 alone. And the next one we're going to do is the state of Solana reports, going to be released in the next in the early Q1 next year, 2026. And then if you guys want to be featured in that report, just let us know, keep in touch, and then reach out to us. We can talk about that. All right, but I'm here not only to talk about what we did in the past. I'm here also to talk about the next problem we want to solve. And that's it, the crypto data for institutions and professionals. So what we are having right now in the market is that if you want to learn about any particular projects, assets, or teams, you actually have to go to a dozen of websites, and you have to read a lot of reports, buckets, and everything. So all the information and the data is very fragmented. It's very slow, and many of the time is incorrect. The wrong data has actually happened more often than many people may think. And the worst of all is that professionals are making the decisions worth millions and billions of dollars based on unqualified data. And that's what the shocking truth that we found during when we built our products and business. So what's the solution for this? It turns out that we already have that solutions in the traditional financial world. They have the tools like Bloomberg Terminal, Factsheet. I'm sure that you're all very familiar with it. And they solve it very well. But their crypto content is actually not as good as what we have right now, right here at Birdeye. So what we do is that we say, OK, why not? We learn that awesome TradFi UX, but we infuse with very super rich crypto content. And we build exactly that.
Ok, lo primero que presentó este amigo fue el informe de su ecosistema, obviamente un informe de mercado sobre los activos del mundo real, Real World Access, llamado Alpha Blue Ice Spread Spectrum 2025. Obviamente está dividido también con temas de acciones y todo este tema como lo de Keystock. Lo puedes ver en birai.so/research. Él mostró un código QR. El producto principal está creciendo ahora mismo año tras año. Creció un 106% solo en 2025 y el siguiente va a crecer mucho más. Se van a publicar los estados de los informes, que es algo que estamos viendo aquí, en 2026, y luego también van a aparecer informes para... Ok, aquí se perdió la traducción, lo siento mucho. ¿Cuál es la solución para el tema de los informes? Deberías saber que tienen soluciones en el mundo financiero tradicional como Bloomberg Terminal, gráficos de combate, pero estoy seguro y están muy familiarizados con que lo tendrán en cadena también. Espero que sea 100% de eso. El producto también aprendió y creció mucho en la UX, pero lo infundieron en contenido de texto muy enfocado a enriquecer a todo el equipo. Ok, sigamos escuchando a este hermano.
With market indexes, portfolio management tools, and stuff like that. And then we result with this one. And today I'm very proud to announce that we're going to release our closed beta in Q1 2026. And that is only being open to a very small group of curated pre-registered users. So make sure that you scan the QR code, put in your information. We're going to get in touch. And really hope to see you guys over there. And I really hope that we can actually work together to build this tool to become the golden standard for the institutional crypto market. Thank you very much.
Finalizó con herramientas de gestión de carteras y todo el tema del informe de su Q1 lo mostró para que lo pudieran revisar. Ahora viene el hermano de Titan, Chris Hyun, que es más técnico. Esto va a ser más orientado a la ejecución. Y bueno, Titan es un buen lugar para el tema de los también swaps. Va directo al punto, van a tener ventaja y cómo van a ganar ventaja en el ecosistema con el tema de también la competencia que hubo con Júpiter. Así que vamos a escuchar directamente al panel.
Titan has only been, Titan has been known to provide one of the most advanced algorithms out there, providing our users the best prices the majority of the time on Solana. But it's important to remember that Titan's only been around for only a really short period of time. We only launched our public launch 2 months ago on that side. Taking a look at our year in review, right? We've provided users on our front-end app alone more than $6.5 million in trading edge. This comes from a combination of providing better prices as well as fee savings on our platform. We've done over $8 billion in volume with over 100,000 unique traders, and we've done 100+ integrations and API partner integrations in 2025 alone. And we look forward to continuing this trend in 2026 as we build along these core fundamentals that we've established right now. Now, one of the main things that we see that is really needed in internet capital markets in Solana is a need for a real limit order system. The biggest issue with limit orders today is that during periods of high volatility, like during October 10th, orders were just not filled. Or if there's a major wick, then they just don't get executed on that side. And that's because limit orders today are more similar to trig orders that get activated periodically. Now, traders need confidence that the orders are going to be filled when that price limit hits, right? That's why today, one of the most requested features on Titan, limit orders, will be released in the very short future. We understand that traders do want to have the best fills at the correct timings, which is why we're proud to announce that our limit orders will be powered by top traders, top trading firms in the ecosystem. So Oros and Galaxy are going to be the ones powering our limit order system, and most importantly, these are real limit orders, and they are also very competitive. They're up to 17% cheaper than various alternatives out there. With these top trading firms really, filling your orders, they give traders the confidence that your orders will be filled on time at the correct prices on that side. We are also planning to roll this out with a limited token set of token pairs initially, in conjunction with World Liberty Fi on that side. So incentives will be in place for the first couple weeks of the launch on here. Another big thing that we're trying to solve are this problem of airdrop scam tokens into your wallet. I think everybody has that same issue. You're opening up your wallet, there's 10 different Sol airdrop scam tokens on there, and you just need to clean them out. Users, both new and old, do have issues. Sometimes when you're trading, you might accidentally click a swap and it just is a full scam token that you can never reclaim. We're also announcing today Titan Forge. It's powered by Scam Incinerator on the back-end side, but basically it allows you to reclaim your rent from empty token accounts, as well as get that rent that these scammers are trying to basically pay to your own token account. Not only that, but these token balances are sent to a recovery vault, whereupon if somebody is a victim of a scam, this recovery vault tries to prevent that scam from happening and return as much funds as possible to the victim, while the contributor also gets a reward to that. We think this is a huge plus to the ecosystem as a whole on that side. Another thing that we really do want to announce as well is our private swaps. Privacy is a feature that we think is very, very important as you go along in the future of Solana. And we're proud to announce that our private swaps will be powered by Vanish. Vanish already powers private swaps on Axiom, along with running Titan's trading infrastructure in the backend to really execute it. Vanish is known for having the best real-time execution on a private manner, while having that compliance factor inbuilt onto it. So we really believe that this is the future that we see privacy to be enabled on. The last thing I do want to announce on that side is that everybody has been requesting our API on that side. Our Titan Prime API will be distributed by our partners Triton and QuickNode very, very soon on that front. Their technological expertise, as well as experience promoting applications through their platforms, will really allow users to get the best prices through our WebSocket API implementation, and also allow platforms and protocols to really get that same snappy UX feel that you get from using WebSockets, so you can get the best performance possible on that side. To close it off, I just want to thank all our users, our community, and Solana in general. Right? Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. So basically, thank you, and Titan mode on.
Ok, súper preciso. Vamos a ver la traducción. Muchas integraciones en 2005, en 2025, en el 2026 esperan tener bastante integraciones más. Para ver, habló sobre los tokens scam, que son un fastidio básicamente, que son un fastidio, están trabajando en eso. No puedo específicamente sobre qué hablamos, pero es una de las funciones más solicitadas por Titan. Las órdenes limitadas se lanzará en un futuro cercano, los limit order. Entiende que los operadores quieren tener ya las mejores soluciones y todo esto. Han anunciado órdenes limitadas, estarán impulsadas por los mejores operadores. Creo que leí Titan por ahí. Veamos qué más. También hay unos puntos privados, me imagino, de colaboraciones en API y todas estas cosas. La API será distribuida por sus propios socios, Wignode, ClickNode y Triton. Su tecnología es una experiencia de promoción para las aplicaciones. Nuestra plataforma realmente quiere permitir a los usuarios obtener los mejores precios, eso es muy importante. Entonces continuamos con el pana. Actualmente está FA2, se llama así. No se debe llamar así, pero su nombre en blockchain. De Ranger Finance. Ranger quiere unificar la liquidez dispersa en todo el ecosistema. Vamos a ver qué tiene aquí para decir. Quiere que funcione en Solana como un mercado global de capitales.
Stop here. Our goal is to give traders the best possible execution. Lowest slippage, lowest fee, and the least price impact. And to do that better, we need more venues. Which is why we're going back to our Solana's DeFi roots for our next two integrations. Pacifica and Bulk. Through Pacifica, users will earn extra Pacifica points when routing through Ranger. But we know more markets and incentives are never enough. Hence, we're taking it a step further. It's not enough to show you where to trade. We also need to help you put your capital to work. Today, I'm really excited to unveil Ranger USD, our yield-bearing token. If you're sitting in stables, instead of chasing yield, you can just hold one token and let Ranger do the work. Under the hood, there are two parts. A base layer that spreads deposit across lending markets on Solana, and a boosted layer that runs delta-neutral funding rate strategies. In the last 30 days, Ranger USD has outperformed the next best lending pool by 30%. And we're able to offer this because of our recent acquisition of Volta, who've been building Vault infrastructure the past 3 years. We've plugged the tech into Ranger, and now we're using the same setup, not just for Ranger USD, but a whole lineup of future Vault managers. Recently, we've onboarded Vectis Finance and Prime Number as new Vault managers on Ranger, bringing institutional-grade strategies to everyone. It really has been quite a year for Ranger with a Hyperliquid integration, Titan integration, and Ranger USD, amongst many other things. The last piece of the puzzle is who gets to own the DeFi Command Center. I'm really excited to share that we're ready to launch the Ranger token. And when we do, we want to do it right. And for us, the right place to do it is on MetaDAO, Futario. We're raising a minimum of 6 mil through MetaDAO, the biggest minimum raise on MetaDAO yet. 40% of it will be supplied for the ICO and 12% for liquidity. For the team, it is cleared for 18 months together with a performance-based unlock that kicks in when Ranger trades at 2x multiples from the ICO price. And I know a lot of you have been asking, when token and when Ranger? Right now, we're waiting for MetaDAO audits to sign off on everything, because Ranger's ICO is more interesting than a standard sale. Firstly, we're giving point holders guaranteed allocation instead of a big day one airdrop. An airdrop might still happen, and more details on the airdrop proposal will be shared post-ICO. Secondly, MetaDAO is introducing a new buy wall mechanism designed to support the post-ICO market structure. So, why should anyone care about getting into this sale? MetaDAO has quietly built one of the cleanest launch tracks records this cycle. Recently, featured launches like Solo, Umbra, and Avicii have all traded up from their initial sale prices, in some cases way up. Ranger is next in the lineup. Ranger is live. Ranger routes real volume. Ranger has users, revenue, and now a token model that's designed to combine traders who route through Ranger, vault managers who build on Ranger, and the community that's been backing us from the start. We're here to make Ranger the command center you want to own Ranger, own the command center, own DeFi. More details on the ICO will be revealed soon, and if you want to know more about the sale, our vaults, and how you can be part of Ranger, drop us a message and let's chat. My name is Fatu. Thank you everyone for listening.
Ok, habló sobre los mercados de incentivos que nunca son suficientes, por lo tanto están dando un paso más que para el mercado de capitales. El tema del token de ellos también es el primer token que va a generar rendimiento si está en estable o seguro, alguna traducción mal acá. Para ver, en los últimos 30 días Ranger UCC ha superado el siguiente mejor fondo de préstamos por un 30%. Actualmente están construyendo la infraestructura BOB que durante los últimos 3 años va a tener a cotizar el doble de su múltiplo de precio. Habló sobre su airdrop, lo escuché, pero no sé qué dijo exactamente y no consigo aquí la traducción. En paralelo, en el otro escenario estuvo en este momento también Unite Peer, que es de Bulk. Bull está construyendo la infraestructura de trade execution o trade directamente ejecutar trade a nivel institucional dentro de Solana. Bull de verdad es una infraestructura para traders serios y espero que hayan tenido algún buen anuncio. Me gustaría poder cubrir los dos escenarios, pero es casi imposible. Ahora en escenario está Armani, lo anunció Eino ya en este momento, el CEO de Backpack. Armani Ferrante y directamente una de las figuras más influyentes del ecosistema, no hay duda de eso. Y bueno, vamos a ver qué tiene para decir.
We don't have a ton of time, and I want to really dig into some cool stuff here with Armani. As you've already surmised, both of us have seen a lot in the Solana ecosystem, and want to make sure we really dig in. But we'll start with a quick lightning round. Just get us on our toes, warm us up a little bit. So, okay, very quick. You got to just answer first thing off top of your mind. Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Rust or TypeScript?
Rust compiled the WASM with TypeScript bindings.
That was a long answer. Raj or Toli?
Raj crushed robot in the robot battle, so I'm going with Raj.
Going with Raj. Well, that's I think that one's a good one too. So I do love Toli though. So okay, so let's dive into some interesting stuff. Backpack is a wallet. Backpack is an exchange. Backpack's a lot of things. It has Solana. It has other things. And for everyone here, I think it's something that they might be able to learn from you all is, hey, you have to take a look at all of these different integrations and these different chains and different ecosystems. First, tell us, what's Solana doing better than everyone else?
I mean, I think Solana today is the only decentralized execution environment at scale. There's a very large design space for how people have solved this scaling problem over the past several years, going back to 2017, 2018, when there was literally probably 100 L1s that got funded with hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, and Solana is really the only one, as far as I can tell, that has been able to do this at scale. I think you look at the other side of the coin, which is really Ethereum, which is obviously the I think fair to say preeminent smart contract platform in the world, and you look at the path that they've chosen, which is really this L2 oriented roadmap. It's really like opposite points in the design space, and so I think Solana is really kind of fulfilling the original dream of the world computer, which has kind of given rise to, I think, I forgot who coined this term, but like the first decentralized Silicon Valley. But I think the thing that I think Ethereum is doing that I think I would like to see Solana pick up is really focus on more SVM proliferation for kind of specifically corporate use cases around the world. I think today, EVM by far is the dominant execution environment when it comes to the virtual machine. But Solana is the dominant execution environment when it comes to the world computer. And I do think that distribution over the virtual machine is as important as distribution on the state itself. And so right now, I think it's fair to say, if you look at all of the companies that have adopted Solidity and the EVM as the canonical language of the space, they have more or less solidified themselves as like the Android or the iOS, and that's not ever going to change. And I think Solana, I think it continues to dominate when it comes to a single kind of world computer with shared state for kind of everybody to build their products and services on top of. But I think the one thing I would like to see is more proliferation on the SVM, so that we can get these I think more corporate use cases that are going to continue to grow and evolve as the space matures. So I think there's obviously not like one solution for everything, but I think that is like the big lesson that I think Ethereum does really well. That I think is a point where Solana can continue to improve on in the kind of years ahead.
For some of those things, what of those environments is the interesting differentiation between mainnet and this other kind of SVM?
I think ultimately the question is, do you want a server or do you want a serverless platform, if you want to think of it in developer terms? And I think for a lot of use cases, the question is ultimately, do you care about censorship resistance? And that's really like the one property that you have to ask yourself. Do I want censorship or do I want censorship resistance? And if you want censorship resistance, there's no place better, obviously, than the L1. But there's a lot of folks that turns out they want censorship, and that censorship turns out to be a bit of a pejorative term in the context of crypto, and given kind of the original motivation for a lot of the technology. But it's actually just a pretty important feature for just a lot of basic stuff, right? If you want like moderation on like the chat of a video game or something like that. And so I think that is kind of the way I would frame it. And the question is ultimately like, what are you building? And I think proliferation on the SVM is as important as anything else. And so I think that's like one of the next kind of growth.
Ok, vamos a repasar un poquito lo que está diciendo Armani. Armani es una de las personas más influyentes del ecosistema. Creo que cuando Armani habla, todo el ecosistema escucha. De verdad es uno de los arquitectos que ha lanzado muchas cosas importantes más allá de Backpack. Pero bueno, vamos a ver un poco de lo que tenemos aquí en traducción. Le preguntaban que si café o té, café, Ross o TypeScript, Ross, Rack o Tolly, Rack. Ok, vamos a adentrarnos un poco más. En Backpack es una cartera, un intercambio, es muchas cosas. Le preguntaban eso. Le dijo que podía echar un vistazo a todas las integraciones, en las diferentes cadenas, todo el ecosistema. Dinos que está haciendo Solana mejor que los demás. Vamos a ver qué respondió en este tema. Creo que es justo decir que es una plataforma de contratos inteligentes preeminente en el mundo. Creo que ahora habla de Backpack directamente. Tienen una hoja de ruta orientada a L2. No estoy seguro si está hablando directamente de Backpack. Creo que habla más del exchange. Vamos a ver. Bueno, sí, se puso bastante técnico esto. Están hablando de Ethereum, de las L2, de Solana, integraciones más que todo para el tema de los ordenadores mundiales, la supercomputadora mundial donde va a estar toda la blockchain. Sí, se necesita crecer y evolucionar a medida que el espacio madura. Esto está cool. Así que cree que obviamente hay como una solución, que no hay una solución para todo, pero que se aprende de todas las lecciones que tienen. Y Ethereum ha tenido, obviamente, como quien dice, un camino más largo, y Solana tiene ese punto de ir mejorando también sobre las cosas y revisar estas cosas que han sucedido. Obviamente dijo muchísimas cosas más. Hablaron sobre el tema de la censura. Esto es importante. Vamos a leer un poco Preguntaban que si quieres un servidor o una plataforma sin servidor, si quieres pensarlo desde la perspectiva de un desarrollador. Y creo que para muchos casos, en última instancia, es que si te importa la censura, la resistencia, todo este tipo de cosas o la propiedad. Son preguntas que puedes preguntarte a ti mismo y en base a eso empezar a decidir o elegir. Bien, Armani de verdad está bastante enfocado en lo que están hablando, pero bueno, algunas de las impresiones de Armani han sido estas. Vamos a seguir escuchando.
And then on the other hand, be able to like dot all your I's and cross out all your T's and be able to actually, keep people kind of aligned with what you're doing. And so I would say that I think Japan is extremely kind of progressive in the sense that it wants crypto to succeed. And so I'm pretty optimistic over the next couple of years to kind of see Solana and crypto more broadly proliferate in the region.
Yeah. How do you think about working here in the UAE? And Alex Scott from Super Team would tell you this all the time. He wants more founders to come here. There's sort of clear regulation and licensing and that sort of stuff. Tell folks what to expect from that process and how it went for you.
I think the UAE has probably done one of the best jobs in just making it really easy to just come and build here. Just cut out all the red tape and how do I just get talent to fly from anywhere in the world and actually build a hub of smart people that actually want to do something productive for the region. And I think that's probably the most important thing. It's like, how do I actually set up a company, set up an office, hire people, get people from anywhere around the world? The UAE has become one of the kind of default places where we'll just fly people in and move them actually to be able to get them a local kind of setup to be able to actually work in person. And a lot of countries make that surprisingly difficult. And so I think that's probably the biggest piece that I think is probably the most encouraging thing for anybody trying to build a company, because especially if you're come from another country, it's kind of a foreign thing to I'm just going to go move to another region and hire people there and move other people there. But it turns out, in crypto in particular, if you're willing to just get up and move places, you can just make really interesting things happen. And that's probably one of the most interesting arbitrages to make if you're willing to actually go anywhere in the world. And so I think the UAE is pretty interesting from that point of view and making it easy.
Yeah, and especially, crypto is global, right? The talent's everywhere, and so you really want to facilitate that, getting everyone in the same place. Okay, last question. I think this is actually really important in this, as this wave of crypto getting adopted everywhere, institutions are picking things up. Some of the engineers are having to take off hoodies and put on dress shirts. Things are getting a little bit more buttoned up. But look, we have seen Solana from bear to bull to everywhere in between, and you've seen that growth yourself. As we start to grow into different use cases and businesses, what are the things about the Solana culture that you think we should not forget or make sure that we keep with us and share with the world as we grow into it?
I think it's fair to put Solana at the level of Bitcoin and Ethereum when it comes to the three largest decentralized networks in the world. It has obviously reached a point that I think very few people thought it would ever reach. And that is not going to go away anytime soon. I probably don't think it'll go away anytime in our lifetime. We think Solana is here to win and probably to win it all, if you want to put it in Tolly's terms. And I think it's very easy to see that and to think that and to get really comfortable. And it's very challenging to be in that position and to continue to push really hard. And I think the key thing is for every founder, every engineer, every member of the community to not take any of these things for granted. Just a couple years ago, 2 years ago, Solana was presumed to be dead. And I think things can change in 1 to 2 years like that. And so I think to put it in the common Solana vernacular, right? Just one more hard quarter every quarter from now until the end of time. And I think that is something that's really hard to sustain. but I think ultimately it is the key thing that makes Solana what it is. Like, a lot of people don't get it, I think, when I guess they haven't seen it like firsthand since, I guess I came in 2020, and I guess I've been here for the past 4 or 5 years. You literally just have a bunch of borderline demented engineers that will sit down in front of their computer and pathologically solve problems one day, perpetually from now until the end of time.
Ok, vamos a hablar un poco de las cosas que está hablando de última intervención. Tengo entendido que es la última pregunta. Se habló sobre eliminar burocracia, también el talento que está en cualquier mundo que pueda obviamente obtener el acceso que quiera en temas de productividad, en temas de región. Creo que es muy probablemente en cómo están trabajando. También hablaron sobre cómo se configuró la empresa, según leo aquí, obviamente está traducido. El contrato de personal, cómo consiguió gente a través de todo el mundo. Y bueno, los Emiratos Árabes es donde está la empresa, es uno de los lugares predeterminados. Obviamente tienen planeado trasladar a los empleados y volverlos más locales. Muchos países lo hacen y sorprendentemente es difícil. Y bueno, ya sabes, esa es probablemente la parte más importante. Aquí se ligaron varios temas aquí, obviamente. Ahí va Eino. Bueno, gracias a Armani. Vamos con el siguiente panel, el siguiente ponente. Es el equipo de Metaplex, directamente por Stephen Heath, director de Metaplex Foundation. Metaplex, van a hablar del mercado de capitales públicos. Metaplex es bastante técnico normalmente, pero bueno, vamos a verlo. Si usted sabe inglés, lo escuchará perfectamente y entenderá. Estamos aquí viéndolo en español, lo que podemos interpretar con el traductor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Steven. I'm the founder of Metaplex, director of the Metaplex Foundation. Today, I'm excited to talk about going public on the internet capital markets, or in short, how to launch a token on Solana in the right way. To start, it's important to note that internet capital markets isn't just a tagline. We're in the middle of a fundamental change in global capital and market structure, with over $3 trillion in crypto assets today and growing. And importantly, people are actually using blockchains to trade at scale for the first time, not just to hold tokens. This is important because if you can only access crypto assets through centralized exchanges, we've failed in providing open and borderless finance. Here you can see it's not just on-chain trading that's increasing, but a major trend from centralized to decentralized venues. And Solana is the clear breakout winner in this trend, with over $1 trillion in DEX volumes this year. Along with this boom in on-chain trading, we're seeing an explosion in stablecoins. There are now over $14 billion on Solana in stablecoins, providing the liquidity and demand that new tokens rely on. But despite all this progress, token launches are still a disaster. Insider manipulation, extractive middlemen, and bad economics are rampant. And on top of this, most tokens are effectively launched off-chain in paper docs with private investors that then provide a constant source of sell pressure once the token is made broadly available. And trust in these launches is at an all-time low, and reasonably so. The market is trained to expect rugs and scams, so founders get almost zero benefit of the doubt, and you have to get absolutely everything right. And after the Libra launch and a few other high-profile rugs, it was clear that we had to do something about it. So earlier this year, we got to work building the first version of what is now the Genesis protocol, a fully on-chain framework for effective and fair token launches on Solana. And to be clear, this isn't our first rodeo. Metaplex is one of the largest tokenization platforms in the world, used to create over 20 million tokens and more than 800 million NFTs on Solana, more than any other protocol by far. And like with many of our most successful products, we reached out to the best teams in Solana to get to the root of the problem, and we started building. Our first launch was with DeFi Tuna, an innovative AMM that supports limit orders and more effective monetization for liquidity providers. For this launch, we used a fixed price sale contract with an allow list, transaction caps, and cooldowns, so early supporters could get in without bots or whales dominating the sale. And in less than 4 minutes, we saw 5% of the supply sell out, bringing in $2.5 million to the project. And Genesis doesn't just handle the sales process in this type of launch, but also gives verifiable token economics and programmatic graduation of liquidity for the tokens that are then distributed to the team and other stakeholders. This mechanism worked perfectly for a DeFi protocol where a community-first and fair capital formation process was needed. And this was also the first time we saw the true potential of what we were building. Fair launches aren't just about fairness. They're about creating the right incentives to accelerate product usage and fundamental value. That's really the superpower of tokenization and decentralized systems, is getting your community in early and aligning incentives. We then asked ourselves, well, if you don't have strong conviction in how the market will value your token, how can you actually achieve real price discovery on chain? And this led us to our first experiment with Collector Crypt on the first launch pool. Collector Crypt is a collectibles protocol. Think of it as an on-chain platform for discovering and trading digital collectibles. For their launch, we helped Collector Crypt deploy a 48-hour launch pool where during that time, anyone could deposit or withdraw from the pool. And then the token allocation clears at the implied price. So with 5% of the supply up for sale, Collector Crypt brought in $3.4 million with over 600 backers participating. And anyone who wanted an allocation could get one. And it felt like almost overnight on the entire timeline, people were talking about Pokemon card tokenization as this new launch cohort was then bringing in the next wave of users. However, one of the issues with launch pools is that you don't know exactly where the launch pool will clear, and that's not really acceptable for some traders that need reliability in terms of exactly where their bids will execute. This led us to our first uniform price auction. In short, a uniform price auction is a better Dutch auction. In this auction, participants had 48 hours to place bids, and the entire allocation clears at the lowest successful bid. Exotic Markets is a structured products platform on Solana, and we worked with them to deliver what was the first truly on-chain auction for a new token launch. And this mechanism is perfect for projects where the buyers are large funds and traders that need guarantees around where their bids will settle. So you can see how the mechanism matters depending on the type of project. So for DeFi Tuna, they needed fast but fair capital formation. So the price sale was perfect. Collector Crypt was a community-driven platform, and so they wanted to bring as many people in as possible, and so the launch pool was perfect. Exotic Markets, it was really important for larger funds or institutional traders that they can actually have a guarantee around price execution, and so the price auction was the best mechanism. And each of these mechanisms solves a different problem. That's why Genesis doesn't force a one-size-fits-all. There are many different asset types, and so of course there are going to be different launch strategies and mechanisms that meet the needs of these projects. Okay, so we built a launchpad. Not exactly. So Genesis isn't a launchpad, it's a launch protocol. And our vision is that launching a token should never require going through a single gate or a single platform. There will be thousands of apps with embedded launchpads for different types of assets priced in any Solana token. Exchanges, both centralized and decentralized, will be able to support new token launches that are fully on-chain with advanced tools. And when you launch your token on Solana using Genesis, it's immediately aggregated and distributed across hundreds of wallets, exchanges, and trading terminals. Solana wins by becoming the ubiquitous and the de facto platform for launching, discovering, and trading new tokens, and that requires a base level primitive for launching tokens that just works. To reach that vision, I'm excited to announce today that the first public launch of the Genesis SDK is now live. Thank you. This Genesis SDK is for applications, for exchanges that want to build their own specialized launchpads. It's for aggregators that want to monitor and alert traders as new token launches hit the chain. Any app can integrate and immediately have access to fair launch smart contracts. There's literally no excuse for a botched token launch ever again. For anyone in the audience that's a developer building an app that involves launching tokens, if you're a pre-TGE project that's looking to build a novel launch experience, or a trading app or aggregator, I encourage you to check out genesis.metaplex.com to access our just launched developer docs and guides. Shout out for the team that was pushing code overnight. And as always, you can drop into Discord, ping us on X at Metaplex, and we're here and happy to help. From supporting the first digital collectibles and art on chain, to powering the NFT boom, to meme coins, to DeFi, to stable coins, we now clearly find ourselves in the internet capital markets era for Solana. Our conviction is that upstream of everything is fair launching tokens with real value. And with that, from price discovery.
Ok, bueno, aquí Metaplex está hablando bastante, ya terminó. Habló sobre cómo salir a la bolsa de capitales en el internet tradicional, en la blockchain, también el tema de los tokens que se lanzan, más de 20 millones de tokens se han lanzado utilizando Metaplex. No solo es tener y lanzar tokens, también hay un equipo detrás de todo esto. Habló sobre cómo pueden no solo ser comercio en cadena, cada vez está no solo ser un comercio, cada vez el tema en cadena está aumentando mucho más. Actualmente está subiendo el escenario Matt Connor, que es de Legion en Solana. Va a hablar sobre los hipos. De verdad es un tema que no me llama la atención. Va a hablar sobre hipos directamente en Solana, una narrativa fuerte, el tema de Legion y los hipos nativos en Solana. Lo siento. Poniendo un mensaje. Ok, continuemos con el anterior. Este pana va a tocar un tema de hipos directamente. No estoy 100% enamorado de ese tema. Pero bueno, vamos a definir rapidito qué es un hipo, que es esta primera salida a bolsa, la oferta pública inicial, que es cuando se venden las acciones al público por primera vez, cotizando en bolsa, todo esto. Esto obviamente enfocado en la blockchain, no es algo que esté 100% emocionado de cubrir, porque bueno, todavía creo que me falta mucho para adentrarme en esas aguas. Pero vamos a ver Metaplex y el tema de los lanzamientos de tokens, que fue el exponente pasado. El exponente. Tengo que conseguirles un nombre definitivamente. Dijo que está emocionado por hacer el público también el tema de los NFTs, que le encanta hacer arte pública y todo esto. Veamos qué más tiene por aquí. Habló sobre la estafa de Libra, que fue la que promocionó Milei. Como dice Milei, no la promocioné, solo le di RT. Bueno, estaba claro que tenían que hacer algo al respecto después de que sucedieron esas estafas como la de Libra y otras más. Ya que se me fue, espero no perderla. Ok. A principios de ese año se pusieron a trabajar en cómo construir la primera versión de lo que ahora es el protocolo Genesis, que es un protocolo de lanzamiento de token como que mucho más seguro, directamente de la mano de Metaplex. Es un marco completamente en la cadena para lanzamientos efectivos y justos, que es lo que te comentaba que es Genesis, con que se dejaba de rodeos, y Metaplex es una de las plataformas de tokenización más grandes del mundo, utilizando lo que les dije, más de 20 millones de tokens y más de 800 millones de NFTs. Ese meme de este es the futures of finance. Los lanzamientos que se dieron en Metaplex obviamente han sido fundamentales. Ese es realmente el superpoder de la tokenización y los sistemas descentralizados. Conseguir que tu comunidad participe temprano con temas de airdrops y todo esto. Metaplex también, el CEO de Metaplex también habló sobre los mecanismos importantes dentro de cada tipo de proyecto. Para ver, sí. Bien, eso fue la participación de Metaplex. Vamos con con este hermano. Obviamente no, yo no lo voy a cubrir, no habrá directamente una reacción, pero quien
that
quiera, aquí
happens
lo tiene.
is that ICOs and IPOs become the same event. The future is not tokens on crypto rails and IPOs for equity on TradFi rails. The future is all fundraising and asset issuance all happening together on chain. The benefits here, other than protecting investors that we've talked about, are many. You've got, for founders, one cap table that you can manage in minutes, not months, and much more cost efficient to update. For retail investors, you got more access, higher liquidity, more composability. As one example of this, we've already got users that have borrowed against their positions on Legion for pre-TG investments or vesting tokens. And markets, of course, benefit from same-day settlement, 24/7 trading, and global distribution. So what specifically are we doing about this? Well, I'm proud to announce that in the next 60 days, several major Solana ICOs will be launching on Legions, tokens with real utility and value. And I'm very proud to announce that regulated equity sales are coming to Legion, offering a compliant path from seed round to public token offering in Q1. So if you're building something with real users, real revenue, real use cases, we want to talk. The future of on-chain fundraising is here, and Legion is how you access it. Thank you.
This next speaker is building one of the most beloved bridges, having crossed over.
Ok, vamos 4 minutos atrasados con la programación habitual. Ahora va a subir Alex Smirnov de The Bridge. Obviamente The Bridge es uno de los protocolos más serios en cuanto a seguridad de puentes, abstracciones on-chain, interoperabilidad real. Así que vamos a escucharlo y qué tiene que decir este hermano. The Range está empujando un futuro mucho más donde las cadenas desaparecen para los usuarios y se muestran muchas mejoras de seguridad en cuanto a esto. Vamos a escuchar todo lo que tiene que decir y vemos si tenemos alguna opinión al respecto.
What's stopping Solana from becoming a home for the next billion users? Since our launch on mainnet, mid-2023, D-Bridge has had to deal with some of the craziest days in the history of on-chain markets. And every time there is a big launch, we are reminded that Solana is where on-chain markets begin. And here is where it gets interesting. From 1 million new traders using D-Bridge to seize an opportunity on-chain, 40% of them started on Solana. Let that sink in. Solana is a home for the best apps, the best user experience, and as we can see, it became the main onboarding engine for DeFi. We believe Solana has become what it is by putting user experience first, while every other chain put it second, third, or fourth. So, where is the million user opportunity here? The opportunity is to make Solana the execution engine of DeFi, making Solana the main onboarding funnel for on-chain markets. One click to do anything on-chain, starting on Solana. Trade anything with instant finality. Best execution and user experience, all powered by Solana. How do we do this? The same way as Solana, by putting user experience first and making the whole on-chain market feel like Solana.
Voy a interrumpir porque estoy viendo en Twitter que acaban de lanzar Firedance. Acaban de lanzar Firedance en MyBeta, en mainnet de Solana. O sea, Firedance es este protocolo, esta aplicación, este código que va a hacer que Solana alcance el millón transacciones por segundo. En el breakpoint pasado lo cubrimos y en el breakpoint pasado ya lo vamos a cubrir aquí directamente para tenerlo en vivo y comentar sobre esto. Ya va, estamos tratando, estoy aquí tratando de poner esto.
Most beloved perpetuals exchange on Solana, having processed over $150 billion in cumulative volume. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder of Drift, Cindy Liao.
Este protocolo busca alcanzar el millón de transacciones on-chain en la blockchain, de verdad bastante interesante. Es una gran noticia, no lo esperaba, yo no lo esperaba. El año pasado lo cubrimos directamente bueno, lo cubrimos de manera no
Hey
tan
everyone,
como lo
thanks for
estamos
joining me today, and that was an amazing
pero sí
introduction. Gave me a lot of energy. Today
Lo cubrimos en el breakpoint pasado la noticia de que estaban en beta y hoy lo acaban de lanzar en Miner. Vamos a ver cómo evoluciona esto, trataré de hacerle seguimiento. Vámonos al escenario principal. En el escenario principal tenemos a la CEO, bueno, no recuerdo si es la CEO, vamos a ver, a Cindy Liu de Drift Protocol, el rey de los perpetuals en Solana. Y bueno, veamos qué tiene que decir ella directamente.
come out last week, which we're going to talk about in a second. But before we get started into what Drift v3 is, our thesis for what perps on Solana need to be is two things. They need to be fully on-chain, but they also need to be fully performant and trader-centric. So we believe that the winning perps formula is going to be the exchange that gives traders the best experience that doesn't make them feel like they're doing an on-chain transaction. And that's exactly what Drift v3 is. Drift v3 launched just last week, has one goal. It is built to outperform. Built to outperform its v2 version, built to outperform other traders, and to give you the tools to do your very best. Drift v3 is high performant, has deep liquidity from day one, and is the only perps exchange with multi-collateral, allowing you to use your SOL, your staked SOL, and other beloved Solana assets as collateral. Let's give some quick stats on the massive improvements that Drift v3 has shipped to the market. Drift v3 is 10x faster, has 5x tighter take profit and stop loss, and gives you a 10x reduction in slippage for market orders. Can we please get a round of applause for the amazing work that Drift v3 has pushed to the market? And lastly, we also have gasless trading by default, which means you never have to press sign transaction again. And this is still fully on-chain, but gives you exactly the experience that a centralized exchange offers. Give a quick run through on what we've shipped to. One is a huge brand refresh, the biggest since we've launched. We've also launched professional P&L tracking, where now you can see exactly how much money you've won or lost in a way clearer way. This is a GitHub-style calendar view on your portfolio, and it illuminates your trading performance much clearer. We have frictionless onboarding, where we have native Privy integrations, as well as an integration with FundXYZ, where you can deposit from any chain with no friction whatsoever, one click straight into your Drift account on Solana, just like a centralized exchange. We have now a fully redesigned trader-centric terminal, new modern brand colors with perfect tracking, very responsive and snappy UI, something you might have not experienced before on previous perp dexes. And we also have a lot more coming up. V3 is now live. You can check it out on app.drift.trade. But beyond that, we're also excited to announce that we will be launching a mobile app in Q1 next year. The first of its kind, multi-collateral, native on Solana perp mobile app. We'll be launching on the App Store as well as Solana Mobile. And we will also be launching a native liquidity provider called Drift Liquidity Provider, allowing you to have deeper liquidity and faster fills on Solana. Our roadmap for what's coming in 2026 is going to be even bigger. We're going to focus on bringing more liquidity on via prop AMMs and a fully on-chain club. And we're going to be making some announcements on making Drift a fully owned by the community ownership token. So I want to end off today by saying that we've built Drift as a culmination of all of the knowledge that we've gained building perp exchanges since 2021. And a very simple outro, which is Drift V3 is built to outperform. Please try out Drift today and let us know if you like it. Thank you very much.
Tuvimos a Cindy de Drive Protocol. De verdad espero que el traductor haya hecho un buen trabajo porque habló bastante. Estoy sorprendido todavía por lo de Firedance. 3 años de desarrollo. Seguí básicamente Firedance desde que tenía los 2 años en desarrollo. Drift Protocol hablaba sobre la necesidad de poder complementar completamente en la cadena el tema de los trading. Viene, no creo que sea el de sí, el de Camino. Vamos a escuchar a Marius de Camino Finance, uno de los protocolos más importantes en cuanto a DeFi, por no decir el más importante del ecosistema blockchain.
Loans, over $100 million in interest revenue, and we have over $4 billion of assets supplied. And lastly, but most importantly, and my most proud personal achievement, is that for the past cycle, there has been no single instance of bad debt accrued to users. This is the foundation on which we're building. By now, you have already heard the story. Everything is moving on chain. New assets are coming to the chain every day, and new borrowers and new players are coming to the chain every day. The difference this time is that these new assets and these new players, they have new requirements. For example, borrowers need fixed rates, especially when they're looping RWA, or when they want a guaranteed cost of capital. Institutions have regulations and requirements about what happens to their collateral, and real-world assets are awkward to price on-chain. DeFi was built for the old world of crypto-native assets and crypto-native players until today. Today, we are announcing 5 new products that takes lenders and borrowers to a whole new level, able to meet these institutional and new asset requirements. Let's start with first, interest rates. We already know how it works right now. As a borrower, you take whatever the curve offers you. As a lender, you take whatever the curve offers you. It has been really bad for borrowers and for lenders for the interest rate to be volatile and spike and ruin their strategy. We're launching fixed rate, fixed term borrowing to Camino. People will be able to place borrow intents, choose their rate and the term, and they'll be able to be filled at that rate. This allows institutions that need a guaranteed cost of capital to come to Camino, and it allows real-world asset loopers to have a guaranteed spread on their strategies. We have been working with FalconX, one of the biggest prime brokers in our industry, to design and go to market with this. An important subcomponent of this is borrow intents, which allows both lenders and borrowers to place an order at which they want to get filled, and that creates, finally, price discovery on interest rates on-chain and the yield curve. At the same time, we have been working with institutions that want to borrow on-chain on Solana, but they have been constrained by regulations. They cannot move their collateral from qualified custodians. Together with Chainlink and Anchorage, we've designed a solution that allows players which have custody collateral in custodians to borrow on Camino. And we're going live with the Solana company, one of the biggest digital asset treasury companies of Sol. At the same time, there's a big real world out there where borrowing and lending is happening off-chain due to regulations in strict jurisdictions, and people have not been able to access yields for those jurisdictions. We work with a set of structures and issuers to allow for private credit to be accessible, private credit yields to be accessible on-chain. Fourth, for the past year, we've worked with issuers that want to bring their collateral or their tokens on-chain, and they always find it awkward to launch liquidity on the current AMMs. The biggest, most important distinguishing feature of these assets is that price discovery is happening off-chain on an exchange or based on net asset value calculations. We're going to launch a decentralized exchange that allows the asset to trade at their off-chain price and make it easier for issuers to bootstrap liquidity and to put their assets as collateral on Camino. And lastly, for the past year, we worked with fintechs and exchanges that want to tap into Camino as backend. They want access to on-chain liquidity, on-chain yield, and on-chain borrowing. And we have designed a set of APIs and SDKs that tap into Camino's modular infrastructure for yield and for borrowing. In short, the same coherent platform for borrowing and lending upgraded fixed rates, off-chain collateral, the build kit, and a real-world asset DEX for issuers. And to match our new upgraded platform, we have a new identity, a new brand. Please meet the new Camino. Thank you.
Ok, finaliza esta primera etapa, todavía quedan 2 paneles más. Vamos a revisar lo que dijeron obviamente los amigos de Camino Finance, lo vamos a comentar, pero los siguientes 2 paneles lo vamos a dejar pasar. Después viene el break, el lunch, el desayuno, el almuerzo de ellos, mientras nosotros vamos a descansar un poco la vista, lo que les había comentado de las luces y todo esto. Ahorita está el CEO de Pi. Pi es un oráculo del sistema que es líder en del sistema de la blockchain, que es líder en el ecosistema. Esperemos que anuncie cosas importantes. Lo que anuncie Pi literalmente afecta a todas o la gran mayoría de las blockchains. Es un oráculo, pues, todos los temas. Y después viene Mike Caney, que Mike es el CEO de Figuret. Real World Access, accesos directamente de tokenización del mundo real, etcétera. Son 2 que nos vamos a saltar lamentablemente, son 20 minutos, pero vamos a ver lo que dijo el amigo de Camino Finance en esta su intervención. Lo primero es su logro más personal y orgulloso es que no hay ninguna deuda negativa junto a Camino. Es un terreno sobre el cual se ha estado construyendo y trabajando bastante, comentaba. Todo se está moviendo en cadena y comienzan a llegar a otras cadenas también y nuevos seguidores y llegan nuevos jugadores también en el ecosistema. Esto es algo como que más global. Mi teléfono está calientísimo. Veamos qué más comentaba. Vamos a ponerle pausa aquí. Hablaba sobre el tema de los forwards. Necesitan tasas fijas, especialmente en nuestro DGWA, que no sé bien qué es eso. Bueno, el costo capital, si no me equivoco, es el costo capital a lo que se refiere. Y esas matrículas que tienen ya que tengo como que mucho volumen, esas matrículas que tienen el ecosistema de regulaciones y todo el tema de los requisitos para los colaterales, que es bastante incómodo para ellos, me imagino, ese tema. Veamos qué más hace aquí, qué más comentó. El oro es intenso, así que podría ser llenada a esas tasas. No sé a qué se refiere aquí específicamente. Han estado trabajando con un corredor mucho más grande. La calle es para diseñar e ir a ella. Seguimos revisando qué dijo el pana de Camino, Marius. El gran mundo real allá afuera es donde existe el préstamo y los préstamos de regulaciones en el estricto régimen y que la gente ha podido realmente transmitir para aquellas infraestructuras y aquel crédito privado que sea accesible en las blockchain o en cadena. La característica más grande está sucediendo fuera de la cadena, que hay que traerlo, es una tarea que tienen que hacer. Creo que hicieron un rebranding. Vamos a lanzar un diseño que permita que los activos estén fuera de la cadena, regulaciones estrictas, préstamos, garantía, todo eso se venga a la blockchain directamente. Esperemos que sea todo eso. Ok, lo que le comentaba. Vamos a saltarnos esta etapa. Lo voy a dejar en background. Voy a apagar las luces. Voy a quitar la cámara porque ya las luces me tienen abrumado. Recuerden que aquí son las 5. En este momento están por cumplirse las 5 de la mañana. Ayer estuve de 2 de la mañana hasta las 10 de la mañana, básicamente una jornada completa, pero de madrugada, que es lo que afecta realmente a mi cuerpo. Pero lo seguimos haciendo con el mayor de los ánimos, la mayor de las ganas para tener, creo que el primer streaming en español sobre un breakpoint. Básicamente yo solo, hacerlo con muchas cosas en contra, como puede ser el horario, como puede ser el idioma, pero hacerlo, tener unos amigos increíbles que te motivan a hacerlo para que puedas llevarlo a cabo, personas increíbles que incluso me prestaron un micrófono, un monitor, un adaptador para poder tener una mejor comodidad a la hora de streamear. Milacto dándolo todo, eso está cool, Milacto está dándolo todo. Ok. Vamos a pasar a la vista sin cámara. Nos vemos aproximadamente a las 6:30 de la mañana, hora Venezuela. Ellos van a tener el almuerzo y yo voy a tener un espacio para descansar también. Después del almuerzo viene un panel de 30 minutos donde van a hablar sobre los VIVOs. Me voy a unir a la mitad para también entrar en el debate. Me gusta mucho el tema y eso. Así que nos vemos dentro de un rato y los dejo con esta transmisión en vivo.
The best traders in the world, and the best part of it is it's 10x less expensive than anything else on the market. We start at $0 for people building crypto apps, all the way up to $10,000 per month for large enterprises. And since Print Pro's launch, we have already seen 10 institutional weekly inbounds, institutions looking for new market data, over 80 active subscribers, and we passed $1 million ARR within the first month. Some of you might know that less than 5% of SaaS companies actually hit this within their first year. But this is actually just the beginning. If Pith can just capture 1% of this $50 billion a year business. This is a $50 million annual revenue. And we've talked about this before, but now, where is that revenue going to go? That's a great question. Introducing the Pith Reserve. It's a tokenomics update designed for systematic value accrual. So how does it work? Number one, subscription revenue goes into the Pith DAO. Number two, the Pith DAO buys tokens on the open market. And number three, the purchased tokens sit into the Pith Reserve. Three-step process, all revenue either from subscription or any of the other revenue that goes into the Pith DAO, such as entropy or on-chain fees or listing fees, all flows into the DAO, accumulating Pith token reserves. This is actually live now today. The vote went through earlier this week. More product adoption now means more network value. Institutions are lining up to pay for this data, and now that value flows back into the ecosystem. So what are you waiting for? Go check it out. Thanks, everyone.
Y'all having a good time? All right. We have one more really important keynote for you. This man is an absolute legend in the space. He's not only the co-founder of Figure, but also Providence Blockchain Association. And I just want to say, he's going to be coming on stage to talk to us about bringing capital markets on the blockchain, on Solana. Give it up for Mike Cagney.
So they were very particular about me not tripping on those steps, so I kind of solved the first problem. I got here standing up. I'm one of the co-founders of Figure, and I'm going to give you a little bit of background on Figure, and then I want to talk about how it's intersecting in the Solana ecosystem and why that matters. We started Figure back in 2018 with the idea that capital markets are going to be massively transformed by blockchain. The ability to create native digital assets where we can displace trust with truth changes the way that we trade assets, changes the way that assets are financed, and has a significant ramification to a lot of the marketplaces that we work through. And we were looking for a tangible use case to bring to the market. And we said, well, why don't we originate loans, aggregate them, securitize them on blockchain? We felt that we could save 85 basis points of cost in doing that. And we went to a bunch of banks and pitched this idea. And universally, every bank said, this is awesome. We love it. We'd like to be the 10th bank to do this. And so it was clear no one wanted to be a first mover on it. So we stood up our lending platform and started originating loans on chain. So in 2018, we did a home equity line of credit native on public blockchain. We were the second ones to do a consumer loan on chain behind MakerDAO that started in 2017. But we started originating loans on chain, and we were doing it in what I would call the classic fintech 2.0 way, which is we'd find the customer, we'd originate the loan, we'd use our balance sheet. But we were getting some sufficient efficiencies on the blockchain side. And very quickly, we went from that direct-to-consumer model to business to consumer. So we now have over 250 partners that use our technology to originate loans native on public chain, including 10 of the top 20 mortgage companies. And to date, we've done, I think, about $22 billion of on-chain loan origination and running at about $1.1 billion a month right now. We were the first to securitize loans on blockchain back in 2020. We were the first to do a AAA rated securitization in 23. If you go to CoinGecko, Figure HELOC, I think, is the 12th largest crypto asset on there. And it's really demonstrating our role in the RWA ecosystem and something that we're very committed to. And the logical extension of this is, well, how does this intersect with Solana? And it does across two very important points, and then one that I think is going to be built into over the next year. But the first is, as we were going through this process, we needed a mechanism to settle transactions on chain. We needed an ability to express dollars. And I was working with a group of banks back in 23 to create a tokenized version of deposits. And unfortunately, the regulators at that time came and said, look, we're not going to let you do this. Blockchain is not consistent with safety and soundness in the banking system. And so I went and started an S1 process with the SEC to create a blockchain native public equity security that pays interest but has stable value. So effectively a security version of stablecoin. And earlier this year, we went effective with this. So this is the first public security, US public security native on public chain. And we were minting this on Provenance, which is one of the blockchains that we use for a lot of the work that we do. But we're extending that, and we're now minting that yield security, which is what it's called, native on Solana. And this is important for a couple of reasons. One, it gives the builder community a yielding version of stablecoin that, while it's a security, is still freely transferable peer-to-peer. So it does everything that a USDC or USDT would do, but it's paying interest. So there's huge value in that. More importantly, it future-proofs the risk of fiat on-off ramps. So one of the things that a lot of us remember from a year and a half ago, though it seems like so long ago, we were down to maybe 2 banks that we could use to get fiat on and off blockchain. And with yields as a security, we future-proof that construct. So we're effectively providing a mechanism where, irrespective of regime changes, we're going to be able to get money on and off public blockchain. So very valuable in that regard. The second and more interesting one for today's conversation is bringing our assets over to blockchain. So today we have about $15 billion of mortgages, a little over $1 billion of crypto-backed loans, and other yielding assets that we want to bring into the DeFi ecosystem. So one of the things that we launched a week ago was Hastra. And Hastra is a liquid staking protocol where I'm effectively buying yields, or a version of wrapped yields. I'm pledging it into Hastra for a Prime token. That Prime token is investing in a DeFi marketplace against our home equity line of credits. And you're taking that Prime token onto Camino, where it's getting multiplied, or onto Radium, where it's trading. And I had to bring my phone up to get the exact numbers, but we launched this a week ago. We've got over 75 million deployed across wrapped yields and Prime. It's the 4th biggest market on Camino right now. Users are earning over 24% on their multiply product through it. And just today, Gauntlet officially announced they're allocating a portion of its cash vault to Prime. And so what people are getting out of this is underlying yield that's coming from something they can get their arms around, right? It's not selling the forward to spot and earning the carry. It's not any algorithmic function. It's actually US mortgages. So US mortgages that are originated native on blockchain, generating yield that ultimately propagates through to support the DeFi ecosystem. The last thing that I want to talk about that we're doing that ultimately I think is going to have a significant impact on the Solana ecosystem is we did an S1. We went public back in September. So Figure's a public company. But about a week and a half ago, we released another S1 to do effectively a second IPO. We're issuing a new version of Figure Equity native on public blockchain. And so this is not going to sit at DTCC. It's not going to trade on the NASDAQ or the NYSE. It's not going to work through introducing brokers like Robinhood. It's not going to rely on prime brokerage like Goldman Sachs. This security is native on blockchain. It trades on our alternative trading system, which is effectively a decentralized exchange. It's a self-custody, self-settle, self-clear marketplace. And you will take that security, you'll be able to attach that ATS through a wallet rather than introducing broker. You'll be able to take that security onto DeFi and borrow against it, lend it out. So if you look at it side by side, we're basically disrupting the entire equity stack and bringing it native to public chain. And one of the focus points that we have is not only bringing that equity over to the Solana ecosystem, but allowing for native Solana.
Aló, aló. Ah, ok, volvió. Problemas técnicos. Se me había olvidado que íbamos a hacer un repaso de los anuncios que se han hecho. Vamos a verificar algunos anuncios por el Twitter de Solana. Acaba de terminar el último panel antes del launch. Nos cae como anillo al dedo. Anunciaron, DFlow anunció que tiene más de 75 aplicaciones integradas con 33.000 millones de operaciones acumuladas. Eso lo vimos en el directo, lo comentamos también, pudimos tener la traducción un poquito precisa en este aspecto. Tuvieron también más de 34 millones de ingresos por aplicaciones en la nueva API, de Prediction Market de Calci. Virai anunció la primera... ok, comenzó el almuerzo. Vamos a cambiar de cámara. Vamos a cambiar de cámara a la más grande. Ok, aquí para estar un poco más cercanos a ti. Ok. Virai, como les comentaba, hizo su anuncio del primer reporte del Real World Access. Se llamó Spectrum Report. Buen nombre, la verdad. Titan anunció que próximamente estarán lanzando los limit orders, las órdenes de límite, que es esta opción que te permite poner un rango de compra o de venta de cualquier activo en su plataforma. Ranger Finance anunció... ya, está en inglés, déjame ver cómo se traduce esto. Ranger Finance anunció la próxima recaudación mínima de 6 millones de dólares en metadao, la más grande hasta ahora en plataformas de propiedad. Eso es tremenda noticia, de verdad. Una cita de Armani Ferrante, que Solana es el único entorno de ejecución descentralizado a escala. Importante acotación de Armani. En el escenario login también hubieron anuncios. Los amigos de Bulltrain, bueno, más que anuncios, también están citando al amigo de Bulltrain que Solana es la mejor opción para construir. Cuenta con la mayor afluencia neta de activos, comunidades y productos. Pero carece de una sólida experiencia comercial. Estamos aquí para solucionarlo. Recordemos que Solana no tiene ni siquiera los 10 años o gran cantidad de años como otras cadenas de bloques. El anuncio más grande hasta el momento, el que más me ha impresionado, yo soy una entusiasta de la tecnología y este es algo que realmente llevo tiempo siguiendo. Ferdance está live o está en vivo en la mainnet. Obviamente después de 3 años de desarrollo ya está activo en la red principal de Solana y ha estado ejecutándose con un puñado de validadores durante 100 días, produciendo más de 50.000 bloques exitosos. Camino Finance hizo un rebranding. Camino rebrandió su marca, ahora es un poco más fresca, la veo un poco más enfocada a todo el tema de institución. Me imagino que se van a lanzar también a buscar más regulaciones y más permisos para operar en muchos más países. Vamos a seguir resumiendo, iba a decir, vamos a seguir viendo los anuncios. Metadao lanzó el Genesis SDK, una plataforma que va a permitir tener más acceso a la construcción de tokens. The Bridge anunció Boomlex. Ya vamos a ver qué es esto. The Bridge anunció paquetes o bundling que va a permitir crear interacciones ilimitadas con un solo clic. Vamos a ver la cita de Kevin Bowers de Yup, que Yup es la plataforma, la empresa matriz de Fardance. Y bueno, es el anuncio. Lo dice. Kevin Bowers dice que Fardance está disponible en la red principal. Acabamos de obtener un RT de la cuenta de Solana Breakpoint. De verdad bastante entusiasmados con eso. Llevo rato tratando de llamar la atención de ellos. Si me escuchas y hablas inglés, lo siento, de verdad. Ya hay suficientes espacios y hay suficiente contenido en inglés. Estamos tratando de buscarnos nuestros propios... de buscar nuestros espacios en español. Yo soy un creador independiente y muchas personas hemos estado atentos a lo que sucede en Solana en español. Hay personas de Argentina, México, Colombia, Venezuela, obviamente. Somos un ejército que va creciendo poco a poco. España, y lo empezamos a ver frutos en cuanto al contenido, llamar la atención de Solana como fundación y todo esto. Ok, Vamos a ver si tenemos a un invitado. Por ahí, Martín, si estás escuchando, te estoy respondiendo. Déjenme responderle a un amigo que tenemos en Solana Breakpoint, un amigo de Solana. Vamos a tratar de tenerlo en vivo. Él está disponible, él está en el evento, pues como tal, en Solana Breakpoint. Me está diciendo que ahora no puede. Creo que también está el tema de la comida, todo el tema de... Es una logística. Pero bueno, lo estamos intentando, estamos tratando de tener a alguien en el space. Me dice que más tarde o mañana, no lo voy a comprometer, pero realmente sería bastante emotivo tener a una persona que está en vivo, que habla español, que es latino, y nos ayudaría muchísimo también a poder crear un poquito de historias en este streaming. Ok, estamos aquí aproximadamente en 1 hora y media vamos a volver, porque ahorita estamos en el almuerzo. Bueno, ellos están en el almuerzo, aquí son las 5 de la mañana. Yo estoy en Venezuela. Si hay alguien por ahí viendo que habla español, hola. Si hablas inglés, lo siento, no hablo inglés, y mi poco inglés que tengo no lo voy a hacer en vivo, ya lo he dicho muchas veces. Se han lanzado grandes cosas. Firedance obviamente se va a llevar, incluso creo que más allá del anuncio del Breakpoint 2026 en Londres, se va a llevar los bombos y los platillos en esta primera ronda, en esta primera etapa de este Breakpoint día 2. Vamos a descansar un poco, vamos a apagar las luces nuevamente para tener un poco de descanso visual, y vamos a volver aproximadamente 6:30 hora Venezuela, 6:30 hora Venezuela, que es donde vamos a tener esta segunda etapa, esta segunda fase del evento que está mandando ahorita. Solana Breakpoint 2025 desde Abu Dhabi. Por aquí Michael, que lo está cubriendo en español. Son las 5 de la mañana. Llevamos más de 2 horas 42 minutos en streaming. Y falta la segunda etapa. Estoy esperando con ansia el de CAS. Estoy esperando con ansia los puntos, los ponentes. Ya, voy a tener que buscarle un nombre. No le puedo seguir diciendo ponentes. Pero bueno, vamos a tener al volver a Squawk Protocols, Sorare, CAS con Raúl Ampati. También vamos a tener directamente al CEO de Carrot, CooperX. Son proyectos que no conozco al 100%, pero bueno, estará interesante. Va a estar el CEO de BigJet directamente en el escenario principal. Kraken, muchísimos, se ve que están enfocados un poquito en los exchanges. Esta segunda parte. Nos vemos aproximadamente dentro de 1 hora, hora y media. En Abu Dhabi están almorzando. Yo voy a descansar un poco la vista. Espero no quedarme dormido. Estoy bastante agotado. Son las 5 de la mañana. Estamos desde las 2:30 de la mañana en streaming. Y por aquí cubriendo todo lo que es Solana Breakpoint en español para toda la comunidad de Latinoamérica. Nos vemos dentro de un rato.
Hello, everybody. It's such a privilege to be here. My name is Eden Vanderzee. I am head of communications at 00 and a longtime community member of Solana. We have an incredible afternoon of content lined up for you. I'll be your MC for the next 2 hours. And so coming up next here, we're going to have a super exciting debate about token buyback. So participating in that debate will be Max Resnick from Onza, and then we also have Victor Fisher, the CEO at Rockaway X, Bartosz Lipinski, founder at Cube Group, and then Mason Nystrom, junior partner at Pantera Capital. So just on the screens here in a moment, we'll have a QR code that you can scan for the Slido app. You'll want to go ahead and scan that, download that application so you can participate in the debate as it's happening. You can cast your votes while it's occurring. So go ahead and snap that quickly, and then we will bring your debaters on stage.
Thank you all for being here. This motion asks a simple question. When a protocol earns revenue, how should that value accrue to the token holders? Token buybacks are one answer. The protocol takes its earnings, goes to the open market, and buys its own token. Supporters call this value accrual. But in practice, it's an opaque, often mistimed, and structurally broken mechanism that enriches insiders, perverts the incentives of protocol developers and founders, and inhibits institutional adoption and trust in digital assets. Let me define terms precisely. We're talking about buybacks as they exist today, as practiced by protocols like Hyperliquid, Pump.Fun, and Jupiter. Programmatic or discretionary purchases of native tokens using protocol revenue. The alternative we propose is simple. Distribute that revenue directly to stakers as dividends. That's how Solana works today. Token buybacks fail in 3 ways. First, they're opaque. When a protocol distributes staking rewards, every holder receives value in the same proportion, visible on chain, with no discretion from anybody. When a protocol conducts buybacks, a small team decides when to buy, how much to buy, and through what channels with no oversight whatsoever. It's an invitation to abuse. Teams may front-run their own announcements or buybacks. They can time buybacks around liquidation cascades, hunt liquidation levels, time them around their own team unlocks or exchange listings. They can extract value through spreads and revenue shares with affiliated market makers. In traditional finance, they spent decades building the rules and infrastructure to prevent exactly this behavior through things like blackout periods, disclosure requirements, safe harbors. But crypto buybacks have none of those things. So we've recreated the conditions for insider trading and called it innovation. The second reason token buybacks fail is pro-cyclicality. Protocol revenue is pro-cyclical. Fees are highest when speculation is highest, when token prices peak. This means that buyback programs mechanically purchase tokens at the worst possible times. They buy high, they go quiet when prices crash and revenue crashes with it, and that's the time when buying would actually make sense. That's not a theoretical concern. You can go look at any protocol's buyback history against its token price chart and see the results for yourself. The third reason that buybacks fail is perverse incentives. Buybacks require trust from investors that the protocol developers will actually follow through, trust that the team will keep doing the buybacks into the future, trust that revenue won't get diverted to private jets and other things that the protocol developers might want to pay for with protocol funds, and trust that when the numbers get large enough, nobody will defect. Crypto has no mechanism to enforce that trust, so what happens? Teams feel pressure to start buybacks too early before they've built sustainable businesses, cannibalizing growth capital to satisfy impatient holders. And every holder or investor knows that the team could stop at any time tomorrow or quietly redirect funds or cash out through a dozen opaque channels. The promise of future buybacks is worth exactly as much as your faith in those founders. Staking requires no such faith. It's code, it executes or it doesn't. The value flows automatically to token holders. Let me leave you with this. Buybacks sound like shareholder returns. They borrow the language of corporate finance to provide a veneer of legitimacy. But they lack every safeguard that makes buybacks tolerable in traditional markets. There's no disclosure, no oversight, no accountability. This House believes token buybacks are a net negative value accrual mechanism. We are right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Max. I can see that we are already winning. So, look, I just wanted to maybe give you a couple of numbers to start with. So just this year, 2015, 28 projects did meaningful buybacks. Only 28 projects of, thousands of tokens that we have. So it's a really small part of a value distribution mechanism, how we call it with Bartosz. And if you ask me how much, roughly $100 million are bought back every month. The only exception was in September when Layer 0 did a one-off buyback of $150 million, maybe because of the investor pressure. And so, let's take $100 million a month times 12 months, 1.2 billion. We add Layer 0, it's like $1.4 billion that we are using as an industry every year to buy back the tokens from circulation. But, remove Bitcoin from market cap, it's roughly only 10 basis points. It's really, really small. Now, the motion is saying this House believes token buybacks are net negative. I think, there are bad token buybacks and there are good token buybacks. And this is why we think this motion is false. And good token buybacks are those which are using real revenue after product market fit is clear to buy back tokens from circulation. Real revenue. Bad token buybacks are those which are doing buybacks in an opaque way, like Max mentioned. I agree with you. I'm against, buybacks which come, one-off in September, like Layer 0 did. I also think buybacks are wrong when they are just done from the treasury. I think buybacks should be done from revenue model. And so that's how I think token buybacks, it's not a value creation mechanism. Token buybacks, it's actually a value distribution mechanism. And how else would you distribute value in our industry? Yes, you could do, like Max mentioned, staking and then emissions, but what happens? You will basically give your tokens to snipers and civil attackers and then, traders who will dump it. Like, is this really, I think it penalizes the long-term holders. So I think good token buybacks are here to stay. I spoke earlier with Chow from Jupiter. I think Jupiter is a good example, using 50% of their revenue to buy back tokens. It costs them roughly...
Point of information?
Yeah.
Why do they only use 50% of their revenue to buy back tokens?
Because they are using the other 50% for M&A and further growth of the business.
But why not just use all of it for growth of the business? They're an early stage company. They're finding early signs of product market fit. Why don't they go ahead and go all in on growth? Wouldn't that be best for investors and the team?
You mean remove the buybacks completely?
For now, and then later build a business that's even bigger and do more buybacks in the future.
Yeah. Well, I think it anchors the floor to their valuation. So if they're buying $100 million per year and their market cap is, 1.5 billion, that's roughly, 15x? I think 15x, I think it's an excellent multiple. Like Hyperliquid is buying back $700 million per year, trades at 30 billion. It's like more than 30. It's like a 34 multiple. So
point of information.
Will you let me speak, guys? I'm just kidding.
I think Hyperliquid's an interesting example. They do a lot of buybacks, but their market share has decreased over subsequent months. And so do you think that the market is really valuing buybacks versus the growth of other protocols and competitors?
Yeah. Well, I think those are two different things. Yeah. So you are doing buybacks to distribute value to the token holders. But at the same time, of course, you have to grow the business. That's why I like Jupyter model, 50% growth and M&A, and 50% to distribute value to your long-term holders.
All right, so I think Victor laid out an interesting framing of good versus bad token buybacks. I think we can all agree that bad token buybacks are net negative. And the further point that we have to convince all of you on is that there are no good token buybacks. It's a false premise. And the reason to add to what Max was saying is that buybacks are a short-term incentive mechanism when projects and companies should be thinking long-term. Allocating that capital for growth, whether it's at an early stage or later stage, is far more value accretive to the protocol than simply spending it on token buybacks. And the other important part of why these buybacks are net negative is that crypto is incredibly cyclical. And so what that means is this revenue is very volatile. And what happens when buybacks are conducted, whether in a programmatic way, you end up top blasting the chart all the way up, and being very inefficient about the price that you're buying your tokens back at. Even discretionary buybacks end up really reducing the amount of capital that you have to weather a more cyclical cycle. And I think the thing that this also gets at is buybacks are really just symptomatic of a larger problem. And that problem is that equity versus token projects are currently divided. And so when you have a company like Pump, for example, the question is, why are they doing 100% buyback? It's because there's not investor confidence that the value is going to accrue to the token versus the equity. And so buybacks have become this perverse incentive to have to convince investors and other stakeholders that revenue is actually going to accrue to the token rather than the equity. And so the solution here is to forego buybacks and restructure projects, because buybacks end up being net negative versus having a single asset accrual model. When the other thing that we can look towards is the public markets, where stock buybacks obviously happen, but the reason they happen and have increased over the past decade is because there's a perverse incentive in how they're valued. And so we might look at the public markets and say, well, they increase buybacks in the public market, so we should be doing it in crypto. We should borrow from best practices. But in reality, a lot of stock buybacks in equities happen because of stock-based compensation for C-suite level executives. And so that further pushes companies to focus on buying back stock versus actually growing the business, reinvesting in research and development, talent, and other things that are more net value accretive to the actual company itself. And so we can conclude here that just because the public markets lay one example, that is not actually the quite right reasons for why we should think about buybacks of projects. And
just one question on that topic. But in our industry, teams also hold tokens. So if buybacks are effective, that holds the price of a token, so it's beneficiary to them as well.
I think artificially trying to optimize for the price of your token because you think that people might sell is exactly the wrong framing. It should be, how do we reinvest that capital to prove to the market that we have a growth story and that there's going to be upwards trajectory rather than downwards trajectory, which results in selling. And so as we look towards the variety of projects in the market, I think you can clearly see that buybacks, while common in some high-profile projects, don't actually lead to the best value accrual in a long-term basis. whether it's hype, whether it's jupe, or a variety of other assets that have used this as a crutch rather than to double down and invest in growth. So thank you.
So it's interesting that we constantly have this comparison between equity markets and crypto. And the argument effectively here, equity markets are more transparent, so they have more options to do things. I fully disagree with that. In crypto, we have more transparency. We know how people are doing the buybacks on chain. We know how much they are buying, to the degree that the teams are worried that people will front run their buybacks. In equities, if you look at what you are doing normally as a company, you could submit to SEC, for example, you're filing, and you say, okay, I'm going to do the buyback, maybe $1 billion worth of buyback over the next year. And then you can sit on it and you don't need to do anything. You don't need to do a buyback. You have an option to do a buyback. If someone like that did something like that in crypto, there would be a massive outrage. When Pump is announcing, hey, I'm going to do a buyback of this much, 50% of my revenue, every day, every month, whatever. Everyone is tracking it and they see it. We have more transparency. The other argument that was made that not doing buybacks and doing staking is more efficient. It's similar to dividends. Dividends and buybacks are very similar in equities. Staking, on the other hand, in crypto is very different. To a degree where I believe if Hyperliquid, Jupiter, or Pump try to do dividends, they would be effectively taxable income. What people are doing right now with their buybacks allows everyone to accumulate the gains without taxes, which gives you the higher shareholder value or token holder value. You want to minimize your taxes. But ultimately, it's all about the growth. I think both sides agree that if the protocol is growing naturally, the buybacks are a decision of a team because they believe that this is the highest value accrual to the token holders.
Point of order. Would you agree that when a team is deciding to do buybacks versus reinvest that for growth in the company, that they're effectively saying, for $1, I can't produce more value in my company, and therefore I should just return it to investors?
Yes and no. The main thing that I would disagree with is I cannot produce more value. It's not about can I produce more value or not. It's about marginal efficiency of producing that value. The team is saying we could spend it on growth, but marginally it might be better to do a buyback.
So when you say that the protocol developers have the choice between whether to do a buyback or whether not to do a buyback, I think the empirical facts of the case are not that, especially in the case of Pump. They were doing a 25% buyback. They were getting killed in the price charts. Everybody was flaming them on Twitter. And Elon basically had to go to 100% buyback just to assuage concerns that they weren't going to return that money eventually. He thought initially that the best thing to do was to spend 75% of the revenue of the protocol on growth. And if you talk to him, he's a very ambitious person. But what the market told him is, we don't believe you that you're going to grow this business. And then in particular, we don't believe that when you do grow it, you're going to give that money to us. In traditional finance, there are shareholder oversights, there are laws that require that. That contract exists because there are laws in place and you can make a commitment like that. There's no such thing in crypto.
Which specific laws are forcing companies to do a buyback in equities?
The 1933 Securities Act governs issuance of securities in the United States, and it requires mandatory disclosures, transparency, and corporate governance that allows people who are building companies to commit credibly to something like Uber, which is not make any revenue for years and then grow and grow and grow and then eventually turn on the money.
There's no law that, if I may on Pump, they also have $2 billion treasury. $2 billion at 5%, you know, that's like $100 million which they can use to grow the project and fund their people.
But why did they start out at 25% and now they're at 100%?
To test where the market is, ultimately. It's a conversation with the market.
But the market knows that Apple has 50 billion on its balance sheet. How much does Pump have? The market doesn't know.
I mean,
it's not
2 billion.
No. Well, they've spent some.
Yeah.
Right? It's not public how much they actually have.
I mean, it's public how much money they raised and how much money they made.
Yeah, but you don't know what they spend. And so my point is there's more public disclosures which give investors more confidence in the public markets versus today in crypto.
Shall we move to closing statements?
Go ahead.
Let's do it.
So I think we both agree that this is all about optimizing spending on growth. Crypto is a new industry. We're just starting to find product market fit. And so it's really important that the money that is made keeps getting reinvested into the system to grow the pie, to attract new talent. There are companies that can do that. For example, Axiom, one of the largest companies on Solana, one of the fastest YC companies to $100 million of ARR in history, they're able to spend to attract new talent because they don't have a token. Meanwhile, other companies are forced to compensate in token, and then they're forced to use all the money that they earn to appease investors. That's not me saying that. That's the other side admitting that in order to assuage investors, in order to feel out the market, they started at 25%, which is where they thought was optimal on the growth trade-off, and then they ended up going to 100% because the market in the price chart was telling them, no, you're wrong, we want to see that commitment from you. Buybacks work in traditional markets because of the structure that is there that allows companies to commit to deferring revenue into the future and deferring value accrual. They don't work in crypto because there is not that same trust. In fact, crypto is trustless by design.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, guys. I would say, look, the statement is wrong. Good buybacks are here to stay. And you mentioned that buybacks are opaque. We agree with that. Buybacks, good buybacks, need to be transparent. You mentioned they are done at worst possible time. We agree with that. Good buybacks need to be done, transparently and periodically on a monthly basis and on a blockchain. And you are also mentioning that it creates a perverse incentive. I would say I don't see in crypto any other better value distribution mechanism because, staking or airdrops are basically just compensating snipers and civil attackers. You're also mentioning that projects are forced by the investors to, do 100% buybacks. We don't think this is true. Basically, the additional value which the project doesn't need for, growth of M&A distributes to token holders by doing buybacks. Those are good buybacks. Good buybacks are also those which are transparent, so they are on-chain. They are also helping because they are tax efficient, and yes, there need to be more public disclosures about the treasuries and about the buybacks.
Is that it?
I think so. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So we won? We won?
Thanks.
All right, token value accrual is such an important topic in the crypto industry. Thank you so much to our debaters. There's a few moments left to cast your votes on the winner of the debate, so go ahead and do that. Give you a few moments here. And we will announce the winner. It's pretty close, actually, 48 to 52. Cool. Looks like the green team won. So let's give everyone a round of applause for the debates. Awesome to see. So we're going to go ahead and clear the stage now and then bring on our next speaker. So we'll be back in just a moment, and we'll see you soon. right, nice little break there. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. The next speaker is a very familiar face, though usually covered with a mask. Today, his mask is off. I'm very excited to welcome to the stage Profit, the co-founder of MetaDAO.
Hi, I go by Profit. And yeah, I guess when most people here have talked about internet capital markets, they talk about like on-chain stocks or like, yeah, some fancy infrastructure that's going to shave your bips down on your spreads down from like 5 bips to 2 bips. We have a different way of seeing things. I think historically, like what's brought people on chain, if you look historically, is like, yeah, ICOs, NFTs, meme coins. These are all like crypto native assets that you can't already trade in a brokerage account. And I think it's like fairly reasonable to assume that actually crypto native assets are like assets that we create as like teams in crypto will be the way that the internet capital markets work. And I'm going to talk about why that's the case and why if you're a founder, you should consider tapping internet capital markets to raise for your crypto business. And yeah, so the core point is like, this is a Hyperliquid's perp volume over time chart. And the question is, can you see when they launch their coin just by looking at this chart? And yeah, you kind of can. It's like right in that area before they go up around October, November. A big reason being that all these people that now own Hype have an incentive to like to talk about their bags, like to shill Hyperliquid as a product and to use it. And so this is Avicii's spending volume over time chart. Avicii is a crypto credit card product or like neobank that launched.
Volvimos, ok. Nos pasamos un poquito de la hora. Dejamos que corriera el panel de los buybacks completos. Pude descansar un poquito, pero bueno, ya estamos de vuelta. En este momento está el CEO de, bueno, no sé si es CEO, pero es MetaDAO. Lo que no veo, lo que no encuentro, no sé si me lo salté en el calendario, pero no lo encuentro directamente. O sea, a esta hora debería estar hablando el de Squawk Protocols o Sorare. Pero bueno, no importa. Vamos a escuchar lo que tiene que decir para ver si tenemos algunas traducciones en vivo de lo que está comentando el amigo.
Like Unibot built Unibot on Solana, made $200 million in fees. Like none of that is going to token holders. Unibot is like bled to zero. It's just being held by the team forever. And then also the problem of rugs of like teams just like taking the money and running away, which has been like a pretty rampant problem in crypto. And yeah, so MetaDAO, which is what I work on, is the home of what we call ownership coins. So that has 2 components. One of them is like a governance or a market oversight component, which is kind of scary to people. Like people have been scarred by DAOs before, but it's not crazy. It's basically like probably 2 to 4 times a year you're raising these proposals of like, hey, I need to mint new tokens, for example, and to maybe do like an investment round, like an OTC to raise more money for the business. And instead of voting, people trade in those. And yeah, I only have 5 minutes, so I can't get into exactly how that works, but you can read up on it. And so that's the market oversight component. And then we also have this legal structuring component, which is what prevents rugs of like the business is successful and it never goes back to the token holders. So actually, we have these legal entities where you as a founder raising on this system, you assign your IP to that entity. That entity points to the on-chain market system as like as arbiting where that IP can move. And so, yeah, you essentially just like can't walk away with the business. If you get acquired, you can't just like take all the money, which has been a recent thing lately. And so, yeah, here are some of the projects that have raised on MetaDAO. It's all crypto native projects. So like Omnipair, for example, is building a special kind of borrow lend. Solomon is building like Athena for Solana. Avicii, crypto neobank. Umbra is a privacy protocol. Paystream, borrow lend. Loyal and ZK also are also privacy protocols. And this is what that looks like. So yeah, Umbra, for example, wanted to raise $750K, ended up raising $3 million through MetaDAO, and that could be you next. And if you want that to be you next, message me on Telegram, send me a short blurb of what you're working on, and if we're interested, I will follow up with you. And please, like if you're a genuine team building something interesting, I really, really want to talk to you. So yeah, that's my pitch. Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage Stepan Simpkin, CEO of Squads, to discuss making global business run on Solana.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stepan. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Squads. And today I'm going to talk to you about how we're going to make global business run on Solana. But first, quick context. We have been developing Squads since 2021. We are the leading smart account and multi infrastructure for Solana.
Ok, ahora está en vivo el hermano, lo siento, de Squads Protocols. Vamos a revisar por encima qué se comentó de MetaDAO, sí, de MetaDAO. Creo que Propet, que es como el co-founder, él siempre anda con una máscara, así que creo que hay face reveals. Parece que reveló su identidad, su cara. Eso también está cool. Veamos de MetaDAO que nos arrojó el traductor. Veo que se habló un poco de lo que es acuñar los nuevos tokens. Tal vez para hacer como rondas de inversión o para hacer un OTC para recaudar más dinero en el negocio, en temas de DAO, de lanzamiento de token, todo esto enfocado en recaudación. Los IPO también tienen mucho que ver con MetaDAO. Ya hablamos de los IPOs, esta modalidad de recaudar fondos en una empresa cuando está saliendo a bolsa, pero hacerlo on-chain es algo en lo que se está trabajando. Todos los proyectos nativos de criptografía, así como los Audipar, Audipar, a lo mejor la traducción está un poco mal. Están construyendo un tipo especial de préstamo de Salomón con los neobancos como Athena, Avicii, etc. Este pana de Squad Protocol obviamente es una infraestructura de multisig, es la multisig más usada de Solana. Es literalmente una herramienta que usa todo el mundo para las criptogobernanzas o para las tesorerías de las empresas, así que también está bastante interesante esa parte. Vamos a dejarlo pasar porque va a ser bastante técnico en este aspecto. Y bueno, pero tenemos ahorita un espacio. El espacio va a estar obviamente enfocado en un repaso de los anuncios nuevamente, para poder estar un poco más fresco sobre lo que se ha anunciado. Actualmente son casi las 7 de la mañana en Venezuela. Pude descansar un poco. Tenemos más de 4 horas de streaming. De esas 4 horas hay una hora más o menos aproximadamente en la cual estuvimos esperando estuvimos fuera, estuvimos offline porque era el almuerzo allá en Abu Dhabi, pero lo seguimos cubriendo como de costumbre. Para ver, luego de esto, luego del Sorare va a estar el de CAS. 5 minutos tiene CAS en escenario, de verdad bastante poco. Pero bueno, no creo que CAS haga ningún anuncio. El anuncio que puede ser que estén haciendo es el de SPAY. SPAY es una ¿cómo explicarlo? Una plataforma de pagos tradicionales en México, que es la más grande. Entonces ellos lograron la asociación para poder tener esas rampas mucho más rápidas en cripto a pesos mexicanos. Luego seguimos con más paneles, el Turbo Tokens, CopperX, Raizen, son paneles que no conozco. Vamos a tratar de cubrir directamente la parte de BigJet, la parte de Kraken, de los exchange, Phantom. Me interesa bastante ver qué tiene que decir el CEO de Phantom. Ledger, ese también va a estar muy bueno. Vamos a ver qué anuncio hicieron en los amigos de MetaDAO. Estamos teniendo... MetaDAO anunció una nueva plataforma de propiedad y publica información confidencial de forma anticlimática en Breakpoint. No entendí esa parte. Ok, tengo entendido que viene Sorare con Nicolás Julia. Vamos a tenerlo en vivo para todos nosotros.
Hi everyone. At Solana, we are bringing the best IP in the world of sports on-chain. And to do that, we are producing officially licensed cards that you can play in a fantasy sports game where you can win thousands of SOL every single week. So for those of you who don't know about, Solana, basically the product is quite simple. You would scout the athletes that you love. You collect their cards. And you can play with them in a fantasy sports game. And based on the performance of the player on the pitch, you can win money can't buy experiences like meeting Zidane or Mbappe or athletes, or prizes like Sol and so on. We work with the best sports league in the world, the NBA, the Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, and so on. They are all shareholders in the company and long-term believers in the vision that we have to bring the best IP of sports on-chain. We also have the best athletes that invested in the company. People like Messi, Zidane, Mbappe, and more are part of this journey, and this vision. So here you have an example of a reward that has been won by some community members, where you see community members, Solana community members playing with Zidane, which is one of the best soccer players ever. So we spent the 5 years of our journey in the Ethereum ecosystem, starting with a layer 2, then back to mainchain, then up to Starkware on Starknet. And a few months ago with the team, we were like, okay, what could be the best next move for us and for our community? And looking at the technology, of course, performance, distribution, community, ecosystem, and so on. And
Ok, a ver si entiendo. Sorare es un mainstream para los apasionados del fútbol, adopción pura básicamente, que trata de combinar fútbol más Solana con millones de usuarios potenciales, obviamente en la blockchain y todo esto. Tengo entendido que hay miembros de la comunidad, lo dice él mismo, que por lo menos estuvieron jugando con Zidane, me imagino que también como beneficio de ser parte de la comunidad. Así que pasan 5 años en su viaje en Ethereum, lo cual hacen una migración a Solana para traer de vuelta esta sensación de frescura en su producto. Para ver, están viendo cuál puede ser el mejor movimiento, el siguiente mejor movimiento para ellos o para nosotros, en este caso para la comunidad también. Y mirando la tecnología, el rendimiento, distribución y todo esto, obviamente Solana es la mejor opción. Bueno, parece que están anunciando un feature nuevo en su aplicación.
As a CNFTs. We are also breaking the silos in terms of marketplace, because DESCARGO used to be tradable in our own marketplace, and they will be now tradable in many more marketplaces. So Magic Eden is here, so increasing liquidity, price discovery, and so on. I'm very excited today to announce that we are launching a Builder program. So our vision, as I said, is to bring the best IP of the world of sports on-chain. So yes, it's nice, you can collect them, you can trade them, you can win the best prize in the world of sports every day, every week. But now you will also be able to enjoy different DeFi and gaming experiences that are going to be built by a network of builders. And yeah, very excited to launch it today. If you have interest in the Builder program, feel free to contact us. You can do so at solana.sora.com. Let's build the future of sports and crypto. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Bueno, no, la traducción no me ha dado traducción. Obviamente cerró con que vamos a construir el futuro del deporte y las criptomonedas on-chain y todo esto. Vamos ahora con Regular Pattern de Gas, uno de mis productos favoritos.
Hey guys, how are you? It's good to be here. Last year, we had just launched Cast. We were about 2 months in. So our real official launch was here at Breakpoint in Singapore. And now we're sort of nearly 18 months in. But I just wanted to show you in real life. I don't know if people have seen the solid gold card. We announced it last year. I've got one. Please don't rob me for it. And a number of people have one. So this year, I'm going to give a bit of an update as to where we are and what we're doing next. So I guess quick one, like why I put up the year 2040 is that's what our vision is heading towards, becoming one of the largest global banks in the world, built on top of stablecoins and crypto infrastructure. This is not a very thing that can be built overnight. I think it's going to take till then. We're obviously rushing our development as quickly as possible, but we do have a very long-term vision for how long this will take. The simple problem is that banking hasn't kept up. If you look at most people in the room, they're crypto native people, they live remotely, they work remotely, they move countries. Every time they move to a country, trying to set up a bank account, in the best of countries, it's a pain. In the worst of countries, it's nearly impossible. And so that's really why we built Cast, and that was the whole purpose behind Cast. Now, I'm going to quickly give some updates as to where the product is. It started off as your favorite card, the one that you'd want. That's not my balance, by the way. I wish it was. But now there's a lot of things that you can actually do with it. Everyone can get a US dollar virtual account. You can have Swift pay in and pay out to over 125 countries. So you can send dollars via Swift, which I think is like groundbreaking. By the way, it's completely free right now to send Swift if it's more than $5,000. No fees, no percentage at all. And then we, of course, have our reward system as well. The other thing is that we're expanding it to include a lot more instant payment, and I'm going to show you some of those features in a second, including Cast Tag. Now, we have introduced payment to over 200 countries through Swift, but we also have this vision of being better than a bank, and that means that you can actually send money locally as well. So you can use QR code for Pix in Brazil. You can send using local payment rails in 55 countries. That's releasing over the next few weeks. And so we plan to extend that. So any country you go to, they have their local payment method. It might be GrabPay in Singapore, Pix in Brazil, UPI in India. You should be able to pay using that. And that's really what we're building to take Cast even further. We also have the Savings Vault coming as well, which is launching next week, which is we're partnering with Gauntlet on. Gauntlet's obviously one of the biggest and oldest names going around. So you'll be able to put your money and get your savings. I think the current rate's like 7% or so, but you'll also be able to liquid spend from there very soon as well as like borrowing against your crypto. The other thing also I want to announce is that the waitlist is open for Cast for Business. And so all the people that have been waiting for Cast for Business, you'll be able to set up your business on Cast. All your employees can have Cast. You can pay them instantly. We think it's going to be revolutionary because it's like a Ramp or a Brex, but imagine a full global version of that. We essentially are trying to build something that's better than a bank. We have over 150 developers working on this now. We have a very large financial partnerships team, and we're expanding that to be able to deliver this faster than anyone. Now, I will quickly, in the interest of time, go to the video because we weren't able to do it, showing you how Cast Pay actually works with Tag. This is my actual account. I hid my balance, as you can see. Now, we can pay out using stablecoins, bank transfer, Cast Tag. I'm going to pay Izia on my team using Cast Tag. So I just put in her name. As you can see, I search for it. I get her details there. I'm an extremely generous person, so I'm going to send her the lucky, nicest guy ever. And I'm going to send her $888, lucky number in Asia. I click next. I'm going to skip the limit piece, and then bang, it's done. Izia's got Face ID as well. She's got $888. I think she's in the crowd somewhere. Lucky day for you, Izia. Anyway, Cast Tag is part of our ability for you to send money via your own tag, email, or phone to anyone anywhere in the world. And yeah, it's part of our evolution into becoming a full banking app. Think of it like a Cash App or Venmo, but for the whole world. That's all I've got for you today. Thank you.
Ok, tuvimos a Rahul Ampati de CAS. Obviamente hizo un repaso por los últimos lanzamientos de la aplicación. CAS busca ser la solución que todo el mundo necesita en cuanto a combinar el mundo on-chain con el mundo de las finanzas tradicionales. Tienen un lema muy cool que es como que las facturas están en tu moneda local, pero pasó por CashPay, que CashPay es la solución para los pagos integrales que conecta las criptomonedas con el mundo de las finanzas tradicionales. Es confiable, instantáneo. Hizo una demostración en vivo de cómo funciona también la integración en vivo y en directo. Envías dinero a las cuentas locales en diferentes países, en monedas emitidas en la plataforma, obviamente. Está respaldado por, obviamente, organizaciones locales, pueden ser bancos, pueden ser temas de puentes en los diferentes países para enviar dinero a nivel mundial, básicamente. Más de 200 países, obviamente también presentó lo que es... bueno, ya esto está presentado, pero obviamente lo respaldó, que se llama ER Global o Spin Global, que es pagos globales. Está disponible en CAS desde aproximadamente 2 semanas más o menos, y es la función de poder dar acceso directo a las ganancias o a tu dinero, a tus pagos, a lo que sea que tengas en criptomonedas, para pagar y pasar a las cuentas bancarias en fiat, es decir, dólar tradicional, euro, etcétera. ¿Cómo funcionan? Retiras criptomonedas en un proceso que puede ser engorroso en otras plataformas, es decir, un exchange o todo esto que hasta P2P tienes que llegar a hacer, pero tratan de hacerlo de manera mucho más fácil, directamente con algunos clips y algunos socios en los países que están admitidos. Es decir, envías tus criptomonedas y vas a recibir en tu cuenta bancaria la moneda local que estés en la que estés en ese momento. Ahorita está en el evento James Blair, se llama. Es el CEO cofundador de K-Road. Está hablando sobre Token Turbo. Me imagino que es una narrativa para productos apalancados, según tengo entendido. Mira, ahí está Leverage, temas de apalancamiento, también bastante interesante. Pero bueno, no lo vamos a cubrir en traducción. Vamos a seguir viendo el tema de cash. Hizo una demostración con $888, que no sé a quién se los habrá enviado, pero qué buen monto. Seguimos en vivo, 7 de la mañana, 4 horas y media de streaming, de las cuales 3 ha sido directamente en streaming. Vamos a escuchar al pana de DESCARGO.
Kind of two buckets. We hear the barbell strategy pretty often. You know, there's the safe bucket, money you want to preserve and grow steadily. There's the conviction bucket, you know, money you deploy when you see opportunities. CRT and turbo tokens are those two things tokenized. CRT is your earn layer. You park capital there. It earns yields. It stays stable. It's low touch, high trust. Turbo is your conviction layer. It amplifies your exposure to assets that you believe in without living on a trading terminal. We see that the future is accessible DeFi. You know, we started with this simple belief that DeFi should feel like ownership, not operations. You know, CRT made earning effortless. Just hold the token. And now turbo tokens make leverage effortless with the same rules applying. You no longer have to maybe figure out exactly all the things you have to do in DeFi. You can just hold a token. And as we all know, that tokens are the base UX in our ecosystem. It's the easiest thing that you can do. Our hope is as you look at Carrot and say, hey, you can earn with CRT, you can amplify with Turbo, it makes things truly effortless. Our tagline here is feels like spot, performs like leverage. These are in your wallet. They are tokens that you own. And really our hope is to say, these are the tokens you want to share with your friends. These are the ones that you feel comfortable saying, oh, you should buy this. You know, it's not a meme coin. It's not potentially going to zero. You know, this is truly the future of accessible DeFi. So that's what we have from Carrot. We're excited. Please go check it out at deficarrot.com and trade with leverage that feels like spot. Thanks so much.
Taking the stage next is Tarun Magukia, CEO of CopperX.
Ok, Keiro habló sobre la sencillez con la que pueden trabajar y amplificar con Turbo. Realmente hace que las cosas sean más sencillas, en propias palabras de ellos. Yo no uso este tipo de productos, pero bueno, las personas que lo quieran probar, obviamente tienen la invitación de su propio CEO, obviamente, para verlo. Ahorita está en el escenario el founder, bueno, el CEO de CopperX. Es un enfoque para rampas on-chain y facturación también para empresas. De verdad, este tipo de producto a mí me gusta mucho porque es relevante para la adopción de Solana en Latinoamérica. ¿Por qué? Porque nosotros somos una comunidad muy grande y nosotros somos, por lo menos la venezolana ha tenido la mala suerte de emigrar por cuestiones políticas, obviamente, pero este tipo de producto hace que el envío de remesas o los pagos como pagos directamente de nóminas sean mucho más fáciles, sean on-chain, tengan fees bajos y todo esto. Pero bueno, vamos a ver qué tipo de cosas lanza CopperX. No, CopperX no es algo que sé que lo van a anunciar, pero obviamente el producto va de la mano de ese tipo de integraciones. Vamos a ver qué tienen preparado para Breakpoint.
Freelancing is great, but there are days when I just sit idle without any projects, and sometimes I have so many projects that it's hard to meet all the deadlines. I love that freedom. I think paid can be frustrating sometimes. Not terrible, just slower or more complicated than it needs to be. I've used other platforms before, but this platform charges high fees, and sometimes they just stop working. It breaks your momentum. Last month, a friend told me about CoverX, so I gave it a try. I got a US account and started sharing it with my clients. And honestly, things just felt better. Payments came faster, and the fees were much lower. It removed a lot of usual stress. For me, freelancing isn't only about money. It's about choosing how I work, who I work with, and doing things I actually enjoy. It's freedom. And this is where the future is going.
So traditional finance is fragmented, and it was never meant to be built for the internet dollar. We are here to change that. Say hello to Kosh, a global bank for freelancers and small businesses. Doesn't matter where you are from and what you do. By using stablecoins and Solana, we are making receiving payments fast and globally accessible. Financial inclusion is a fundamental human right, and Kosh makes it easy to earn, save, and spend anywhere in the world. The same way WhatsApp removed borders for communication, we are removing borders for the money. Let me show you how Kosh works. Within 5 minutes, a freelancer or a small business gets a US bank account, and they can share the details with their global clients. And they start receiving money, just like any business in the US. No delays, no hidden fees. Also, by using stablecoin-powered cards, we can instantly enable them to pay for global tools which were blocked due to capital controls. And especially for all of you at Solana, we have built pay later mode. Simply deposit your soul and keep spending. You decide when you want to pay back, today or later. And many more, sending privately, credit, and tons of other things. We built Kosh with the support of hundreds of users and backers, and believers and our friends. I'm grateful to all of you for believing in us, and I'm excited for the journey ahead. Thank you so much.
Ok, tuvimos un anuncio de una aplicación nueva básicamente para todo lo que tiene que ver con pagos globales también. Kosh, se llama Kosh si no me equivoco, un banco global para freelancers y pequeñas empresas. Estaba destinado, él dice que estaba destinado a ser construido y bueno, lo hicimos, no importa dónde sea y todo esto. Es una pequeña empresa sin retrasos, sin tarifas ocultas, y pueden enviar a clientes potenciales para obviamente hacerlo crecer. En este caso, ahorita estamos en BigJect, si no me equivoco, este es el founder de BigJect. Para ver, no, estamos en Razer. Este es George Bowsin de Razer. Escuchémoslo para ver qué tiene.
That Ethereum was just too slow and too expensive for this to work. So where a lot of other startups quit, we put our heads down and try to figure this out. We spent the next decade trying to solve this issue. And what I'm most excited about today is I think we finally cracked it. And that's why we're going big today with Solana to launch smart cards. For those of you that are wondering who Raise is, well, we've been around for over 13 years, and we're a leader in the global payments and gift card space. We've raised over $265 million from some of the biggest names in venture. Blue chip firms such as NEA, Excel, PayPal, Han, and many others. We've done over $5 billion in gift card sales to date, saving our customers hundreds of millions of dollars. And we have over 7 million active customers in our business and reach 80 million people in our B2B business. We have the Raise Cashback app, which you can download today in the App Store. You can earn cash back by spending fiat or crypto at millions of stores. We also have a B2B business called Raise for Business. We power the likes of Built Rewards, Citibank, and many others. We also have the Raise Network, which is our blockchain-powered gift cards that we're talking about today. And our foundation is the Retail Alliance, which promotes innovation in the gift card industry. For those of you that aren't familiar, the gift card space is massive. I hear a lot of folks talking about the next billion users. The reality is they're here. This year, more than 1 billion people will purchase $1.2 trillion in gift cards. And that number is going to 2x over the next 5 years to more than 2.3 trillion by 2030. But the industry really hasn't evolved in over 100 years since the first paper certificates were created. We've merely gone from paper certificates to plastic cards to email, all which are pretty non-secure ways to send and receive money. And it's because everyone wants a piece. You have issuers, processors, distributors, activators, card printers, everyone trying to take a piece of the pie. And retailers are stuck having to spend as much as 20% of the value of a gift card in fees. So if we take back 1.2 trillion this year, retailers will pay $250 billion in fees. We think we can solve this because today they're relying on breakage, yield, and overspend just to break even. And this turns gift cards into a financial offset rather than a customer benefit, which is why we're reinventing gift cards. Blockchains will transform the multi-trillion-dollar gift card industry. It's going to help solve a lot of these technical limitations that exist while unlocking new growth opportunities and initiatives for retailers. Because we believe gift cards are one of retailers' most overlooked assets. Raise turns them into fraud-proof, brand-owned instruments that convert everyday purchases into more measurable and deeper engagement and measurable loyalty, all at a fraction of the price. Because this is where gift cards break down today. Fraud and theft, breakage abuse, security vulnerabilities, and future quantum threats. Now, as we mentioned, we aren't new to this. We've published a lot of content that we're going to be sharing with all of you on our site. This has been more than 10 years in the making. We have dozens of issued patents in the space. I think a lot of people thought we were crazy when we were doing this, which we had to be a little. But I'm sure the big question a lot of you are asking are, what are smart cards? Smart cards are a new class of digital assets designed for speed, scale, and configurability. They're programmatic by design. So you have inputs and outputs that can be programmed directly into the smart contract, such as weather, scores, events, outcomes, data. And the result of that is smart contract logic for retailers. So when we're working with brands like AMC Theaters, and it happens to rain in a city like Miami, where I'm from, AMC Theaters can programmatically offer 50% discounts to the theaters to get people to go to the movies. Why? Because they're still paying their employees, they're still screening the movies, they're still making popcorn. The weather is pretty unpredictable. And so smart cards solve today's biggest challenges around data, cost savings, robust security, flexible utility, personalized offers, and transferability, just to name a few. And they also improve operations too. There's fast settlement, low issuance cost, and cheaper distribution. And the good news is we're live. This isn't just a vision anymore. We launched in mainnet just a couple weeks ago and have already issued 50,000 cards on chain. That number will scale to millions as we continue to bring more retailers into our platform. Brands such as Best Buy or Darden Restaurant Group or CVS, just to name a few. And so what's next? We're building on Solana with strategic support from the foundation, which we're really thankful for. We're live on mainnet and deployed to the Raise network. Raise 1 is live with a series of new product launches coming in 2026 that we're really excited to share. And there's a token that's coming in the first half of next year. So we'd love for you to build the future of gift cards and loyalty with us. You can find more information here by scanning the QR code or looking us up on X, or just go to raise.com or raise.network. Thank you guys so much.
Racing, obviamente, vamos a ver qué tenemos aquí en la traducción. Racing es una plataforma de crowdfunding, financieros para proyectos Web3. Lo último que entendí es que están siendo apoyados también por Solana Foundation. Van a iniciar el Gracie Shin, que es la CEO de Bijek. Pero bueno, vamos a verificar rápidamente que escuchaban del proyecto anterior. Me pareció bastante interesante y pasó como por una breve historia de todo el tema de los pagos, el tema de cómo pasamos del dinero y todo esto. Me pareció interesante esa parte. A pesar de no entenderla 100%, obviamente me hago la ayuda con Google Translate. Creen que las tarjetas de regalo son una de las mejores opciones para los minoristas. Esto obviamente lo dijo. Tarjetas de regalos son los activos más pasados por alto. Raise convierte todo en una especie de crowdfunding. Estos instrumentos se convierten para compras cotidianas, compromisos, lealtables medibles. Esto tiene una traducción ahí toda rara. El código QR busca la acción y la simpleza de la implementación. Y bueno, se están construyendo obviamente en Solana, apoyados por Solana Foundation. Vamos con Gracie Shin, espero pronunciarla bien, CEO de Bijek.
So, UEX gives you this kind of experience where all the on-chain data that was only available on the so-called regional supermarket, aka DEX, now can be available on CEX. So with our UEX model, whatever you launch on Solana is automatically tradable on Biget, centralized exchange. So getting on CEX means you don't need to, just go through the tedious CEX listing process. Because again, when our user put in your contract address, they can trade your token on the on-chain part of a CEX, centralized exchange. Previously, people just thought DEX, CEX, they are two worlds. But in our opinion, we don't agree. We think the integration of UEX, DEX, and TradFi, which is RWA, is going to be the future. For example, today, on Biget, you can buy tokenized ETFs, tokenized US stocks, tokenized commodity, and even Forex. Together with, of course, your favorite Bitcoin, Solana, as well as some other altcoins. But again, all those Solana tokens can be tradable on Biget. And we think the UEX experience is going to give our industry more liquidity, as well as just similar back to my date metaphor, it's going to be available in every single supermarket in the world. Another problem we're trying to solve here is, how many of you have looked at your portfolio this morning? I suppose in terms of your portfolio, you probably opened a centralized exchange app such as Binance, Coinbase, Biget, or decentralized wallet such as MetaMask, such as Phantom, as well as your US stocks account, eToro, Robinhood. Again, you can do them all on Biget. And not just those token coverage, we also provide AI solution. I had a conversation with ChatGPT about a year ago. I asked it to recommend me top 10 tokens to hold in my portfolio. And I specified low risk. However, ChatGPT gave me Luna. So that's a kind of problem that non-crypto specific AI product may have. That's why we developed our own AI that is called Get Agent. Let me just quickly run through this 30 seconds video to tell you how trading on Biget feels today. So you put in your CA, and this is the Get Agent part. You can ask it, what's your thought on adding Solana to my portfolio? And it gives you a thorough analysis on Solana based on your portfolio. So our future in terms of the crypto, what we think, of course, RWA is growing. And as you can see from here, the whole RW market has been booming from January 2023. That's 1 year before ETF went approval. And now Wall Street is taking a lot of stakes on the crypto industry. And what that means for Solana is that it is the core execution layer inside the concept of UEX. So I want you all to try our UEX product after today. Thank you so much.
All right, so many great applications being built on Solana and to support the Solana ecosystem. We've really come a long way from 75 devs, just a few.
Vamos a repasar rápidamente un poco de lo que dijo la CEO de Bitjet. No tenemos traducción, algo pasó, no tradujo. Bueno, son cosas que pasan, amigos. Recordemos que estamos tratando de hacerlo lo mejor posible. No hubo traducción en esta, o sea, ni siquiera pudimos interpretar lo que quiso decir. Pero bueno, Bitjet, recordemos que es uno de los exchanges más grandes en los mercados, uno de los que logra que la interoperabilidad sea también bastante real. Bitjet explica cómo se siente un mercado sin fronteras. Realmente está bastante enfocado en ese aspecto. Y en este momento vamos a pasar con un panel con el CEO de Kraken. Bueno, no es CEO, es Global Head of Consumer de Kraken. Y vamos a ver qué tienen que decir en el exchange también Kraken.
Go! Okay, hi everyone. I am Jacqueline Melinek, as they mentioned. I am the founder and CEO of Token Relations. And I am joined today with Mark Greenberg, the Global Head of Consumer at Kraken. Mark, how are you?
I am awesome. This is such a fun event here in Abu Dhabi, and looking forward to this chat.
100%. So the title of this panel is extremely timely because we've seen so many breakout apps going mainstream, I would say this year, mostly, by making the tech invisible. What do you think is kind of the secret sauce there? Because I know you probably thought of a few apps that have really hit that mainstream adoption. So what do you think is making that so successful?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say you actually said some of it. Making the tech invisible and behind the scenes is a big part of that. It's weird. I've spent my whole career in banking trying to make banks suck less. And a big part of why banks suck is everything is hard and you have to really understand the specifics of it. And when you think about something like equities, it's even worse. You have so many steps and processes and things you have to do. And that is what I think all of the apps that we've been seeing today and yesterday and all of the things we're building with Xdocs behind the scenes really allow. They allow us to just make trading of equities, make trading of everything, make buying of everything simple so that banking doesn't have to suck anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you already beat me to my next question, but how do you kind of think about this from the tokenization front? Because like you said, it's very different when, financial apps or trading is involved because you can't really shake away the tech side of it, but you also don't want it to be like in their face.
Yeah, it's actually why I hate permissioned tokens generally and permission tokenization. Part of what, so when we started thinking about Xdocs, we went and we spoke with hundreds of different organizations out there who were building things in the space. And always it was like, well, you can kind of put this in a wallet, but you can't actually trade it unless you get permission, or you can only trade it to these people, or you can only trade it on a Tuesday. All these types of very specific, very complicated pieces that actually didn't make it easier. In a lot of ways, it actually put the tech in the front again and required users to go through all sorts of hoops. When we started thinking about Xdocs, we knew we wanted it to be permissionless, 24/7, available everywhere. And that allows you to just trade it the same way you trade crypto, or you trade Fartcoin, or you trade anything. And so you don't have to think about it anymore. And then you can put those kinds of experiences into an app like Telegram. You can open your Telegram app and just buy a stock. You don't have to think about what time of day it is, Do I have to KYC? Do I have to do all this kind of work? You can just do that. You can do it all day, all night. You can send it to your non-custodial wallet. You can do all sorts of things with it. So,
yeah. Are you trading Fartcoin?
I'm trading all sorts of meme coins. That's part of the fun.
Not a yes or a no. Very political answer.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I needed to carry on the conversation. So Kraken acquired Bakkt at the beginning of the month, bringing X stocks to a new market, I would argue. So how does that kind of bring this tokenized equity side into a digital economy that we haven't seen before? What's the new edge?
So I was on the Solana stage in New York a few months ago, and when we announced X stocks there, it was Bakkt and us on stage together. This is a product we've built fully together from day one, something that we've been excited about, something that they've been excited about. As the product has grown, we're now at $12 billion of transactions, about 80,000 users. We just recognized that there was more we could do together if we were one organization, not two. And so this acquisition is just more of the same. More markets, more opportunities, more different companies and developers participating on this infrastructure that we're building, and more we're just trying to get out of the way, build the infrastructure, and let everybody in this room and in many other rooms build on top of it in any way they want. My favorite story on that, the very first X stocks billboard had nothing to do with Kraken and nothing to do with Bakkt. A company in South Africa realized that they could use X stocks to sell to their client base in South Africa, and they put up an X stocks billboard in Johannesburg for their clients. That's the kind of thing we're trying to build with X stocks. The more we can be infrastructure that anyone can use in any way they want to use, the happier I am. And that means we got to be permissionless. We got to be just another SPL token that you can do anything you want with.
Do you know what the billboard said?
Buy stocks with X stocks. Very simple.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Clear. What about the creative opportunity then? Like on that note, it was like so straight to the point. But I think sometimes being creative when you're building these apps for mainstream audiences and consumers in general, you want to have that edge. And I know I already said edge, but I think that's a big part of this is because there's so many things out there and you want to stand out. So how do you think about that from a creative standpoint?
Well, for me, I recognize that we're going to at Kraken build one relatively straightforward experience around the way you buy and sell crypto, the way you buy and sell equities with X stocks. And that'll be fine for a number of users. We think it'll be an amazing experience, but it won't be for everyone. Creativity comes from decentralization and a lot of different types of folks being able to create what they want to create. And if you create this kind of infrastructure, we hope.
Bueno, a él le han preguntado sobre la adopción generalizada de las aplicaciones o de bastantes aplicaciones que están en el ecosistema, y él dice que sí. Bueno, le preguntaron si eso tiene que ver con el éxito y todo aquello, y él dice que sí es dinero propio, algo como un capital propio que vale la pena. Tienes tantos pasos y procesos y cosas que tienes que hacer que hace que sea difícil, pero vale la pena. De todas las opciones que están viendo hoy, ayer, de cosas que se están construyendo, realmente permiten que el comercio de acciones, una de las cosas que más le llama la atención, según tengo entendido, según la traducción que tenemos aquí. También habló de los activos financieros y operadores comerciales involucrados. Realmente no pueden deshacerse del lado tecnológico, es obvio. Le preguntaron sobre las meme coins. No opinaré, no diré tampoco lo que dijo. Bueno. Se está hablando también del KYC. Simplemente pueden hacer eso, pueden hacerlo todo. La verdad, lo que él comentaba, obviamente, que si va a conseguir algunos dólares trayendo acciones tokenizadas, pues hazlo, ¿sabes? ¿Existe alguna manera de que el lado de la equidad tokenizada es una nueva economía digital que no hemos visto? ¿Cuál es la nueva era? Le preguntaron, o él hacía la pregunta retórica. Se ha avanzado mucho. Solana en Nueva York hace unos meses estuvieron anunciando el toque de la campana de las acciones allí. Empresas, desarrolladores participando en la infraestructura que se está construyendo, y cada vez están tratando mucho más de quitarnos del medio construir la infraestructura y dejar que todos en esta sala, en muchas otras salas, construyan sobre ella de la manera que quieran. Sobre ella, sobre la blockchain, obviamente. Para ver algo interesante por aquí. Nada, volvamos a el amigo.
Creativity that we've built in this breeding ground in crypto, bringing all of that is now so easy and so simple to use, and there's so many amazing opportunities out there for how you buy, sell, trade crypto. How do we bring that to the rest of financial services? And what you see, I don't know, we're watching behind stage some of the folks before us, and they're doing exactly that, bringing the best of Solana, the best of how crypto's operated, to some historically very boring businesses like credit cards. So very cool.
Yeah, so I think that's a good follow-up question is to the audience. Obviously, we have a lot of builders here. So what role do you really ask them to play in kind of expanding the influence and opportunity for, capital markets, infrastructure, and building these killer apps?
Yeah, it's really simple. Just think about stocks via XStocks the same way you think about any other token in your app. We have a lot of, on Kraken, we've got Crack app now, which is our neobank app, money app experience. And you can actually use your credit card straight from Tesla X now. You don't have to. So yes, you can use Bitcoin. Yes, you can use Solana. Yes, you can use any other token you want. But also you can use the S&P 500 stock or a Tesla stock. And if I think about all the builders here, I would just think about exactly the same thing. You now have 24/7 SPL native tokens that represent stocks. Think about how you can build that into all of your experiences and apps and algorithms and DeFi protocols that you're doing. It comes mostly by default now, which is really cool. And so just think about how you build that into your experiences.
I love it. On the front of XStocks specifically, is there anything that is not being done right now that you would love to be, or you'd love to see Bakkt implement?
I'm looking forward to increasing yield opportunities on stocks. So you get the dividend by default, but how do we actually create even bigger opportunities for folks? I'm looking forward to, as we start to build revenue off of XStocks, giving it back to users and apps and experiences. And we're just thinking through the best way to create those kind of programs. And I just look forward to more apps that aren't financial apps by default supporting stocks. Telegrams, allows someone in Uzbekistan to buy stocks for the very first time via XStocks without having to jump through 10,000 individual hoops in order to get those. Maybe they only want $5, maybe they want 10, maybe they want 100. They can do that as they see fit. And I look forward to way more apps for way more markets with that in mind.
Do you find that the traditional financial market as well as traditional investors are ready to kind of adopt this type of technology?
I think, like crypto, it will take time and it will come slowly and then quickly. I'd say $12 billion of transactions so far in 4 or 5 months is definitely bigger than we were expecting, which is great news. And more and more conversations with traditional neobanks, traditional banks, like some of the largest in the world, they're all trying, some of the exchanges, we just launched a partnership with Deutsche Börse in Germany, all sorts of different players starting to come to the table and getting excited about XStocks. So yes, tentatively toe in the water for right now, but a lot more coming over time.
When will we hit $1 trillion? No prediction market?
End of 2026, I think XStocks will be tens of billions of dollars of value. Actually, here's an interesting stat. We're already 0.1% of all the Circle stock in the world is an X stock. When will we be 1%? When will we be 10%? That's coming a lot sooner than folks think, and it's coming in 2026, I think, a lot of those numbers.
Okay, then 100% one day.
100%, no-brainer at some point. Like, why wouldn't you use a permissionless 24/7 version of a stock? Like, why would you go back to 24/5? I don't really get it.
Yeah. Who needs a life outside of trading?
It's not a life outside of trading. It's actually just as simple as
the ability to whenever you want.
Yeah. Why do I have to? Actually, this used to happen to me all the time. I work during the day, Eastern hours.
Yes.
Get home at whatever 9, 10 p.m. You look at your portfolio. and then you can't do anything with it.
Anything, yeah.
How silly, or like on the weekend when I actually have some time to like do some research and understand things. Oh, by the way, I can't actually do anything with it.
Yeah.
It's not that I plan to trade 24/7 personally, but the fact that you can just opens up a lot more opportunities. Also, if you live in a market like this one and you want to trade US stocks, the liquid markets are on the traditional market are only during the day, which is like basically overnight here.
Yeah.
So makes it really, really hard to trade unless you're, if you can't go 24/7. And there's no reason in this world you can't.
100%. Okay. In the near term and long term, Mark, how do you kind of think people will fundamentally change the way they interact with money, markets, payments? What does that fusion and evolution look like to you?
I look forward to a world where you don't need your local fiat currency anymore. Everything can be money. As long as it's liquid, as long as it's available 24/7, as long as you can do it in any fraction you want, everything can be money. So why, as a Canadian, must I predominantly hold Canadian dollars? Why can't I hold my value in US dollars or US stablecoins or the S&P 500? And I look forward to a world where all of those things are seen as money, and the new crack cards that we just launched are our first vision towards that, where you can basically use more than 500 different things when you pay. That gets me really excited. I want to get that to 1,000 and 10,000 and 100,000 things so that I don't, and actually, personally, I don't hold much Canadian dollar anymore, which is a fantastic spot to be in. Why wouldn't I be able to just hold it in the S&P 500, which is now what I do.
You don't own a lot of Canadian dollars. What do you own? Stablecoins?
Stablecoins, but actually more some ETFs, actually. So you can put it in an X stock, ETF, and then I can spend directly from it. So I don't have to hold just dollars anymore.
Amazing. All right, last thing, Mark. If you could give us the perfect future of what global market access looks like in 5 years, what would that look like to you?
Everybody can access them 24/7 permissionless. I think that's the dream of a lot of people in the crypto world, and we have to bring that to more than just crypto assets, to everything that to stocks, and then to a lot more asset classes over time.
Amazing. Mark, thank you so much, and thank you to everyone for listening in. Thanks, Mark.
Ok, ahora viene Brandon Milman con Phantom y cómo construir tu vida financiera on-chain. Estos panas hablaron de muchísimas cosas, obviamente también el tema de los exchange, KYC, KYC, todo esto de enfoque de exchange. Tengo unas traducciones, obviamente no están muy precisas, pero bueno, últimamente se está apoyando, parece que se está apoyando mucho el tema de las acciones tokenizadas, se está hablando mucho de encuentras que los financieros tradicionales, está mal traducido esto. Los inversionistas tradicionales, ¿qué opinas de los inversionistas tradicionales? Y bueno, él dice que están listos para adoptar este tipo de tecnología, que pueden hacer con las criptomonedas, tomará tiempo y vendrá lentamente, pero luego vendrá muy rápidamente. Digo, 12.000 millones de transacciones en 4 o 5 meses, 3 de los más grandes, es más grande de lo que se esperaba, una gran noticia. Los neobancos, bancos tradicionales y todo esto se tendrán que adaptar. Hay muy buenas asociaciones, sobre todo en los bancos de Alemania. Es una estadística interesante. Vamos con Phantom, uno de mis productos favoritos también en el ecosistema de Solana.
Everyone here in the room today. It's actually our 5th Solana Breakpoint this year, and just about 5 years since we started Phantom originally. And in that time, Solana's gone from underdog to undisputed biggest blockchain ecosystem in the world. I mean, just look at this event today, right? And when we started to build Phantom originally, we chose to build on Solana because we wanted to build on the best foundation for the future of finance, and that's never been more true than it is today. Oops. With Solana, it's finally possible for your financial life to be internet native. That means instant, global, programmable, and under your control. And Phantom is your financial account to do all of that. It brings you the tools and the connectivity to the ecosystem so that you can finally take control of your financial life. And just like all of the early adopters here, the next generation of consumers are also ready to take that step and bring their wallets as the center of their financial lives. So let's take a look at what we're shipping to make that happen. All right, so first, Phantom Cash. Phantom Cash is your daily money utility belt that lives in your pocket. You can spend, save, and earn frictionlessly across the globe. And we worked really closely with Stripe, actually, to bring this vision to reality, bring their money movement expertise to the Solana ecosystem. And together with them, we developed the Cash stablecoin to power this experience. I'm proud to say that Cash actually passed $100 million of market cap recently and is actually the largest stablecoin that's built on top of Stripe's open issuance platform. This week, we're starting to roll out Phantom Cash to users across the globe, and we're going to have instant bank transfers, virtual accounts, and debit cards starting in the US. Now, let's take a look at what we're doing on the trading side. We're working hard to give users all the tools that they need to use crypto safely and easily, and that means supporting them throughout their trading journey every step of the way. Last month, we launched the Phantom Terminal on web, which brings pro-level trading into the same universe as your wallet. So with Phantom Terminal, you can spot trends early, perform powerful automations, and you can also stay synced on the go in mobile, and that's everything you need in order to be a successful trader in today's ecosystem. And actually, speaking of mobile, not only on web, we've been delivering a lot of new trading experiences right on your phone as well. On mobile, we've launched the world's easiest on-the-go perps trading experience. Our goal is to make tools like perps more accessible, safer, and easier to use, and we're proud that Phantom is actually one of the top places to trade perps on mobile since we launched. But we're not focused just on consumers. We're building for developers as well, and developers are the heart of the Solana ecosystem. This week, we're officially opening up our new wallet platform called Phantom Connect. Phantom Connect is a free developer SDK for embedded wallets that brings all of the safety, the simplicity, and the ease of use that Phantom is known for directly into your app. Phantom Connect's killer feature are global wallets. So the days of having separate, isolated wallets for each one of your apps is a thing of the past. So why does this matter exactly? So if you're a builder, that means new users can onboard seamlessly without having to download another app. And if you're an existing Phantom user, you can sign into an app using your existing funds. And so for users, you have the same Phantom account, the same money, and the same identity that follows you wherever you go on chain, no matter what app that you're using. Funds aren't fragmented, and the experience is simple and smooth. But that's not all. We have one more major announcement to make today. Today, I'm excited to announce that starting next week, we're rolling out prediction markets natively within Phantom in partnership with Kalshi and DFlow. And with this integration, Phantom is bringing 3 core innovations to the prediction market space. So 1, trade prediction markets in a self-custody and directly on-chain way. 2, chat with other traders live. Turns out prediction markets are a lot more fun when you're trading with your friends. And 3, use any Solana token to trade, so no depositing required. So you can trade with Sol, USDC, Cash, or maybe even the leftover fart coin that you have from earlier this year. And with our integration, that's where the power of on-chain interop really comes to life. And it's been an absolute pleasure to work with Kalshi on this integration. They've done a lot to make prediction markets safe and easy to use for a broader audience, so it was a very natural choice to work together with them to bring prediction markets
green liveness,
to a broader
around 200 billion transactions.
So with that, I want to actually invite Kalshi's head of crypto, John Wang, onto the stage to talk a little bit more about the integration.
Thanks, Brandon. It's been a pleasure working with you guys. My name is John Wang. I'm the head of crypto at Kalshi. I think just like crypto 10 years ago, prediction markets are a net new asset class.
John Wang de Kalshi, invitado de Brandon de Phantom. Kalshi y Phantom acaban de firmar, bueno, no sé si ya lo acaban de hacer, pero anunciaron un partnership y están integrando más de 20 millones de usuarios a la predicción de mercados. De verdad bastante interesante este punto, lo pudiéramos desarrollar un poco más
Easier than
adelante.
ever, thanks to the Phantom team. Thank you.
Thanks, John. All right. All right, so we announced a lot of new stuff today. We had prediction markets, Phantom Cash, and Phantom Connect. But how does this all fit together? When we think about growing the ecosystem, we think about this core flywheel loop right here. So by continuously lowering the barrier of entry for new users to get into the ecosystem, giving them a safe and easy set of tools to discover new things to do, like prediction markets, and giving developers the ability to tap into those users, we can all accelerate the adoption of Solana and crypto together to heights that we've never seen before. So in conclusion, Solana provides the internet's financial infrastructure. The community in this room are actually the ones that are building the cutting edge applications, and Phantom is your internet native financial account on top of it all. Everything great that's happened in the Solana ecosystem and that will happen is because of the people in this room. So huge shout out to the community, and let's continue to accelerate. Thank you.
Buena intervención de Phantom, invitó al amigo de Calchin. Bueno, Phantom cuenta con... es la puerta de muchos de entrada al mundo de las criptomonedas, de verdad. Solana quiere... ellos dicen que Solana construyen en Solana porque quieren construir la mejor base para el futuro de las finanzas. Eso ha sido cierto desde el día 1 hasta hoy. Ellos comienzan a construir como en familia, se siente como construir en familia. Solana finalmente hace posible la vida financiera sea mucho más fácil en internet. Eso significa que sea instantáneo, que sea programable, todo bajo control. Actualmente está subiendo, no voy a pronunciar eso, Luis Iván está subiendo al escenario. Luis Iván es co-founder y CEO de Rider. Rider tiene relación con la hardware wallet, swap, integridad. No lo vamos a cubrir en vivo, vamos a dejarlo de fondo, pero ese vamos a volver en la próxima ponencia para seguir profundizando un poco sobre Phantom. Lo que comentaba Brandon sobre Phantom es que brindan las herramientas y las conectividades. El ecosistema brinda las herramientas y conectividad para que podamos tener el control de nuestra vida financiera, saltando y sorteando algunas cosas que en la economía tradicional no es tan posible ni es tan fácil. Obviamente es algo que los que estamos en criptomonedas hemos vivido, sabemos lo fácil que es con Solana interactuar, pagar, comprar y todo esto cuando hay una infraestructura también real. ¿Qué más se anunció? Todos los primeros, todos los primeros usuarios aquí. La próxima generación de consumidores también están interesados y es el primer, también habló sobre Phantom Cash. Phantom Cash es la integración de Phantom al mercado tradicional con criptomonedas. Puedes gastar, va a tener una tarjeta y todo esto directamente en la aplicación. Phantom conecta a las personas con los pagos globales, carteras globales, todo esto que tiene que ver con también un poco de stablecoins, gastos y todo lo que tiene que ver con pagos. Para ver ¿qué más se hizo? Este es Phantom Cash, la misma identidad, todo dentro de la misma aplicación. Se está convirtiendo Phantom de verdad en una super aplicación para las transacciones. Más de 200 mil millones de transacciones en mercado de las finanzas tradicionales. Y los nuevos mercados cripto son una clase de activo que crece en la frontera y son tienen super fondo. Vamos a ver algunas noticias. También invitó al CEO, bueno, supongo que era el CEO, no lo tengo 100% confirmado, pero invitó a John Wand, que es del equipo de Calchin. Calchin se va a encargar como un polymarket, pero en Solana. Se va a encargar, bueno, son un polymarket en Solana. Realmente es un anuncio que lo acaban de hacer. No es algo que tenga mucho tiempo por ahí. Para ver. Solana hizo un anuncio. Creo que se cayó el stream en Twitch. Sí. Se cayó el stream en Twitch y en X. Pero creo que ya lo levantaron. Y sí, ya está listo. Y lo anunciaron. Obviamente borraron el tweet. Ese es VIVO ahí haciendo de la suya. Posiblemente tengamos un cambio al escenario login dentro de una hora aproximadamente. Para ver. ¿Por qué? Porque vamos a tener a los amigos de Certora. Quiero cubrir a Certora en vivo. Certora de verdad fueron bastante amables conmigo en Crossroad. Y bueno, Certora es una de las empresas que para Latinoamérica creo que tiene un impacto bastante importante. Va a ser aproximadamente 5 de la tarde allá. 4, 3, 2, 1, 12, 11, 10, 9 de la mañana más o menos. Entre una hora vamos a tener el cambio del escenario. Vamos a ver a Pamina, que es el del Team Lead de Certora. Hasta ahora llevamos 5 horas y media de streaming. Llevamos también una gran sorpresa. Nos dio RT la cuenta de Breakpoint, la cuenta oficial de Solana Breakpoint. Tengo sueño, estoy cansado, de verdad es un esfuerzo titánico hacer esto, sobre todo por el horario y por el inglés, porque fuera más fácil si tuviera en español y no tuviera que estar traduciendo o interpretando, solamente reaccionando. Pero hay que hacerlo sencillamente. Somos el único, ni siquiera medio, soy la única persona transmitiendo en español todo lo que está sucediendo en Breakpoint en tiempo real. Nada, hay que hacerlo y estamos aquí para eso. Luego de este exponente viene otro más y después viene Ian de Ledger. Como se pueden dar cuenta, son personalidades bastante importantes del mundo de las criptomonedas. Vamos a tener a Ian de Ledger, que es este hardware líder. De verdad, nuevos productos, a lo mejor lancen algo en los anuncios del día de hoy. Para ver, no hay ningún comentario ni nada. Ayer tuvimos visitantes, hoy no tenemos comentarios. Más de 200 personas han visto el streaming, por lo menos por encimita. Vamos a ver cómo se maneja el pana Ian del Ledger. Tengo bastante sueño y hambre también. Definitivamente Breakpoint ha sido una experiencia bastante cool cubrirla. Despertando todos aquí, son las 8 de la mañana en mi país, estamos desde las 2:30 de la mañana en vivo, en streaming, cubriendo el Solana Breakpoint lo más que podamos en español. No me voy a dejar vencer por el sueño, vamos a llevarlo hasta el final, vamos a estar hasta el final. No falta mucho tampoco, faltan aproximadamente 2 horas. Bueno, se despide Luis Iván. Ahora viene Nika Nagavi, director estratégico y partnership de CEP. CEP, por lo que tengo acá, es una empresa de pagos y criptomonedas. Va a hablar sobre la volatilidad de la vida diaria en economías. Es una chica, lo siento. Nika. Piden visa para Londres. Vamos a ver, piden visa, requisitos para Londres. Siendo venezolano, porque hay que aclarar, siendo venezolano. Vamos a ver qué requisitos piden para la Unión para Reino Unido. Uy, sí necesitamos visa. Necesitamos pasaporte vigente y, dependiendo del motivo y duración, una visa de visitante o una nueva autorización electrónica de viaje. Se llama ETA. Si es un viaje corto, menos de 6 meses, la ETA sirve. Bueno, sí se necesita obviamente visa y todo esto. Así que hay que chambear duro para poder tener todas estas cosas antes de que llegue la fecha del breakpoint. Necesito un descanso de las lámparas. Voy a poner la cinemática que no tiene mi cara. Y obviamente van a poder escuchar toda la ponencia que está sucediendo en este momento.
Well, it can be digital, fast, reliable, near instant, and trusted by millions of customers across the world. But the real value is not in what we built, but it's in what it enables. Because once you can start moving money for millions of people across borders, then the real next question is, how can you really unlock more value for those customers? And that's our next chapter. We've built a wallet that really breaks the traditional remittance model. A model where someone in Global North sends and someone in Global South can only receive. With SendWave Wallet, anyone can be a sender, a spender, and a saver, and money can move in all directions. For most of our customers, especially across Global South, this freedom is new. It means access to financial tools and services that most of us in Global North take for granted. We've built a wallet on Solana in partnership with Circle and Portal, and we've combined this Web3 infrastructure with our global payout network that we've built over the years across communities and continents. The result is the SendWave wallet, a non-custodial wallet that is available across over 100 countries today. And it's not only moved to move money. It's not only built to move money. It's really moved to help people move forward. So let's see how the products all comes together in life. So with the SendWave wallet, you can receive digital dollar instantly. You can transfer digital dollar to anyone else who has a SendWave wallet, meaning someone in Kenya can send USDC to someone in Uganda, Tanzania, or even India. When you need access to local currency, you can use our payout network, existing payout network that we built over the years, to withdraw that USDC into local currency and into your preferred payment methods, whether it's mobile money, M-Pesa in Kenya, Wave in Senegal, MTN in Cote d'Ivoire, or whether it's Pix in Brazil. And you have the freedom to do this whenever you want at your convenience and when the rates are in your favor. You can also save in digital dollar. You can buy and hold USDC through your preferred local payment methods, and you can hold and store it as long as you don't, till you want to off-ramp it and withdraw it. So if you think about this first layer that we've built, is the foundation upon which we will build more products in future, making the wallet more meaningful to the customers that we serve. So now let's look at what's coming next. The first up is cards. We've partnered with Bridge to enable a stablecoin-backed card that is linked to the SendWave wallet, so meaning that our customers can spend digital dollar across millions of merchants and anywhere that Visa is available. Then we're thinking about making the wallet more valuable in markets that card adoptions are low, through enabling our customers to be able to spend the digital balance that they have, the digital dollar balance that they have with QR codes. And then we're looking at the next generation of wealth tools, wealth management tools. Now that people are able to hold and store digital wallet, how can we enable them to earn yield? How can we enable them to apply for credit, get a decision instantly, and receive the loan instantly as well? And honestly, we're just getting started. So we'll continue building more to make more SendWave Wallet more valuable and more enriched as part of the daily lives of our customers. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tanika. Next, we're going to hear from Ian Rogers, Chief Experience Officer at Ledger. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hey, everybody. How's your day been? Everybody had a good time? All right. Well, I am happy to be here with you today to talk about the most secure and the easiest to use way to be secure in the entire Solana ecosystem, Ledger. See if I can get my notes on the slide, and the answer is no, but I have them here, so don't worry. So I want to be on this slide. So as you guys already know, you could say this year will be the worst year for cybercrime every year for the rest of your life, and you would be right without needing to do any fact checking. It's because we get more and more value in our ecosystem every day, and it becomes a bigger and bigger target. And also, as you probably know, just a few days ago, Upbit suffered a $37 million hack on Solana assets, and they had to halt withdrawals. And we all know the importance, but we don't always think about the importance of security. But the fact of the matter is that your phone and your laptop were designed to share information, not to protect value. And so using them to protect value is ultimately a fool's errand. You're using something for something which it wasn't designed to do. Ledger has been around for 11 years. It was the first and is still the best, the only operating system that's connected to an entire suite of products, so you can do anything you want to with any of your assets from the security of self-custody, and built ground up to do that. But just as a little reminder, what do you need to be secure? Like, what does it mean to be secure, and why can't a phone or a computer do this kind of architecturally? Well, the three things that you need, first of all, you need to have a secure element that generates your private key and stores it. The secure element has special, entropy, et cetera, things that you need to be secure. Then you need your cryptographic operations to happen inside of that secure element. Not in a general purpose chip, that's used for other things. It needs to happen inside of that secure element. And then third, you need to be able to eyeball with your eyes those transactions on a screen that you can trust. The magic trick of a Ledger device is that it's the same chip that's in your credit card or your passport, the secure element that banks and governments rely on, but it's actually powering the screen, right? So there's nothing between the secure element and your eyes, and that's the thing that your phone is incapable of doing. The fact of the matter is, if you don't have a secure screen, you don't have security, right? So that means even if your private keys are stored offline in a screenless device, at the time of transaction, you are still reliant on the screen on your phone to tell you the truth. And you can't trust that what you see on your phone is the truth. There's simply too many layers of software in there to trust it. So, why are we here? Because we love Solana. And we love Solana at Ledger too. And I want to talk specifically about what Ledger is doing in the Solana ecosystem today. So earlier this year at Accelerate, you may have seen us there announcing the Solana edition Ledger Flex, which I have here, and we have them at the Ledger booth outside as well. You can buy these at the booth here or on ledger.com, and these come with something else that we announced this year. This is the Ledger Recovery Key. This is another secure chip inside this little piece of plastic. It's got NFC, and you can electronically back up. It's an electronic pin-protected backup of your recovery phrase. So super easy, simple, pin-protected recovery using, using a secure chip on both sides to do the magic. So check it out, try it out, and you can grab a Solana Edition Flex at the booth. Sorry to be grabbing my phone, but my notes are not here. So let's talk about what we've done with Solana this year, because really, like I said, Ledger has the only operating system where you can put arbitrary apps on the Ledger device. Developer.ledger.com if anybody wants to see how you build those. But we've done a lot with the Solana ecosystem this year. The biggest thing is supporting SPL and supporting SPL swaps. So you can now store any of your Solana assets and protect them with your ledger. You can swap. You can do anything you want. We're constantly updating them because more are at it all every day, and we're keeping up with what you all are doing, and you can do all of that from your ledger, and that's a big step forward. But security is not only for individuals, right? It's also for enterprises. So Ledger Enterprise. You may not know that we have an enterprise product, but hopefully if you're an enterprise, you do know that Ledger offers not only Ledger Enterprise, but now Ledger Multisig. And our enterprise product also now supports SPL. So if you are a project, a DAO, an organization, an exchange, you can use Ledger Enterprise and protect your SPL that way. I was going to add one more thing. Okay, I understand what happened. I'm also going to announce that we have at the booth, please come and see us. We are announcing today also a Bonk edition Ledger device. So we have a Bonk Flex and a Bonk S Plus. And they're both, come see them at the device, and you can get them on ledger.com. So if you're curious, go to ledger.com. I understand now there was a slide, but this is an earlier edition of that presentation. So the swap experience I talked through, and I really just want to say thank you to all of you for supporting Ledger, for paying attention to my presentation. And remember, at Ledger, we never compromise on either security or self-custody. And really, you shouldn't either. I get the question, I was, in interviews today, like, at what point, should someone choose security? And that's such a crazy question to me. Like, at what point should you choose security? I mean, at the beginning, if you have value that is, more than the cost of a Ledger device, you should invest in your security and grab a Ledger. So come on over and see us at the Ledger booth. Grab a Solana Edition Ledger Flex. Thanks everybody for your attention, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Ian. Next, we'll reconvene for the evening. But yes, we've got a couple minutes here, so please go grab some coffee, and we'll be right back.
Ok, un break de aproximadamente 15 minutos. Tuvimos a Ian Rogers, CEO de Ledger. De verdad ya tengo bastante sueño, pero seguimos aquí cubriendo lo que podemos en cuanto a Breakpoint 2025 en español. Vamos a hacer un pequeño repaso rápido de las cosas que se han anunciado. Dance en vivo en la mainnet, Breakpoint 2026 en Londres, Calching por Phantom en partnership y otros lanzamientos bastante interesantes, a lo mejor no tan impactantes como estos, pero realmente han habido muy buenos lanzamientos. Nos vemos dentro de un momento. Vamos a la cámara que no tiene, a esta cámara. Nos vemos dentro de un momento y gracias a todos los que están apoyando el streaming.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from break. My name is Pierce. I am an ecosystem lead at Drift Protocol, and I will be your MC for the rest of the afternoon. I am very excited for the next speakers. We are having a spicy debate on L1 valuation. Before we hop into the debate, if you could scan the QR code on screen, this will enable you to participate and vote on the debate so that we actually have a winner, have some stake for the participants. And then to introduce the debate is this house believes that L1s are overvalued. Oh, different title. But we have on the pro side, Mike Dudas, managing partner at Six Man Ventures, Brian Rudick, chief strategy officer at Upexi, Kyle Samani, managing partner and chairman of Multicoin and Forward Industries, and Cosmo Jiang, general partner at Pantera Capital. Please give a warm welcome to the panelists.
Oh, I like these red buttons.
Yeah.
Oh.
Testing. Well done, sir.
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. I am Brian Rudick. I am the Chief Strategy Officer at Upexi. We did one of the very first stats, and we could have done it on any token. We chose to be underpinned by Solana because we believe very strongly that Solana is the endgame winning high-performance blockchain. All of us on stage believe very strongly that Solana is undervalued. So we actually tweaked this debate a bit, and we'll be talking about where value will accrue over the long run, whether that's to the application layer or whether that's to the L1. Mike and I are on the side of that accruing to the applications. There are 4 key reasons for us. Number 1, blockchains and block space are abundant. There are already hundreds of high-performance blockchains. It's easy to spin one up. And all the blockchains that already exist are working on increasing throughput. Also, these blockchains compete on costs. So it is a race to zero on fees. And there are additional constructs that reduce the power of L1s. These are interoperability protocols, the ability of successful apps to actually create their own chain. And so increasing commoditization of block space means that value capture for the L1 will be low. Number 2, applications are closest to the user and therefore in the best position to monetize that. Apps can better differentiate with greater moats around UI, UX, content, user base, IP, and much more. And there are various initiatives to push value capture more toward the apps that are in progress. These are things like intent-based architecture and application-controlled execution. They say he who owns the user owns the market. Number 3, this is actually what we're seeing in other areas of technology, and particularly when you're dealing with commoditized or open source infrastructure. The internet protocol is a great example. TCP, HTTP, SMTP, DNS, broadband networks, they're mostly commoditized and low margin infrastructure, and it's the web applications that are built on top that capture trillions of dollars. Linux and open source stacks versus SaaS companies are another example. If the underlying layer is commoditized or open source, value tends to accrue to the applications built on top. And lastly, this is actually what we're seeing on Solana. So over the last 30 days, Solana application revenue was 115 million, versus for the network, it was just a small fraction of this. So this is already happening, and it's hard to understand why this would reverse.
Hey everyone, nice to see everyone here. I'm Cosmo. I'm general partner at Pantera Capital and director at Solana company, HSDT. We're here to argue that applications, that the L1 will accrue more value than the applications over time. I think, one thing to think about is that applications will, and I agree with Brian here, will always create enormous value. Some will be very valuable businesses. But the idea that this happens instead of value or more than the value that accrues to the L1 is false. In every in every crypto application, applications, monetize users, they monetize activity, but layer ones monetize all that activity plus the monetary capture on the base layer. Every application, no matter what it is, has to live on an L1. It has to pay rent to an L1. When you think about what apps are like stores at a mall. Whereas, they pay rent, they benefit from the traffic and the users that exist in the mall. Well, the mall owner is the one that is more permanent and actually captures the value on that collects rent from all the application owners and all the stores.
Point of clarity. When you say that applications pay rent to the L1, what exactly do you mean? I do hear that term a lot, and I'm not sure what rent actually means in this context.
Yeah, in this context, it means transaction fees. So the applications need to, eventually they need to pay rent to the layer one. Oftentimes it's, today the setup is that the users pay for it, but at some point in the future, perhaps applications needs to subsidize that. Which maybe gets to my next point, which is that, I actually love that blockchain is open source, that everything is composable. Well, one of the side effects of that is that there's a ton of application at the application layer. I'd argue that L1s have a much higher moat because they are infrastructure on which all the applications live. And I love all the application developers out there. I think you guys are all doing a great job. But the competition there is much more fierce than it is at the L1 layer. And eventually I'd expect that margins compress over time at the application layer, but layer one application revenue, or their ability to capture value, will always stay constant. The last thing I'd say is that, this is in particular true, I think, on high performance chains like Solana. They're explicitly designed to maximize shared state, minimize app layer rent, and so as apps get cheaper and more competitive with each other over time, the base asset actually becomes more valuable, and it captures all the value from today's applications, tomorrow's applications, and all the applications in the future. Whereas applications have to fight the day-to-day knife fight battle of being out there every day. So, I guess to conclude, I think there's going to be a ton of value created across the ecosystem. It's not about it's not a zero-sum game. It is that the whole ecosystem will create a lot of value across both apps and the L1, but the L1's value capture and the durability of that will be much higher over time.
All right. So I guess I have 10 minutes because you guys didn't take all your time. So I'll go.
Keep talking, Mike.
I mean, I can talk all day.
I want to buzz.
I am absolutely certain that you do. So I'm going to first, I think, speak to some of the points that you made. So one was that margins compress at the app layer over time, and I think in the history of technology, certainly over the last, called 30 years, it actually doesn't seem to be the case. If you look at basically the largest right now, the Mag 7, the ones that are sort of pure internet companies like Google, sort of started out called as a platform that sent folks out elsewhere and took a little bit of a take rate, but actually over time, they have now come back to being a set of applications themselves, including Gemini, and then are now monetizing their users directly in nearly every vertical where they actually used to send out their users to other folks, other providers in the ecosystem. And I think when the platforms start doing that, it kind of tells you, hey, being at the app layer is actually the place where you can sort of capture a significant amount of the value. I would say, in the sort of ads and attention space, it's been pretty clear that Facebook's pretty much bought up all distribution, sort of plugged it into their overarching, ads monetization, eyeballs, data, targeting system, and that they and the entire social and attention space where people spending most of their time online are monetizing at the app layer versus at a protocol layer. These aren't perfect analogies. I'm waiting for Kyle to buzz me and say that. Hi.
But Mike, Facebook and Google make all this money by controlling attention, but the underlying infrastructure, I mean, if you look at the last 2 years in software and tech, the people making the most, stock prices going up the most are all of the infrastructure companies. Broadcom, NVIDIA, a bunch of the whole chip supply chain, HiMax, all those guys. So like as the apps get used more, it's actually right now the infrastructure companies are actually the ones making more money.
So on an absolute basis, but on sort of a velocity of change basis, the app layer companies are making just an incredible amount of money as well. And I think both of the earlier speakers did say there is some level of symbiosis between sort of the platforms and your example, sort of the superscalers making money and the folks who build on top of them. Let me actually get back to one other example. Apple, I actually think, is the best example.
I like analogies.
Please buzz soon. Apple's one of the greatest platform businesses, and sort of we can almost equate it to sort of like a mobile, it's not a layer one, but it's just like the place everybody goes. It's the mobile underlying brand. Their take rate is 30% on any app in the App Store. And then, they have take rate in other places on payments and things like that. But the majority of the revenue is going to the apps built on top of the Apple App Store. And many would argue Android's take rate's much lower. It's, I think, sub 10%. And many would argue that Apple's 30% is too high. I'm going to run through just my individual points, but first I will answer your point of contention. Is that number 3?
Second.
Okay, cool.
Second. But like your 30% thing is actually an argument in favor of infrastructure, because the App Store is not an app. It's infrastructure they provide to developers so that people can get apps.
I would argue that it's directly, I mean, now we're going to get into like monopoly and tying, but it's like directly tied to what I would call the
valuable infrastructure.
L1.
And they extract the rent.
So the argument here is who makes more money relatively. In aggregate, the app developers do, the 70%.
Okay.
Interesting argument, but yes, that was my argument. So the next piece is if block space is valuable and it gets to the Apple thing, well, then that means that everything on top of that block space is actually generating profit. As you mentioned, we've seen that over the past year in Solana, and the app layer of Solana, I'm getting buzzed off, I got 40 seconds, has made significantly more than the underlying protocol. One argument that I've heard recently from Hasib and others is this exponentials argument. Well, exponentials, just like they work for L1s and for the underlying network layer, they also work for applications. Many of the fastest growing apps in the history of technology, Axiom, Pump, and a handful of others, are crypto applications that are charging fees. And you know what? I feel great about that. We're going to finish there. Thanks, guys.
Oh, good. I'm even green over there, so we actually have green and purple. I like it. Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Kyle Samani. I'm a founder and managing partner at Multicoin Capital. I think the whole debate between apps and the L1 is a little, it's framed, most of the discussion has been framed in the context of an analogy, and if you know me, you might know that I don't really like analogies. The challenge with crypto is that this infrastructure is there to support finance. And actually, the majority of financial traffic in the world comes from bots, HFT firms, market makers, whatever. That's true in TradFi, it's true in crypto. That will always be true because bots can click buttons much faster than people can click buttons. And so, when I think about like a world in which we have 1 million transactions per second living on Solana, which hopefully that's a few years away, I would guess 97 to 99% of that is coming from bots. And that means the bots are explicitly not paying rent to the applications because they're just hooking into the contracts directly on chain. I think the gas fees they pay, they're already low now, and I think they'll go effectively towards zero. But where they will pay is for priority access and MEV. And if you look today at the, I think whatever, 3 or 4 billion that has been paid to Solana stakers this year, it's coming from traders who are willing to pay for priority access. The beauty of AI, the beauty of the world is a heterogeneous place that is unknown, and that means asset prices will always be volatile. And that means there will always be money to be made competing for priority access. No amount of AGI or ASI even is going to change that. And so I kind of think about the apps as like, they're important because you need people to come click buttons. who are excited about stuff, but the bots are ultimately going to be the ones who drive the vast majority of traffic and pay for priority access.
Quick question, aren't they already doing that today? And still, for example, Solana's value capture is far lower than the apps on top of Solana?
Yeah, but I guess my point is that I expect super linear. I mean, look, the number of trading firms who are trading on mainnet today is like 20, 25. I mean, it's like not that many people. I think, in the next few years, you're going to see that number go to 1,000 or more, and obviously the big players will come on in size. So I think you'll end up seeing those guys in aggregate paying, competing for that block space.
The block space and then the applications on top using the block space.
I mean, they'll just hit the chain directly. That's the thing is the bots don't need to hit the apps direct. They'll just hit the liquidations, the ARBs, whatever they're trying to do at the core infrastructure layer. Cosmo, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say there's also an important question of, the statement says over the next decade. And, I think one of the points you made is it's important to realize that the applications are changing over time and that the durability of the bots interacting on the layer one is higher than the users using different applications.
So is the argument there that literally the apps effectively go away and that the majority of folks interacting with the chain in the future are interacting directly with chains than with sort of, call it applications and other front ends?
I mean, people are always going to want to click buttons, but right now the fees that most of these apps are charging is pretty egregious. Coinbase charges 150 bips. I mean, Axiom charges, I think, 85 or something like that. I think Pump is in the same range, if I recall. Those, if JP Morgan charged 150 bips to trade U.S. equities, Elizabeth Warren would be on TV demanding that he go to jail, right? But in crypto, I guess it's cool. Or at least it has been historically. I don't think that's going to be the case. So I do think you'll see dramatic margin compression on the app side over the next few years. Meanwhile, the infrastructure side, the reality that trading firms are always going to compete, that can never go away. I think that's the end of my argument, boys.
All right.
I think it's your closing argument first.
Do we?
Oh, we close first.
Looks like some bots are voting for green team over here.
Go bots, go.
Yeah, the bots need to love.
I have an airdrop for you if you vote green.
All right, priority fees. I see it.
I think a lot of the argument today has been about, and a lot of analogies have been made about platforms versus applications. I think what's really interesting is that in a crypto world, the platform, the equivalent of Facebook, Apple, whoever, is actually the L1. And like a lot of the value capture at these large mega cap tech companies that we see today is at the infrastructure layer, not at the application layer. It's that Google monetizes because they have a massive user base and massive brand value, but each of their individual applications don't actually monetize at the same level, and they actually rotate in and out. You look at the large language models today, I think there's a lot of question whether any of them will make money, and whether OpenAI, Anthropic, any of those models will make money, but it's very clear that the infrastructure provider will make money. History is also path dependent. In a world where, as we're looking here today, over the next decade, it's clear that AI will proliferate across everything we do. AI is making code commoditized. And so more and more so, we're going to see it's going to be easier to develop applications. Because it's easier to develop applications, the barrier to entry is lower, the cost of capital is lower, and the desire, and therefore there's going to be more competition. I actually believe there will be more and more smaller, thinner, niche-specific applications, which is good for users and good for the ecosystem and great for the L1, but less good for value capture for each individual application. Over the next decade, the leading apps will have changed hands multiple times, but the L1s will not. And that's why over the next decade, L1s will capture more value than any single application.
Bring it home, Brian.
Yeah, these are good points on both sides. I'll just repeat what our main 4 key arguments and then address some of the things that were said. So blockchains and block space are being commoditized. There's so many of them, and it's a race to zero on the fee side. Applications are closest to the end user and therefore in the best position to monetize. It was brought up that folks will pay for priority access. It's already happening, and we're actually seeing different constructs like ACE that is moving this much more toward the apps and their ability to capture it. We're already seeing the value accrue to the applications rather than the base infrastructure, and particularly when it is on commoditized or open source infrastructure. It was brought up that NVIDIA is a good example, and yes, they are capturing a lot of value, but I would argue that NVIDIA is a monopoly. There's very few that have their level of technology with respect to GPUs. Also, Google was brought up too. I think that Google is better compared to an application, and that application is built on the internet, which captures little value. And then lastly, we're already seeing this happen on Solana with the vast majority of the value going to the applications. I don't think there's any real reason why that will change over time. Thank you.
Thank you.
People need to take much stronger stances. 50-50. Unacceptable.
I mean, come on, guys.
It's unacceptable.
We should vote.
Should we do a robot fight?
I heard it went not as well for some people out yesterday.
Oh, hurtful.
Someone write a bot, please.
If you haven't voted, please vote, and we'll declare a winner, if we have a winner.
9, 8, 7.
Oh, I like it.
6, 5.
There we go.
4.
Come on,
3,
Carl. Call
2,
your friends.
1.
We'll end it there with declaring Pro the winner.
When do they close it?
Well,
right.
thank you to both sides.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
all right,
Thank
thanks,
you all.
guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome
Appreciate
job.
y'all.
Excellent.
Yeah,
It's fun.
thanks.
All right.
We're going to take 2 minutes, clear off the
I have
stage
one more now.
before we have some exciting product keynotes coming up. So we'll be right back. That was a great debate, but up next we have a couple exciting product keynotes. The first product keynote is from a hot startup, one of the wettest dexes on Solana, Humidify. Please welcome to the stage Kevin Pang, co-founder of Humidify.
everyone. I'm Kevin, co-founder of Humidify, the #1 DEX on Solana. And today I want to tell you a little bit about what we've accomplished in the 6 months since we've gotten started. And
estamos de vuelta con Humidify. El panel anterior, obviamente lo había comentado, no lo cubrimos. Los paneles son bastante complicados de cubrir porque está en inglés, son diferentes opiniones, de verdad que es abrumador. Ya lo intentamos en el primer día, así que mejor lo dejamos pasar y también descansaba un poco más la vista. Un momentico, voy a prender la luz y continuamos, así que vamos a ver esto.
lack of agility and also a lack of sophistication in the current design space. So, while DeFi 1.0 got us started with a really strong foundation, there were clear blockers to Solana becoming the world's global exchange. Enter prompt minimums. Starting about a year ago, there was some innovation in the space, and we started to upgrade the standard X times Y equals K algorithm into world-class HFT pricing algorithms, and also adding execution logic, which allowed Humidify to generate tighter spreads and lower slippage for users. Additionally, when users ask us for a quote, we're able to deliver the best price using 100% of our liquidity, and we can provide a custom quote just for them. We're able to do more with just $10 million of capital than what other protocols take, or what other protocols can do with over $1 billion of capital. And to us, that's DeFi 2.0. So we just started working on Humidify in early June, and within a few weeks, we're up and running and doing our first trade. Since then, it's grown into the #1 DEX on all of Solana and become the liquidity engine for internet capital markets. Today, we're doing over $1 billion of volume a day, more than half of all spot volume. And going from an idea to serving over $100 billion of cumulative trading volume within just 6 months is pretty cool, but we're just getting started. Even more exciting, Humidify is now responsible for almost half of all Sol USD volume across all DEXs and SEXs, all while delivering tighter spreads than even Binance. We have been able to prove that decentralized finance can outcompete our CeFi counterparties, and this is only possible on Solana. So how do we continue helping Solana win? Well, Humidify's success is not really due to some fancy algorithm that nobody else has access to. I would say our greatest strength is in our understanding of microstructure and capital markets, as well as our deep understanding of Solana tech. This powerful combination allows us to continue to iterate and upgrade our trading programs while adapting to protocols improvements and helping to drive innovation in the space. This all helps make Solana the best venue for traders for any asset 24/7. All right, so what's next? Well, in the last month, we've been piloting some new features. The first one is a DEX-only on-chain price model. We've been using this as our price oracle. And we call it abstinence trading because there's no sex involved here. And we're planning on applying this to more token pairs so that retail traders can access more assets. This is also being used to support day one listings for other tokens from other chains. A couple weeks ago, we had a successful Monad launch where cumulatively Solana DEXs were actually able to do more volume than DEXs on Monad itself. So look out for more of those in the coming months. At the same time, we're also seeking to improve liquidity for institutions. Right now, spreads have gone down from 30 bips to 15 bips to 5 bips, even tighter if you're trading on Humidify. But in the future, we want to be able to support $10 million trades, $100 million trades, and we want to help make Solana the trading home for degens and pension funds alike. Well, it's been a wet and wild first 6 months for us, and we're just starting to dip into the pool of possibilities. And we're super excited to continue shipping and share with you more as we have more updates. Thank you.
Ok, tuvimos a Humidify, de Kevin Pang directamente. Hablaba sobre el tema de las cotizaciones y los precios que se utilizan 100% de la liquidez que ellos proporcionan. Es una cotización personalizada, van de 10 millones de dólares de capitalización. Lo que han hecho el último año ha sido, los últimos meses, ni siquiera el año, han sido increíbles. Eso los preparó muy bien para lo que ellos llamaron DeFi 2.0. En pocas semanas empezaron a funcionar, hicieron que la operación se convirtieron en el DEX número 1 de Solana, convertido en un motor de liquidez para los mercados capitales de Internet. Hoy están haciendo más de 1.000 millones de dólares en volumen al día, más de la mitad de todo el volumen en efectivo que se mueva. Una idea que sirve para 100.000 millones de dólares de volumen operacional o acumulado en solo 6 meses. Esto hay un hilo que yo hice de Twitter de ellos. ¿Cómo seguimos ayudando a Solana a ganar? Bueno, el éxito humano no se debe realmente a ningún algoritmo sofistificado. Hay muchas personas detrás de este equipo haciendo microestructura para el mercado de capitales y bueno, es una poderosa combinación que está iterando y mejorando el ecosistema de Solana en el mundo DeFi. Vamos con Flash Trade de Anas Kader. Anas Kader es el founder de Flash Trade. Con Flash Trade se vienen cositas pronto, así que vamos a dejarlos con este brother.
At Flash Trade, that video is we always focus on our users win because users win is our win, and I just want to highlight how the market making activity on Flash has been performing very well. So here we have a chart of FLP1, which basically constitutes the underlying assets such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. Although on an year-to-date basis, Solana is down by 26%, but the same pool that has that asset, it's more than up by 20%, all the while serving traders with the best possible fees, which is at just 4 bips. And yeah, I've just added the fees there when you take a trade with $1,000 at 10x leverage. So yeah, just wanted to reiterate this thing that we really focus on making sure our users win, be it on the liquidity provision side or on the trading side. So yeah, moving ahead. I'm sure a lot of people are just here to know what's coming. So yeah, first off, Flash moving ahead next quarter would be fully powered by ephemeral rollups that are built by Magic Blocks. And the most interesting thing about this is about lowering the latency and making sure your transactions and your costs are really down, and it's basically no latency when you interact with the on-chain programs, while being fully permissionless is what we focus on, and there is no bridging required, no fragmentation. It's all like when you trade on Solana, you'd be able to trade on the ephemeral rollups that are powered by Magic Blocks, and we are very excited to launch this next quarter only on Flash Trade. And moving ahead, what's coming? We really want to focus on this thing where we want to emphasize that DeFi needs to be more than just crypto trading, because if tomorrow, Bitcoin crashes by 20%, everything slows down in DeFi because, it's like, oh my God, everything is coming down and people are like just scattered around. But if we bring more assets on-chain and serve more sectors, you would have a diversified exposure to markets. There can be a bull market for metals, there could be a bull market for Forex, there could be a bull market for equities. It's all going to happen on Flash Trade at the fastest possible speed and the lowest cost. And that's what we're trying to focus on, and adding more real-world assets as we speak. And the next important thing that I am really, really excited about is order books. I think, yeah, order books are coming on Flash Trade pretty soon, and these are fully permissionless order books that are fully composable with Solana mainnet, and these are all powered by ephemeral rollups, as we discussed in the previous slide, which will basically make sure your latency for trading is much cheaper, and there is basically no cost when you interact with the ER. So yeah, very interesting addition overall, and the most interesting thing was about the different collaterals and spot markets that we're going to add at Flash. So yeah, the next coming months at Flash are fully packed with very new, interesting things coming up. I had a little short of time, so I just make sure the 3 biggest things that are coming up, but stay tuned. And yeah, the acceleration never stops. Give us a follow on X, and thank you.
Esa es la intervención de Flash Trade. Obviamente habló de trading. Han tenido un 20% de... No, ok. No, se combinaron aquí, las traducciones están un poco complicadas. Ok, se centran en asegurar que los usuarios realmente ganen, esto ya sea por el lado de la provisión de liquidez o en el lado de las operaciones. Así es como se han ido avanzando, han tenido avances en cuanto al producto. En primer lugar, FlexTrade avanza en el próximo trimestre, estará totalmente alimentado por uno de los roll-ups espejos de Magic Blocks. Y lo más interesante de esto es que estos bloques mágicos o Magic Blocks están emocionados por lanzar esto en el próximo trimestre solo en Solana. ¿Qué viene? Realmente se van a enfocar en enfatizar el D1. D1 no me suena. Comercio de criptomonedas, porque mañana ya saben, Bitcoin se desploma un 20%, todo se ralentiza, porque como sabes, un poco de, Dios mío, todo se está cayendo y la gente está como dispersa por ahí. Eso lo decía él directamente. Traerán más activos a cadena, servirán como uno de los sectores que tendrá la exposición diversificada a los mercados. Pueden ser mercados alcistas para los metales, pueden ser mercados alcistas para las divisas, podrían ser mercados alcistas para las acciones. Todo va a suceder en el comercio y FlexTrade a la velocidad de Solana. Comentaba también que van a lanzar audiolibros, según puedo entender, llegarán a FlexTrade muy pronto. Audiolibro no está mal traducido, creo que se refiere a los se me fue el nombre. Ok, está en inglés, está mal traducido, no es audiolibros. Order book, creo que se refería a los libros de órdenes. Nada, FlexTrade de verdad va a lanzar algo muy bueno próximamente, esperemos tenerlo por allí. Ahora está en el escenario. Estos nombres, hermano, pónganse un nombre sencillo. ¿Cómo tú te vas a llamar? Matt Brennan Pitt o Fit. Pero bueno, está de Project Zero, el founder de Project Zero, Matt Brennan Pitt. Vamos a escucharlo, los que les interesa. Yo no lo sigo realmente no lo sigo de cerca, pero aquí lo ponemos.
Basis trades, think with like perps and interest rate derivatives. A good example of that would be short the perp on drift, long the spot on Jupiter Lend, capture that basis, lever it up. This will be possible through Project Zero. It wasn't in a generalized sense before, and we already have live on the product now the rate side and carry side of that. Our first major announcement today is Project Zero Pay. Now, when you see a pay product, you probably have something in your mind. It's not what you're thinking. So Project Zero Pay is not a new credit card. It's not a new bank account. It's not a new DeFi venue that you need to move to in order to use it. It's not something that stops you from earning yield. And it is not something that stops you from earning the crypto exposure you want, if you're long Bitcoin or Solana, for example. What it is connective back-end infrastructure that now utilizes the prime brokerage connective tissue we've built so that you can have lent positions with the exposure you want in the products you want. You can take out a borrow at the end of the month against this entire portfolio. It can pay your account that is paying your credit card, so you can still earn your Amex points. You don't need a new Chase account. And this is live for sign up now. It's going live in January. Number two is the next big announcement is our risk engine. It's called Brutus. This is powering our production variables for spot assets right now. Next year, we're going to make it fully dynamic. That means real-time updating of LTVs, rates, caps on-chain in response to market conditions. And Brutus V2 will go live and add once we add derivatives. So Brutus V2 will add essentially derivative risk systems to our spot risk systems that are live today. That will also go live next year. But this is already powering our on-chain production risk variables. The last big announcement is the Project Zero token. So in order to get the Project Zero token live, we needed majority market share of lending venues on Solana. We needed the pay product live, and we need the strategies product live. The strategies product, for those paying attention, went live last month. This is an innovative new tooling where you can run these multi-venue carry trades in one click. That's live on the app right now. Pay, as just announced, is going to be going live in January. Camino's in production, Drift is done, Drift is going live in January, Jupiter Lend is being worked on, it's going live first half of Q1, so that means the Project Zero token is aiming for Q1 of next year, and that is going live importantly before derivatives, which we expect to be our biggest growth opportunity. That's like Drift perps, exponent rate, interest rate products, rate X, etc. And that's it. So if you're using 2 or more venues today in Solana DeFi, Project Zero might give you better risk, better rates, better capital efficiency, better UX. It should. If we don't have your integrated venue, please reach out to us or the team. We'd love to work with you. And I'm excited for the coming year. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Ok, también tiene que ver con, ya sabes, trading. Es el primer broker on-chain. Vamos a ver qué comentó el amigo Mark Brennan. Habló un poco de lo duro que es los perpetuos y derivados, las tasas de intereses. Habló sobre Drift Protocol, también Jupiter Lend, cobrar esa base es apalancarlo. Va a ser posible gracias a Project Zero, que es el proyecto que él está representando. No lo era en un sentido generalizado antes, ya que tienen el producto, ya que las tasas por un lado y el transporte por otro no era como que viable, según entiendo aquí. Anunció su primer anuncio importante de hoy es Project Zero Date. Ok, ya va. Oh, perdí la traducción, chicos. Sí, perdí la traducción. Aquí está. Anunció el producto Project Zero Pay, un producto que va para hacer de pagos. Probablemente tengan algo más en mente. Project Zero es pagar, no una nueva tarjeta de crédito, no es una nueva cuenta de banco, no es un nuevo lugar de DeFi, es todo lo que necesitas para mudarse y comenzar a usarlo. Me imagino que se refiere a los fondos. No es algo que le impida ganar rendimiento y no es algo que le impida ganar exposición en las criptomonedas si deseas y tienes Bitcoin o Solana, por ejemplo. Es una infraestructura backend conectiva. Ahora utiliza el tejido conectivo de corretaje principal. Alguna traducción mala ahí también. El año que viene lo van a lanzar totalmente dinámico. Eso significa una actualización en tiempo real del LTV, tarifas de topes de cadena y respuestas en condiciones de mercado. Brutus V2 se llama lo que están pensando en lanzar el próximo año. Nada, Project Zero lanzará un token. Aquí está en funcionamiento. Necesitamos una cuota de mercado mayoritaria en los centros de préstamo de Solana. Necesitamos que el producto de pago. Ok, bien. Project Zero suena cool. Actualmente está en tarima. Esto hubo un cambio aquí, parece. Me sale que en tarima debería estar Alejandra Martínez, pero está un hombre. No creo que se llame Alejandra Martínez y no sé si está representando también a Foundation Capitals. En tal caso, vamos a verlo aquí. Vamos a ponerles el volumen para que vayan viendo.
To solve this very specific problem. Lastly, on the use case, I want to talk about the Eric and Wendy Schmidt Center at Harvard and MIT. So these guys are one of the largest cancer research lab in the US, and they are building some computer vision algorithms that are responsible of detecting cancer just by looking at some cells. And they've opened a modeling market on Crunch last year, and we've improved their internal benchmark by 30%. Guys, this is not nothing, right? We talk about one of the biggest research lab here, and we talk about major improvement. And this year they opened a new modeling market that is about trying to predict what will be the effect of some DNA perturbation. And again, we opened a modeling market here. Thousands of ML engineers started competing, and next year I will be able to be in front of you and maybe give you another very good news. So this is working, guys. We have figured out over the last 3 years that if we can have hundreds, if we can put hundreds of data scientists in front of enterprise problems, we can solve it faster, we can solve it better. It's nothing new. We've been doing that for 4 years, and we're creating economic value for our customers. Now, you know, there is only one good place to build this kind of protocol, and I think you all seated here for the right reason, right? We've been launching our testnet 2 weeks ago, and of course, we've been building it on Solana. This testnet is a major moment for Crunch, because for the first time, anyone on the planet, any business, will be able to build and open a modeling market on Crunch. So you will be able to tap into the brains of thousands of machine learning engineers in the world. And it works pretty well. So we opened it 2 weeks ago. We already received 300 applications from teams that want to tap into our 10,000 collective mind. We have approved 77 teams, and we're going to give 5 free spots for the 5 free companies that are going to be able to build on Crunch. So guys, if you sit it here, and you sit it on a pile of data, if you're facing this very big problem in your company, if you're a trader, a hedge fund, and you want to tap into the collective brain of Crunch, please come on crunchtao.com/coordinator/proposal, submit a proposal, and we will build a model for you. Basically, we've been doing that for 4 years. We can build your edge. We can build your alpha. We would probably make you your leader in your industry if you push data on the Crunch DAO. So now we're only accelerating from here. Thank you so much, guys.
Ok, lo que pasó es que este es el que venía. No sé si Alejandra venga en este momento. Este era el pana de Crunch. Crunch habló sobre... Ok, vamos a ver si tenemos una buena traducción acá, porque lo tuvimos bastante cortado. Mire, ingenieros, a competir. Hemos descubierto que en los últimos 3 años en sí podemos tener cientos de científicos de datos frente a los problemas de la empresa. Ahora sí creo que está Alejandra en el escenario de Foundation Capital. Sí, ya vamos a entrar en ese evento. No es nada nuevo, llevan más de 4 años esto con la gente de Crunch. Para ver, creo que Crunch... creo que Crunch no tuvo tema de data sciences y todo esto. Ok, vamos con Alejandra de Foundation Capital.
In the early stage of crypto, we're still largely momentum driven. And these big growing numbers help us share the massive opportunity that we see in front of us. We've all been through hoops to find these numbers, whether it is the more than 75 developers still building on Solana or the growing number of transactions. The challenge is that a large number isn't necessarily the one that is going to take us to scale. All new industries start with what sound like slightly ridiculous metrics before we find the way to a metrics that matter. When my fund was started in 1995, my partners at the time were constantly hearing metrics like the number of eyeballs as a sign of impending success. Over the next 5 years, the NASDAQ grew 500%. But eyeballs measurement was inconsistent, unverifiable, and not tied to the success of a business model. The infrastructure to convert eyeballs into sales was still very nascent. And it really did not make up for the increasing costs in the industry at the time. The market crashed, destroying $5 trillion of value. That is more than the entire crypto economy today. You fast forward to the marketplace era, and outliers like Facebook, Uber, and Airbnb couldn't use old metrics like revenue and EBITDA to demonstrate their potential early on. So these outliers surfaced what were net new metrics at the time to demonstrate their network effect that they were building. They initially used metrics like registered users, interactions a day, and GMV equivalents to demonstrate their early monetization potential. And as their data troves grew, they navigated towards metrics that were more around user behavior, retention, and CAC. These metrics became highly indicative of the success of these companies later on and laid the groundwork for stuff like A/B testing, more strategic, data-driven decisions, and early valuations. Meaningful metrics tend to precede really good reporting, and the tech metrics that came from these companies got rigorous enough to make their way into regulated financial documents. Early 10K reports had surfaced from the industrial area, era. And we're great for companies like a widgets business, but weren't really great for a company like a software company or a marketplace that has delayed revenues. A dual narrative emerged, with GAAP financials offering comparability and compliance, but non-GAAP metrics being used to determine growth and valuations. External stakeholders began valuing companies on average revenue for users and contracted ARR for the first time. And by 2015, almost 90% of companies reported non-GAAP metrics, a model for valuing companies on activity before revenue and EBITDA had emerged. But it took a while to get there. In crypto, we're still in our early internet era for metrics. The same gameable metrics are applied evenly across many protocols. Lack of standardization is leading to misinformation and nerd sniping on Twitter over definitions. And our growth story is often left to interpretation on crypto Twitter and external dashboards. As an investor, it's a little bit frustrating sometimes to get an external dashboard as our only view into a company's data. Not because these other dashboards aren't great, but it doesn't really give us a sense for how the founder or the founding team is thinking about their business. Structural differences with Web 2 are demanding new frameworks for how we think about data. In closed systems, a company is creating their data and is selectively telling us what they want us to hear. But this data is not updated in real time, and we don't have any real-time feedback from what is happening in the rest of those ecosystems. In crypto, finding metrics in data is a lot harder. No one controls the full picture. Wallets aren't necessarily unique users, and the anonymity of the data is obscuring a lot of the insight.
Ok, vamos con un repaso rápido porque ya en el otro vamos a hacer un cambio al otro escenario, ya que va a estar nuestros amigos de Desertora. Desertora han sido muy receptivos con nosotros. Alejandra habla sobre que son una empresa en crecimiento. Obviamente los números también están creciendo junto a eso. Hablan un poco sobre el... No, bueno, creo que aquí la traducción no es que son una empresa en crecimiento, sino es que han crecido mucho últimamente. El número de transacciones es muy interesante para Solana. Es un número grande, pero no necesariamente el que los va a llevar a la escala. Es importante tener esta claridad de ella. Las industrias comienzan con lo que parecen métricas ligeramente ridículas antes de que encontremos las métricas que realmente importan. Estoy pendiente del otro escenario. Constantemente escuchaban métricas con el número de globos oculares. Durante 5 años Nasdaq creció aproximadamente un 500%, pero la medición de los globos oculares era inconsistente y verificable. Globos oculares quizás es una mala traducción, pero bueno, no tengo el inglés suficiente para hacerles la traducción directa. El mercado se derrumbó, destruyendo 5 billones de valor. Esto me imagino que se refiere a alguno de los temas que pasaron en el pasado. Ella por lo visto se enfoca bastante en los números. Bueno, es que la empresa que está representando está enfocada a que los precios no van a ser escritos por el mercado directamente, sino por modelos y no por intuición. Van a ser escritos por el mercado, pero no por modelos, sino por intuición, es lo que quise decir. ¿Qué más? Métricas tecnológicas que proveían de estas empresas se volvieran suficientemente rigurosas como para abrirse un camino a documentos financieros regulados. Los primeros informes han sugerido que el área industrial... Aquí hay un corte de traducción. Bien, es lo que tenemos de Alejandra. Vamos a estar atentos a lo que sucede en el otro
And we've already
stage.
started to see it via updates in analytics tools. We have a very solid start at the base layer, with Solana's metrics moving up the stack as the network evolved. When we initially invested in Solana in 2018, it was all about TPS. Then we moved on to looking at reliability. And once performance issues were figured out, we moved on to looking at revenue, both at the protocol and at the app layer. What determined the network's opportunity early on was its ability to scale. But what is determining the network's opportunity now is telling others, we have built a platform here where others are making money, and so can you. This curated metrics allowed Solana to natively tell the story of the chain. But what works for the base layer...
Vamos al otro stage con Certora. Es momento de Certora. Vámonos al stage número 2. Esto lo vamos a conseguir aquí en la cuenta de Solana. Estamos en vivo, amigos. Login aquí. Tenemos a Certora en vivo. Vamos a escuchar un poco de lo que tiene que decir.
I'm the formal verification team lead at Satora, and Satora is a web do formal verification, and I will use the next 8 minutes and 40 seconds to try to tell you what that means. Okay, so when it comes to code security, most of the times DeFi protocols use all kinds of things in their security stack. They start with reviews internally and externally, of course, right? They do auditing. They do a lot of testing for sure. Ideally, they also do fast testing, so at least they cover, you know, a bunch of inputs, and don't only rely on just a few unit tests. However, still, to find bugs with fast testing, it's a little bit, you know, a game of chance. So sometimes you're lucky and you find the bug, sometimes you're just not. Now, at Satora, what we do is we do formal verification. What that means is, that we actually try to mathematically specify the intended behavior of your code. And then mathematically derive those properties from your code with the help of so-called provers. Okay, you might wonder, well, why do we need this in DeFi? There is real money at stake. And of course, you want to make sure that if you're handling money, that you cannot get wrecked. Otherwise, the trust is gone. And formal verification is basically the only way to guarantee any of that. Okay, I'll attempt to give you a small code example. Please bear with me. You can see here a tiny little program. It's a vault program. The only thing that it does, you can deposit assets, and it will mint shares for you in proportion to the total value of assets locked in the vault. And you can redeem the shares with the withdraw function, and you should get your fair share. Simple enough, right? Now, when it comes to computation of values of assets to shares and shares to assets, most of the time you need to use a multiplication and division there. Now, when it comes to division of integers, that means there's also rounding in here. In this case, I introduce a bug. Usually, you want to make sure that when you mint assets or you know, when you redeem the shares and you get out the assets, you want to make sure that you do not overestimate the amount of money that you pay out to your users, because that would mean in the long run, the last person to withdraw cannot get their money back. So in this case, I do exactly this, and I seal the muldiv computation rather than rounding down, which means that we overpay by approximately 1 token. Now, a very elegant property to show such rounding issues is to actually show that that your share value cannot decrease after any user operation. So in terms of code security, you really want to make sure that for any public-facing functionality in your code, you make sure that that assets divided by shares, so the value of one share, cannot go down. And on the right-hand side here, you can see a partial implementation of a prop test. So I just wrote it as a test, a property-based test. And rather than using the division, I use multiplication, just to make sure that in the test itself, we don't introduce any additional rounding errors as well. And I actually wrote a complete test harness for this example, where I just generate random sequences of deposits and withdrawals from 1 to 200 steps. And I let this run for 100K test cases, and I did not run into our bug. So unfortunately, even with 100K passing cases, that does not necessarily mean that you're bug-free. And the only way to actually guarantee it is to formally verify it. Now, in Satora, we have a nice Satora verification language for Rust that allows you to actually write something that almost looks like a test as a formal specification. So you can see here the same basically the same thing as for the prop test for the withdraw function. We're trying to assert that the share value cannot go down. Now, formal verification means we want to check all possible inputs to your function, and it also means we want to cover all possible reachable states of your program. In this case, our state is very small, right? It's just assets and shares. So we need to make sure we tell the prover that we actually start in a state where that is valid, so to say. And we already proved before that a valid state in this case means a solvent one. So we assume a state where we always have at least as many assets as we have shares. This is proved separately. But this is how we cover every possible state that is reachable as a starting state for the formal property. Then we take the variable shares and we say it's a non-det. It's a non-deterministic value, meaning that it can have any value that a U64, an unsigned integer, can have. And then we call the function that we want to verify. And then we assert our property. This is just a short macro, but it does the same cross-multiplication as we saw in the test before. And this way, we can now run the Satora Solana prover. It's open source. The link here in the QR code actually leads you to our docs if you're interested. It's super easy to install. It comes with a command line tool, as you can see here on the left side. And you can run basically rules that like the one you just saw. And as a result, you get a link, and that link contains the verification results. In our case, the verification result shows a counterexample. Now, a counterexample means we have one specific, one concrete state of values where our property is violated. So here we start in a state where we have 19 assets and 10 shares. Somebody wants to redeem 6 shares. And it turns out they get 12 assets rather than just 11, which would have been their fair share, thereby decreasing the share value. So the prover flags this immediately. This took about 30 seconds, if at all, with sending it off to the cloud and everything. And since we already know what the bug is, we simply fix it. We basically floor the MALDIF in the withdraw function. And if you want to take a look, I actually implemented a few other properties as well. You can scan the QR. It will show you the rule report as we usually do it at Satora. And of course, that was a very, very small example. But we did formal verification projects for quite some big names that you might have heard about already, such as Jito, Camino, Squats, Manifest, and also some work with the Solana Foundation itself. And we also do more than just formal verification at Satora. So Satora is really, we're a fully fledged Web3 security company. We do audits, we do design reviews, we do operational security. We help you with any security needs that you might have. And if you currently have any security needs, I just wanted to do a quick shout out for Arita's security subsidy program. They are funding up to $1 million for Solana builders when it comes to security, and Satora is part of that project. So if you want anything from audit to formal verification, please check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela.
Verdaderamente, cuando hablamos de Certora, pensamos en seguridad. Certora, quien no la conoce, es...
To really make sure that it's frictionless.
Segundo aquí. Volvemos al evento, al escenario principal, pero seguiremos comentando sobre Certora. Certora es la referencia global de seguridad o auditorías formales. Es un equipo súper duro en cuanto a auditorías. Básicamente, cuando se escucha Certora y se habla de Certora, es que hablan de seguridad seria. Ellos hacen la verificación formal a nivel de el más alto de la industria, estoy 100% seguro de eso. Lo que repasó la representante de Certora es que obviamente para encontrar errores es bastante técnico, esta parte es bastante técnica, enfocada en revisión de código y todo esto. Hablaba que hay un montón de entradas y un montón de cosas y no se puede confiar solamente en pruebas unitarias. Sin embargo, para encontrar errores en pruebas rápidas es un poco, ya sabes, un juego al azar porque es un código muy, muy grande, pero a veces tienes suerte y se encuentra el error, a veces no. En Certora están hablando de una verificación súper más enfocada a la realidad, que tratan de transformar y especificar con fórmulas matemáticas o matemáticamente especificar el comportamiento entendido de su código. Esto va a derivar a propiedades de código cuya ayuda, lo que ellos llamaron probadores. ¿Por qué se necesita esto en DeFi? Porque hay dinero real en juego y por supuesto quieren asegurarse de los que estén manejando el dinero no te puedan arruinar. De lo contrario, la confianza se va y la verificación formal es una de las bases principales para lograr esta confianza. Hicieron un pequeño ejemplo de código, obviamente no vamos a profundizar en eso. Es un programa, el ejemplo fue un programa de bóveda, lo cual hace que sea único, es que puedas depositar activos y se acuñarán acciones en proporción al valor total. El valor total de los activos bloqueados en esa bóveda y se pueden canjear por acciones en la función de retiro. Entonces sí, hablaron de ese tema de la seguridad un poquito más enfocado al código. Ya mostró sus segmentos de código, como lo pudieron ver. Ok, aquí hay una parte importante. Usted normalmente querrá asegurarse de que cuando acuñe activos o envíe activos, ya sabes, puedas redimirlo, puedas recibirlos en acciones, puedas retirarlo, y todo esto es una parte significativa que puede ser a largo plazo, pero la última persona que retire no podrá recuperarle el dinero. Entonces se aseguran de que se pueda en todos los casos poder retirar este dinero de los contratos inteligentes. Trabajan para ver. Sí, está bastante enfocado a la parte técnica, se puso bastante técnico esto. Bueno, vamos a concluir la participación de Certora con que trabajan directamente para, bueno, han hecho auditorías directamente para empresas como pueden ser Camino Finance, la misma Solana Foundation, Manifest. De verdad están bastante enfocados en la seguridad. Los conocí en Crossroad. Crossroad es uno de los eventos también más importantes de Solana. Tenían dos personas que hablaban español, como era Nora, bueno, es Nora y Fiorella, demasiado cariñosa. Esta es la camisa de Certora, me la puse porque sabía que cubriría especialmente esta sección para ellos. En el otro escenario hicimos un cambio de escenario para esto. Y bueno, volvemos al Absolute Cinema, el escenario principal, el escenario más grande de este Breakpoint. En pantalla tienen Aura Feed. Ok, vamos a ver qué tanto nos perdimos. Nos perdimos a Orolabs y nos perdimos también a Doma Protocol con tokenización de internet. Pero bueno, teníamos que cubrir esto también. Abra, que es otro protocolo, y creo que estamos ahorita en el punto de AbraFit. Estamos en AbraFit. Sí, estamos en AbraFit. Ok, este señor que ven acá se llama Bill Bardit. Lo siento por mi mal inglés, mis malas pronunciaciones. Abra es un producto financiero para usuarios mainstream. Abra sigue apostando a que el usuario no note la blockchain, es decir, quiere que la globalización de este ecosistema y la adopción sea mucho más sencilla para nuevos usuarios. Y bueno, los servicios financieros estén integrados. No creo que tengamos traducción porque estábamos leyendo lo de Certora, pero vamos a escuchar un poco el final de lo que están comentando.
Wallets, and our goal is to get neobanks, especially in emerging markets, to adopt this product. I've spent a lot of time myself working on different frontier banking protocols and solutions in different markets, and I'm really excited about this. SUSDAF is the staked version, which will generate yield. As I mentioned, it maintains the peg through different backing pools, and there's different hedges and strategies. So unlike, let's say, like Athena, which you're probably familiar with, the yield that's generated actually comes from multiple solutions, not just a funding and basis trade, but several different DeFi-based primitives that the protocol then kind of aggregates and figures out what to do in real time. So it's actually meant to be as decentralized as a synthetic asset could possibly be today. I think this is really important. You know, we talk about real-world asset tokenization, but if you understand the real ethos of crypto, which is why I got into this in the first place, it's all about decentralization. And I think having a truly decentralized yield-bearing dollar is a big breakthrough for the future of neobanking and a lot of the other kind of applications that want to become fully decentralized over time, especially even in AI, where you know, I think dealing with bank accounts is going to be a big problem. We plan on and already are working on distribution all over the place. So our goal is to get USDAF everywhere and then leverage those distribution mechanisms to distribute tokenized equities, tokenized prediction market outcomes, and a bunch of other stuff that we're already working on, other commodities that we'd like to tokenize, and then eventually onto exchanges and other types of wallets. So I think Abrify really is going to be one of the key players in this space, simply because we're going to make it as easy as possible for every developer out there to leverage the platform. We are working on a seeding program. We've been quietly seeding Abrify and USDAF for several weeks now. We're already over mid-8 figures in seeding commits. We'll probably be 9 figures by mid-December. It will launch around January 1-ish. We just launched the Twitter handle or X handle, Abrify.org. So you can go follow Abrify.org and get more details. We're doing a promotional seeding launch where we're going to give incremental yield in the form of the AFI governance tokens to early adopters, so that the yield will effectively nearly double for several months. We may extend it beyond the initial few months, just depending upon how things are going. But we've been running it in the lab for quite a while, and it's a super cool product. And you know, we're already looking at kind of the next gen synthetic assets that we want to launch on the platform. So as I mentioned, AFI is the governance token. We'll share most of the protocol revenue back to the token holders, which we think now is the time for DeFi platforms to really start looking at this approach. And our goal is to make USDAF the de facto settlement layer for Solana, and SUSDAF to obviously be the savings layer for Solana as well. So please go to, you go to abra.com, or you can go to our new Twitter handle for Abrify.org and check it out. And you can also basically sign up, and we'll send you a note when it's ready to launch. In the meantime, I promised I'd give you a couple of quick updates on Abra. We are a small group here. We can talk amongst ourselves. So we are very, very strongly considering, I guess as much as my lawyers will let me say, going public in the first quarter, which is a miracle given what the space has gone through, and those of us who are from the US the last few years. So I'm really excited that we've got an administration that's being very supportive of our space. Our core asset management and wealth platform business has been booming, Bitcoin-backed lending. This is part of why we wanted to get into tokenized assets, was to basically take our vault-based model, which we consider to be the future of banking, and make all kinds of assets available to our clients. And once we dug in, we realized there was an even bigger opportunity to open it up to the public, which is what became the Abrify piece of our solutions, which we're going to give away to the public. So yeah, you can learn more about what we're doing at abra.com. Follow us on Twitter /X, and stay tuned for the release of USDAF in the next couple of weeks. Thanks for the time, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Ok, de verdad habló sobre los mercados emergentes para adoptar el producto. han pasado por diferentes protocolos y soluciones bancarias en cuanto al tema de los mercados y está muy emocionado con eso. Ahorita está en vivo. Ya estoy buscando aquí. Ok, un Fireside, si no me equivoco, es sobre China AMC. Lo que ven ahí es Katie Heath a Eugene Scheut de OSL. Inversiones, custodias, perspectivas desde Asia, creo que es lo que se va a hablar acá en este panel. Es bastante grande para el tema institucional, sobre todo con Solana Foundation y de las instituciones que estén detrás de las inversiones asiáticas. Pero bueno, vamos a ver a seguir leyendo la traducción del panel anterior. Esta no es la traducción de este panel. El rendimiento generado por soluciones múltiples no es solo una sola financiación y un comercio de base, sino de varios primitivos basados en D5, DeFi. No sé qué. Ok, DeFi, cuando el traductor me pone D5 es que me está poniendo DeFi. Google, bueno, Google, ahí está difícil. Diferentes protocolos luego se agrupan. Esto no lo estoy entendiendo, hay un corte raro acá. Aquí dice que creo que es realmente importante la tokenización de activos en el mundo real, Real World Access, otra vez en el tema. Pero si entiendes el verdadero espíritu de las criptomonedas, que es la razón por la que se entró en primer lugar, se trata todo de descentralización. Y creo que tener un dólar que genere un rendimiento verdaderamente descentralizado es un gran avance para el futuro de los neobancos y para muchas otras aplicaciones que quieren descentralizarse por completo con el tiempo. Totalmente de acuerdo con lo que dice aquí y está muy interesante que lo podamos tener tan bien traducido aquí. Si ya sabes, creo que lidiar con cuentas bancarias va a ser un gran problema, ya lo es. Planeamos y estamos trabajando en la distribución por partes iguales, conseguir su objetivo, que es básicamente aprovechar todas las partes y los mecanismos de la distribución de acciones tokenizados, resultados del mercado de predicciones tokenizados y un montón de otras cosas en las que ya está trabajando Abrafi, que fue el speaker pasado. Bien, vamos a dejarlos con este panel. Vamos a ponerlo en directo.
We actually launched Asia's first and largest spot Bitcoin Ethereum ETF last year. And just 2 months ago in October, we launched Solana Spot ETF as well, and first in Asia, and actually was ahead of the US. And we're speaking about ETF, right, which I think was the only and the largest innovation that we saw in the financial industry over the last few decades. But, you know, we look forward and we think, you know, what's next? What's the next big thing that's going to drive change? And I think the answer lies in blockchain technology. And the core to that is really tokenization. You know, blockchain, obviously, everybody knows, it's a very powerful technology. It will enable us to achieve asset democratization, instant access, atomic settlement. And so we fully embrace that by launching, again, Asia's first and largest tokenized money market fund suite. Earlier this year, now we have 3 currencies, Hong Kong dollar, US dollar, and RMB. And I'm very happy to share that we'll be launching and deploying these on Solana chain very soon. And we're definitely very excited to be joining the Solana ecosystem, which is thriving. And I guess, you know, on top of that, we're also helping to build the infrastructure in Hong Kong. And by doing that, we participate in all of the Hong Kong government sandboxes, which focus on asset tokenization. So for those of you that come from Hong Kong, there's Project Ensemble, Project Hong Kong Dollar Plus, as well as stablecoin issuer sandbox. And I guess the key kind of focus for these sandboxes is to really test and explore the linkage linkage between different tokenized assets. So just a month ago, we actually completed a pilot trade where we use interbank tokenized deposit to subscribe into our tokenized money market fund. So really laying out the groundwork for interoperable, institutional-grade infrastructure in Hong Kong.
Yeah. So we also super excited about the whatever development in Hong Kong in the last, I would say, 2 years. The Hong Kong regulator, SFC, and the Hong Kong MA, they actually come out quite a clear framework in terms of what you are able to do as a financial license exchanges, as well as the security brokers. So there's probably 60 security brokers in Hong Kong. They're already able to offer the virtual assets to the client. And then there's about 15, they're able to directly basically deposit and withdraw the crypto asset on behalf of the client. And then, of course, there's a lot of new initiatives still ongoing, especially focused on the digital asset. I think in general, the Hong Kong regulator make it super clear is in Hong Kong as one of the largest financial center in Asia, the focus will be more on the digital asset, which is including stablecoin and all the RWA, the products, right? I mean, recently there's some RWA product, especially Go. We talk about able to do the physical delivery. So if you want to really see your goal and anything about the 2 kilograms, they will deliver to your house next day. I haven't tried that, but maybe we'll try when I go back. So I think that's pretty exciting. But then also we just announced yesterday the USDG Go, so which is a stablecoin we just launched, but which is definitely not another stablecoin. So basically, what we try to do is we want to use the stablecoin as a settlement layer that able to help institution, business can really move the money around, right? Yeah. And that's why we actually powered by the Solana, because we think the Solana chain would be perfect for the scenario for the global payment, because the global payment really require a high performance, a lower cost, and also is really able to the scalable. Yeah. So I don't know, is the first time in Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
First time in Middle East, actually.
Yeah. So how do you see the opportunities for as a biggest asset manager in Asia, for the Asia market, also for the Middle East market?
Yeah, well, I guess, my feel is I'm super positive about, first of all, Asia and the Middle East. Obviously, first time in Middle East, I'm absolutely thrilled by the enthusiasm I've seen here. Definitely a lot of top-down policy support in digital assets. UAE is for sure becoming a digital asset hub. We've seen big international players coming here. We've seen OSL getting your license here as well. And I think, this all goes really well with the region's kind of strength in things like private bank, family office, and sovereign capital. But I guess I could speak a little more on Asia and Hong Kong in particular. So I think there are 3 narratives really driving this trend. So the first one is, well, for a lot of the markets in Asia, things like Hong Kong and Singapore, the markets are well developed. There's a very strong, infrastructure. There's great market depth. There's a great, group of well-informed investors. And interestingly, a lot of these markets are also fintech hubs. And for places like Hong Kong, where it's also growing as a family office and, treasury center, it really goes in well with digital assets. And I think with the rise of digital assets, the interoperability of digital assets will definitely, strengthen all these capital flow between these Asian countries. And secondly, as you mentioned, I think Hong Kong, Singapore have demonstrated really good, regulatory openness by essentially issuing a very clarified and comprehensive framework around all aspects of digital assets, from products, from custody, distribution, trading, etc. And I think having launched our products in Hong Kong, it really gave us the confidence and necessary guardrails to be able to see all these major institutions coming into the market and help to build the market. So I think both Middle East and in Asia, all these leading markets are really on the right track to really lead in digital assets. Yeah, and for China AMC, we're very open-minded. We look forward to working with a lot of the ecosystem partners here in Middle East. It's a very thriving market here.
Yeah, so we're definitely also very bullish about Asia and the Middle East market, because within the Middle East market, Asia market is just so complicated. Right, it's very different from US, from European. The rules are quite united, everything united. But the Asia market is actually very fragmented. They have a different kind of language, different kind of system rules. Right, that's why we try to get all the license, so that we don't need to ask for permissions. And then with all the license, with the blockchain technology, that we can build this unified digital market for all the Asia customer investor, and also work together with the biggest funds, biggest financial security house, right? Then we can really provide a much more efficient market for the not only for Asia, of course, also for the world, right? I think that's something that is not something that's good to have. It's something really think is a must to have.
Yes, completely. Yes, precisely.
Okay, all right. Yeah, thanks for everybody. Thanks for having us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. 谢谢。
Un enfoque bastante enfocado. Ya el sueño está haciendo efecto, mi gente. Tengo casi, no sé, ya, cuánto tengo sin dormir. Veamos un poco sobre lo que hubo en este panel. Está enfocado en China también, en el mercado asiático. El primer y mayor ETF de Bitcoin y Ethereum de Fidelity del año pasado. Fue hace 2 meses también, en octubre lanzaron el ETF de Solana. Se habló mucho del primer lugar de Asia y también está por delante de Estados Unidos. China directamente enfocado, que está delante de Estados Unidos hablando de ETF. Y estamos hablando de ETF, ¿verdad? Creo que fue la única y la mayor innovación que vimos en la industria financiera en las últimas décadas. Y bueno, si se mira hacia el futuro, ¿qué es lo siguiente? ¿Cuál es la próxima gran cosa para impulsar este cambio? Creo que la respuesta está en la tecnología blockchain. El núcleo de eso también es realmente la tokenización. Ya sabes, blockchain, y obviamente todo el mundo sabe que es una de las tecnologías muy poderosas que permitirá el acceso democrático o la democratización de los accesos a los activos. Activos que son masivos y que va a lograr una adopción por completo al lanzar la gran primera suite de fondos en el mercado tokenizado asiático a principios de este año, que fue una de las cosas que sucedió. Tienen 3 monedas: el dólar de Hong Kong, el dólar estadounidense y el RMB. No, lo siento, me perdí ahí. Solana definitivamente está muy unido al ecosistema y está prosperando, y supongo que todas estas cosas van a ayudar en la infraestructura de Hong Kong para lograr una mayor adopción en el caso de la tokenización de activos. Es un tema bastante interesante, pero bastante extenso también. Un tema que me gusta un poco porque van a chocar 2 grandes potencias en cuanto a la adopción. Eso ayuda muchísimo. El mercado de capitales de China también es muy grande. Bueno, esto es mucho más largo de lo que podemos cubrir, y actualmente estamos hablando, está en el evento Joseph Schitt, que es el representante de Solana Company. Como pueden ver, está hablando sobre China. Aquí directamente el panel se llama The China Opportunity, la oportunidad de China, y vamos a cubrirlo. Vamos a ver qué tiene que decir bueno, ya ha dicho bastante, pero vamos a activar el micrófono para poder escucharlo. Joseph Schitt,
place you find a lot of
Company.
technical talents. There are things you can do in China, which I'll talk about, and things you cannot do in China. But this is definitely the place where you find your cheap, low-cost, hardworking, smart, technical talents. Just one number to pay attention to, there are 5 million tech-able students graduating from universities and colleges every year. There are more than 500,000 tech startups being formed every year in that country. I mean, I asked the question, how many programmers are there in the blockchain space? I was told about 30, you want to push it, 40,000. Any one of the top 10, top 20 tech companies in China has more than that. Multiples of that. We want these tech people to come to Solana. If you have 5% of them joining us in building our ecosystem, we'll be golden. This is the myth. This is the question that I get asked the most. And the fear is, oh, what if I get taken away in China and no one can find me anymore? What if I get, border control? I can't leave the country. I have to be there forever. And that's the fear that most of the foreigners. I'm a Malaysian. I was born and raised in Malaysia. I spent the last 25 years, half the time Beijing, half the time Hong Kong. And I'm fine. And especially the last 7, 8 years, I've been shareholders, sometimes controlling shareholder, major crypto companies, sit on the board. I go in and out. It's not that hard to stay out of trouble. There's only a few things to bear in mind in China. China has a huge population. And a lot of the population, you could say, is unsuspecting. And obviously, some of them are speculators and gamblers. The last thing the Chinese government wants you to do is to go and rip off these mums and pops and the taxi drivers. Don't do that. Go build something that has a real impact in the real world. Like Mike Novogratz says, build shits that people would use, that work. Then you'll be fine. And 2, like India, Vietnam, many other countries that have capital control, the first thing the governments worry about is capital flight, money leaving the country illegally. Don't do that. Don't do anything that will aid that. Stay away from it. And I guess, bearing these 2 principles in mind, other than try to liberate Taiwan or worship the war heroes of Japan, I think you're fine. If you have any questions, you're not clear, call us. Ask your lawyers. On the bottom left, you see this, new article. Everyone now is saying that China is changing its mind on crypto again. They're beating up the whole sector. No, whatever they said a couple of weeks ago is the same. Stable coins are not fiat. They don't have sovereign backing. Stable coins, some of the stable coins have higher AMC KYC risk, which we know. Crypto-related business cannot be done onshore, which we know has been there for years. Nothing has changed. Business is unusual. One of our portfolio company, HashKey, is getting listed next week. And in Hong Kong, they have the whole tech team, a lot of supporting team onshore in China. They're perfectly fine. Hong Kong is the place you want to be. That's sort of open to do most of the crypto and blockchain businesses. And then capitals come back to Hong Kong. This year, a lot of people don't know this, is going to be the largest IPO market for 2025. This is, time's running up. This is who we are. We are supported by liquidity on the East and the West. We have people in the US and also in Asia. We're here to help. It's all from me. Thank you.
Up next, we have a very exciting fireside chat. The panelists need no introduction, but I'll give one anyway. We have a fireside chat with Bybit's Ben Zhao. Ben is the CEO of Bybit, one of the largest centralized exchanges in the world. And then Lily Liu, the president of Solana Foundation, the one making this all possible. Please welcome them to the stage.
Lily Liu, presidenta de Solana Foundation, con Ben Su, CEO de VIVO, el segundo exchange más grande del mundo. Veamos qué tienen para decir. El panel anterior lo vamos a dejar pasar porque, bueno, es bastante complicado traducir esas cosas y el traductor no hizo un trabajo bien.
So, Ben, what's new in the Bybit world?
Well, a lot of things. So I think this year for me is really focused on compliance and getting license. I think the exchange space, since we launched in 2018, I think the first 3 years, we were, like we discussed in the backstage, we were focused on building product, doing innovation. It's really good fun time. And I think for the last 2 years, it was really about licensing because the whole space, we're the first one that got the UAE ESCA license. So we're also here in Abu Dhabi. And then we have the MiCA license from Europe. Overall, Southeast Asia, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, everywhere is getting ready for onboarding onto crypto. So I think the role of the exchange now is really how do we connect to the local banks and become the place for people, the massive people that haven't been onboarded into crypto, so to own their first, let's say, $100 into crypto. So that's kind of our job and our focus now.
Got it. Yeah. And then product-wise, it's much more than an exchange now. I know the Bybit card has been a huge success for you guys. And so product-wise, how are you expanding?
Oh, yeah. So a lot more focus on payment, especially in emerging markets. Our biggest growth this year is in Latin America, CIS region, as well as Africa. Mm-hmm. So we have license in Brazil, Argentina, Turkey, South Africa. So for these places, you see the adoption rate, especially the unbanked population, they will treat crypto and the crypto exchange like a bank. And basically, we give them crypto card, they can use it. And then at the same time, they have an earn program. They can even buy a structural product and things like that. So, yeah.
Got it.
What has your focus been this year? Has it been kind of shifting, compared to the first part a few years and this,
Yeah, I think that we're fundamentally builders of infrastructure, first and foremost. We joke that Solana really is just a GitHub repo, and we joke that we, as foundation, are a human interface for a GitHub repo. And so we're not building companies, we don't operate companies. We advocate for a GitHub repo, which is kind of like weird because there isn't like really another precedent for that. But then I think that over time, there's kind of like this progress to how you build an ecosystem. There's an order of operations. Of course, if the network doesn't exist, there's nothing for anyone else to do. And then the most important thing after you have a functioning network is attract developers. No developers, no apps, nothing for users to do. So we think about it as you build the network, attract developers, that essentially has been like the core thing, network and app developers for basically the last 4 or 5 years. And then what happened this year is there's this huge broadening into institutional investor audience, into institutions issuing assets, and so this whole stablecoin RWA type of thing. So I feel like we added so many different audiences this year, and it's way beyond just developers, startups and developers as it has been for the last few years.
And you know how my world is really, I spend half of my time meeting different regulators. I was just in Indonesia meeting JK, talking about licensing. Does this regulation framework and the environment change affect you at all? And how is the Solana Foundation interact with regulators?
Yeah. We certainly interact with regulators a little bit different from how you guys operate, or as operating businesses interact with regulators. We were the first blockchain to set up a policy institute, the Solana Policy Institute. We've got full team, about 6 people in DC, where focused on US regulation, given that opened up and went from a fairly hostile place to a fairly collaborative environment. But we care about different issues than you might, because we're not seeking a license. Right. We're not an operating business, but we do care about things like, are developers going to be prosecuted for writing code? That's something we're going to care disproportionately a little bit more about than an exchange might. I think that when we go talk to, let's call it countries, we talk to countries less about any individual piece of regulation, but it's more, as a blockchain, we support countries with talent formation, capital formation, and this whole theme of internet capital markets. So we certainly go talk to countries around the world, but it's less about regulation, it's a little bit more policy and also sort of how you grow the economy together.
Yeah, kind of ecosystem focus.
Yeah, ecosystem. Yeah, countries are ecosystems too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Bybit, we launched a DEX in Solana called ByReal, and the ByReal team is here today. They gave us this little thing. Thanks, ByReal.
ByReal team.
So, I also talked to my team. It's kind of a good thing and also a curse. When a centralized exchange, especially a big one, launches a project, I think the team want it to be independent and people see ByReal as a real DEX, rather than a sub thing out of the centralized exchange. And obviously, I think the team is trying quite hard to attract projects in a completely decentralized way. Basically, they don't view Bybit resources as part of the requirement. What's your view on that, and what's your advice to give if it's a project incubated by the centralized exchange?
I think that, especially in the earlier days, which is right now, people are going to see it as having been incubated by Bybit. Right. And that is part of the appeal. Yeah. That is part of the startup part of it. But ultimately, like any product, I feel like it's got to win on being a competent, good to very good product itself first. So over time, like the balance of those things has to shift. A product where it's like, if people ever only see ByReal as Bybit's Solana DEX project, then it hasn't really done its job, right? And it has to earn its way out of that, because that's kind of the starting point, but then that's also, there's like a half-life to that characterization. So that's a challenge for the ByReal team, I suppose. I think they're doing quite well right now, but you gotta like out-earn that over time, right? And grow at a pace which is faster, hopefully multiples faster than the half-life decay of kind of being this incubated project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
How do you see that?
I think just what the team were discussing, what is the key strengths of ByReal is number one is probably the liquidity. We want to make sure that DEX has really good liquidity, and we already start to see a lot of the order even being routed to ByReal because the liquidity and the spread is quite good. But again, like you said, innovation is a key. And that's not only for DEX, for a centralized exchange. Bybit is the second in the world, and I keep telling the team we cannot, be the number one by copying Binance. We need to start to think what we could do on our spot market, on our earn program, that really solves clients' need rather than simply try to price war on this type of things. It never wins. So I think for our next focus on the centralized side is probably RWAs. We focus quite a bit on tokenized stock. And this, I think, crossed to ByReal as well. ByReal also wants to focus quite a bit on RWAs. We think is the future of the industry. Yeah.
And so how do you see the Bybit Alpha, ByReal, and then Bybit, or more broadly, the centralized and decentralized space converging, complementing one another? Obviously the fact that you guys did incubate ByReal means that you see this as being positive some games. I'm curious how you think about that reinforcing one another.
Yeah.
Why not just do a wallet? A lot of people, did a wallet and...
Yeah, so wallet we actually started the wallet project for the first 2 years, and then for me, I just see huge investment, but I don't see stickiness. From the exchange side, we see a lot of good wallet out there, and we feel like, at least to me, it's extremely hard to compete on a wallet front because people don't just choose a wallet, they choose what the wallet can do, whether it's the airdrop it offers through a project, or they want to get onto Solana to do certain things. So, for example, if you want to trade on Hyperliquid, if Hyperliquid only supports one wallet, most people would just use that one wallet. I don't see a competitive stickiness on wallet, and this is why we kind of stopped developing the wallet project. But DEX is different, I think. DEX is real, it's liquidity. People always need a DEX, it's where trading happens. And the relationship between a DEX to the DEX, I think, is not really competition. It's part of the journey as being an infrastructure. We see ourselves as an infrastructure we get so many licenses, so we can connect to the local banks, like here in UAE, maybe the First Abu Dhabi Bank, so that clients can deposit AED into Bybit to start to explore into crypto. But the moment they explore and they become more confident, they will need a wallet maybe to explore into DEXs and even in Solana different projects, so as they become more confident. So we see it's really a maturing phase, and we still host a majority of the crypto curious people who just get into the industry, and then we ship them off maybe to you guys after they become more native, you know.
Got it. So you see DEXs as even being like a pro product.
I do see it.
Pro product.
Yeah, I mean, we interact with a lot of clients all over the world. DEX, to most people, we focus on so much on user experience. On a sex exchange, every single button is designed by a purpose. Why this button is here, why this is around, is because clients would by default click it as easier, right? But the moment they go to, I think, Solana Web3, it's a very open world. They need to have basic knowledge of how to explore, how to navigate, understand what's going on, and even using a self-custody wallet, right? So we at least still play that part of curating that, make them more confident, I think. So that's our job, you know. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
And how do you see do you see chains as being kind of like decentralized liquidity that is going to be more significant over time than a centralized exchange?
Oh yeah, we've seen a significant shift of liquidities moving from centralized exchange to DEX over the last 2 years, right? Not only spot and also derivatives. We see more liquidity happening in hyperliquid and this type of derivative DEX. So I think people are definitely more confident in exploring DEXs. Like I said, you know, once they have been trained, they'll be shipped off into the area, because I think it offers more freedom, more privacy, obviously, and definitely more choices, right? So I don't, you know, I think the trend is going to continue to happen. But again, our job is still the and crypto people, which is even bigger. I think the world is still, I think the next question for you probably is, what is the biggest challenge? I still think it's probably the throughput issues. If we have a lot more users onboarding into Solana, can we really handle them in the billions, you know, in the tens of billions? And that's kind of our job to bring these people in, you know, and you might face the same problem, you know.
I think that by nature of being decentralized, the ecosystems built on top of open infrastructure, they are inherently going to be, because it's open, there's going to be a lot of stuff, and there's a little bit of discovery and fragmentation of experience. And what you see with, I think one place where you see this is a trade-off between when you have permissionless asset issuance, you have 5 different forms of BTC. Right. And so you fragment liquidity. And so what do you choose? Do you choose the permissionless nature of asset issuance and say, well, you know, fully asset neutral, so, okay, well, you know, that's life. You've got 10 different forms of BTC. And then, you know, some people see that as a arbitrage opportunity for solvers, for developers to build a solver network around that. And okay, so some people think, well, it's a great opportunity to solve that through technology, and it's arbitrage, right? So you just keep things maximally permissionless. And then there's another view of the world, which is, well, there's liquidity is a public good for the whole ecosystem. So if you unify that liquidity through some coordination mechanism, then that's actually better. And I think that in the chain world, you'll see quite a variety of different perspectives on this. And so when it comes to something like Bitcoin, I think we probably have, you know, at least 5 or 6 different wrappers of Bitcoin through different technologies. So then the question is, okay, well, if you really want to scale for 1 billion users, is it really reasonable to expect those people are going to, you know, DYOR on, you know, the technical intricacies of this wrapper versus that? And so I think this is, you could say that's like a bit of a UX decision to be made, and this is like, it's a sliding scale of judgment.
No, I agree. So on our side, we are trying to also focus quite a bit on throughput, TPS, and make sure we can expand. I think the October 11th big massive drop, that, you know, how it really was a test of centralized infrastructure. And even with that, we see, you know, the downtime of a single cloud can crash a lot of the centralized exchange. So that's our focus, is to have multi-disaster recovery strategies. so that the availability of the exchange stays.
Yeah. I mean, Tencent has certainly motivated us as well. I think, decentralized infrastructure shifted, I think, people's trade-off perspective. That, well, if you have decentralized infrastructure that can actually perform, and there was one that performed rather well. I think Solana did very well that day. And you have more transparency throughout the stack, transparency on principally where the oracles, right, how Oracle data is fed. So we'll see. I think that you have these defining events that will change the way people perceive trade-offs. Maybe there'll be something that shifts it in the other direction. So, anyways, yeah.
Cool.
Well,
amazing.
Thanks for being a great partner.
Thank you. Thanks. We'll continue to support.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All good? Yeah.
Ok, hablaron muchísimo. Vamos a desglosarlo poco a poco. Tengo la traducción. Vamos a verlo. Definitivamente es muchísimo, pero iniciamos muy bien. Inició muy bien. Obviamente. Ok, el siguiente speaker es Solana Constitución. Solana Constitución. Va a ser por Tushar Jain, pero no lo vamos a cubrir. No lo vamos a cubrir porque vamos a desglosar todo lo que acaba de hablar Bent y Liliu. Lo principal que se habló fue, lo primero, el cumplimiento y obtener las licencias. Es algo muy importante en el espacio de los exchanges. Se lanzó en el 2018 Bybit. Creo que los primeros 3 años de ellos estaban como en un backstage, dice aquí. No estaban enfocando la construcción de un producto. Fue más que todo el tiempo y la diversión que los llevó a hacer eso. Innovar y hacer un producto como lo es Bybit. Y creo que en los últimos 2 años se ha tratado realmente de licencias, porque todo el espacio y buscar las primeras licencias, ok, están en Abu Dhabi, tienen las licencias de Europa, Asia, Tailandia, Vietnam, Indonesia, en todas partes se están preparando para la incorporación del ecosistema cripto, de las blockchain. Pero bueno, es lo que ha cambiado mucho ahora realmente, cómo me conecto a los bancos locales, cómo convertirnos en un lugar para la gente y todo eso desde el punto de vista de un exchange como Bybit, que es el segundo más grande del mundo detrás de Binance. Sí. Algo importante que dijo él, el crecimiento más grande que ha tenido este año fue en América Latina. Mencionó a Argentina. Qué bueno hubiera sido tener más menciones de países, pero Argentina se proyecta como uno de los países de más crecimiento y adopción en América Latina, por eso Bybit lo reconoce. También crecieron en África, también crecieron en Turquía, Sudáfrica y todas estas partes que les estoy mencionando. Así que para esos lugares, como lo dice el mismo Ben de Bybit, se ve la tasa de adopción, especialmente en población sin acceso a servicios bancarios. Tratarán a las criptomonedas como una casa de cambio de criptomonedas, como un banco, etc. Entonces, básicamente, él dice que uno de los puntos más importantes es que darles una tarjeta de criptomonedas, pueden usarla y tener un programa de ganancias, incluso puede comprar productos estructurales. Me imagino que habla un poco de acciones, habla un poco también de, no lo sé, Real World Access directamente. También hablaron un poco del desarrollo, así que pensaron en construir una red para atraer desarrolladores. Eso ha sido esencial para las cosas centrales y desarrollar aplicaciones. ¿Qué pasó? Bueno, hubo un gran golpe, profundizando una audiencia institucional en la emisión de activos y en todo ese tipo de cosas que estuvieron viendo. Hay una pregunta, no sé quién la hace específicamente, pero dice, me imagino que fue Lili Liu. ¿Este cambio en el entorno del marco regulatorio te afecta en absoluto? ¿Y cómo interactúas con la fundación y los reguladores? Sí los afecta, pero no se preocupan por diferentes problemas que ellos saben. No ven una licencia, no están operando un negocio. la Fundación Solana se preocupan por cosas como cómo van a ser los procesos desarrollados por escribir código. Eso es algo de lo que se van a preocupar poco a poco, pero actualmente el que podría preocuparse es el exchange directamente. Le volteo como la pregunta. Cuando vayamos a hablar con, llamémoslo país, el país es un terreno desconocido muchas veces, temas regulatorios, entonces es más lo que ya sabes. Como blockchain apoyamos a los países con la formación de la ciudad, la confirmación y todo el tema de los mercados capitales, del Internet Capital Market, de los mercados capitales de Internet. Así que vamos a hablar con países de todo el mundo, pero es menos que sobre la regulación, más sobre política y también sobre cómo se crece juntos. Los exchanges centralizados, especialmente uno grande como Bybit y en otros proyectos grandes, creo que el equipo quiere ser independiente y la gente ve a Bybit como una baraja real en lugar de algo como un exchange descentralizado. Y obviamente el equipo se está esforzando por traer los proyectos de forma descentralizada, pero básicamente no se necesitan porque son recursos privados. Hablaron muchísimo. Tenemos también una parte enfocada en producto, que cómo se siente al respecto de los proyectos que vienen de incubadoras y todo esto, y creo que es una discusión clave. ¿Cuál es la clave para la fortaleza de la vía férrea? Aquí debe haber una traducción mala, pero bueno. Número uno, probablemente el principal problema, la principal clave sea la liquidez. Quieren asegurarse que sean líquidos, totalmente líquidos, para resolver incluso el mercado de contado con un programa de ganancias que satisfaga las necesidades de los clientes. Perfecto, hablaron muchísimo más. Creo que es momento de dejarlo hasta aquí con este tema y Solana Foundation y Bybit. Mi opinión es que fue como una especie de debate corto, debate preciso. Uno le preguntaba al otro, el otro le preguntaba a uno, y tuvimos una gran experiencia con Liu y Ben de Bybit. Ahorita en este espacio que estamos viendo está hablando Tushar. Tushar está hablando sobre Solana Constitución. Es el último panel, el último expositor de esta noche. Bueno, de esta noche para nadie, ya es de tarde, aquí son las 10 de la mañana. Estamos por cumplir las 8 horas de streaming, llevamos 7 horas 46 minutos. De verdad bastante emocionado por esto, por lo que estamos haciendo cubriendo este evento en español, sin inglés, es una locura, pero bueno. Vamos a dejarlo con el final de este panel para después hacer el cierre y descansar porque estamos agotados.
Going to come from the world of decentralized systems. It's going to come from blockchains. It's going to come from interesting experiments where we try radical new forms of democracy. And I think actually, as Tushar said, this is an interesting new form of democracy with delegation with voter override, where you can revoke your votes away from your delegates. I think there's quite a lot of people in the world that would like to be able to do that at the moment. And over to Tushar again.
So I know that we all understand how important it is to build things, and that's been the core of Solana's culture. But it's also important to manage the things that we have built in the way that creates the most value for the most number of people. And that's what we think governance can help accomplish. As Nick described some of those examples, governance is a critical component of utilizing what we have built to create the most value for the most people. So let me tell you a little bit about what practically are we proposing with the new Solana Constitution. The first thing that we're proposing is what we call stake sovereignty. This means that ultimately stakers control the network. Stakers get to decide who they are staking to, but in addition to deciding who they're staking to, there's this new concept called staker override. So what this means is on a given proposal that's going to be voted on, a staker can vote even if their validator did not vote. Or if the validator voted yes and the staker wants to say no, they can override their validator's vote with their percentage of the stake. We think this is a really powerful innovation that dramatically solves the principal agent problem that can exist in a validator representative democracy type system. The validators are absolutely critical components of governance. They are tasked with actually running the network code honestly. They're also tasked with what we're calling stewardship. And that means bringing to the network's attention when a controversial change is proposed. And I'll describe what that practically means in just a second. When we introduce this new concept. You are all probably familiar with SIMDs. SIMDs have been the Solana improvement documents that have existed since the beginning of the network. And they have governed how updates to Solana have worked in the past. But they were subject to a bunch of that confusion I was mentioning earlier. Which SIMDs need to be voted on? Which ones don't? Who votes? When do you vote? All this stuff. So what we are proposing with the Constitution is a new type of proposal called a Solana governance proposal, or an SGP. An SGP is a detailed proposal for a systemic change to the network. SGPs are voted on, SIMDs are not voted on. How do we decide if something is systemic? We can't define it. It's really hard to do. We tried. The way we define that something is systemic is if enough of you, as stakers and community members, believe it is systemic. And the way we do that is we allow stakers and validators to escalate any proposal to label it systemic. And only proposals that are labeled systemic can be voted on in order to prevent voter fatigue and overvoting. Think of the SGPs as a specification of what to build and a general direction for the network. Then we have SIMDs, which continue to exist as they have. They're a technical specification for a proposed network update. These sail through opportunistically. So if a SIMD is proposed, it just goes through the current process. There's no voting on SIMDs. Core devs propose it, it goes through technical peer review, and it sails on through. SGPs are voted on. We don't want to slow core devs down. But if a SIMD is contentious and it says that there's going to be some change that the network thinks is systemic, then 15% of stake can label that change systemic, and it escalates the SIMD into an SGP and forces a vote on that issue. So in order to lay this out a little more visually and clearly, I'll hand it over to Nick to take you through this flowchart.
Thanks, Tushar. Bit late in the day for flowcharts, I know, but I'll give it a go. So it's a 4-phase process, and you can think of the first being, how do we make the proposals? So we're going to do this all on GitHub. We have it a forum. We want to collect this all into a very sort of robust place that we can discuss proposals. We have these 2 proposal tracks. They go through the usual technical review. And the important bit here is that decision-making process. Is this a systemic proposal? In which case it goes into the SGPs. So this would be things like MCP. We have Alpenglow, for example. Big systemic changes to the network that materially change the economics. They materially are consensus-breaking changes. We vote on them. So this is the kind of elevation process. It's completely permissionless. The validators elevate a proposal. If 15% of stake decides something is worthy of voting on, then it's voted on. And then as soon as that proposal threshold is hit, it triggers an on-chain mechanism. So previously, we kind of did this with proposal-specific tokens. It was a bit hacky. Now this is the kind of major mechanistic upgrade of the protocol. We have a new voting program that uses some interesting technology, which I'll talk about in a second. But as soon as that hits, it triggers this process. So the discussion period is on chain. We deliberated in consultation processes how many epochs this should be, but 10 epochs of discussion, and as soon as that concludes, a snapshot is taken. So this actually uses a cool bit of tech which DISO created called an NCN, which is a decentralized snapshotting process, looks at a specific slot, calculates everyone's stake, we reach consensus on it, and then it triggers the voting window, which at the moment is down for 3 epochs. And this is going to be still live, so we can debate this a little bit further. But effectively, we have this epoch by epoch tallying process where stakers can override their validators and validators vote. And then once it's finished, we can finalize the proposal. And this is the kind of critical piece. We want all of these proposals to sail through. We don't want to overvote. Primarily, this is a veto mechanism. So the strongest signal that you can get on the network is that we're over quorum of 33%. 33% of stakers turned up, and we have a supermajority on that. And it's the highest degree of signal that you can get on the network, and there's a very strong mandate for it. If you're under quorum and you get quorum failure, we treat that as indifference. It just means the network didn't necessarily care that much. So that's the process, and I think it puts us in a really good position.
It puts us in a position for Solana to be the largest decentralized governance system in the world. And like Nick mentioned, governance innovation is happening here in the blockchain industry. The whole world needs more governance innovation. We're using Enlightenment age, 1700s based governance systems across the world today. And we no longer live in that era. We live in the information age, and we should have an information age native governance system. But we have to run the experiment somewhere, and this is the place to do it. So let me just end with what happens next? What do we do? Well, first, this voting app is going to be released in Q1, and the first vote is going to be the ratification.
I think they've killed us.
Oh, wow.
Mine's still going.
Anyway, so the SGP one will be the ratification of the Constitution. We are still taking input on some of those variables, the structure and ideas for the community to debate. Once the Constitution is ratified, we have some ideas for SGP2. Those of you who are on Twitter might have seen Mert hint some governance changes that he wants to do. So we think that might be SGP2. So if you're excited about this and you have some feedback about the Constitution, please feel free to, I think the best place to have this conversation is on Twitter. Tag us, put up a bunch of comments, and let's continue the discussion there. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
That was the last talk of the day. I know there are a bunch of fun ecosystem side events going on tonight. Don't have too much fun. We have a lot of great speakers tomorrow as well. But yeah, thank y'all. Enjoy your night.
Cierto, gracias Stephanie. Vuelvo a comenzar. Acaba de finalizar el segundo día del Breakpoint 2025. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que hubieron lanzamientos, claro que sí. El más mainstream, por así decirlo, ha sido el de Phantom con Calchin, el mercado de predicciones directamente con la wallet más usada, creo que en el ecosistema blockchain. Pero particularmente a lo que a mí me gusta, a lo que realmente me apasiona, es el lanzamiento de Fire Dance, Es un proyecto que venimos siguiendo yo particularmente desde hace 2 años, pero tiene desarrollo desde hace 3 años, empezó a desarrollarse desde hace 3 años y lo lanzaron en la blockchain, pues, como tal, en la main directamente, la mainnet, lo cual hace que vaya a Solana a tener un poco más de transacciones por segundo. Ellos buscan tener 1 millón de transacciones por segundo. Todavía es un conjunto de validadores bastante mínimo, creo que leí que eran 100 validadores que habían, utilizando Finance, y eso combinado con doble cero va a ser una locura de verdad el Internet Capital Markets, o sea, trillions, o como dice Mer, zillions. Estamos a 1 minuto de cumplir las 8 horas de streaming. Más allá de los lanzamientos, vamos a hacer un repaso rápido de los lanzamientos que se hicieron. Tengo por aquí una lista que la estoy buscando. Aquí. La lista. La cuenta oficial de Solana ha estado publicando los lanzamientos y de ahí lo voy a agarrar, lo voy a traducir y lo voy a tratar de compartir con todos nosotros. Todos nosotros, la gran cantidad de personas que nos están escuchando. Ya el sueño está haciendo efecto, mi gente. Ya me pongo estupidito. Ok, hoy el primer lanzamiento ha sido Fardance, particularmente es el más que más me gusta, el más importante. Luego también Phantom le dio básicamente un acceso a 200 usuarios con la integración de Calchin, 200 millones de usuarios con la integración de Calchin a la wallet. Tenemos también DeFi anunció temas de turbo tokens enfocados en trading más que todo, para minimizar el riesgo de liquidaciones. Cash anunció Cash lanzó una bóveda de ahorros en USDC disponible para empresas. ¿Qué más tuvimos por allí? Por allí tuvimos Camino Finance hizo un rebranding de su marca completa. Ahora se ve un poco más institucional. Me imagino que van a ir a por todas en el 2026 a buscar los permisos que se requieran en los países, en lo mejor en los que no operan. ¿Qué más? Ok, lo de ANSA y lo de Block, ay, se me fue. Lo de Fardance sigue saliendo por todos lados. Titan anunció próximamente los Limit Order. Es una función de que no la tienen ahora. Lo anunciaron para próximamente tenerlo disponible. DFlow, hablando de integradores, anunció que están integradas con 75 plataformas o aplicaciones con más de 33 billones o 33 mil millones en volumen acumulado y 34 millones en ganancias de estas aplicaciones. Asimismo, hubieron otros anuncios, unos paneles muy interesantes a nivel institucional. China estuvo bastante presente en este día. En los exchanges también estuvo Bybit, estuvo Kraken y estuvo Bitget directamente con sus founders. Cubrimos también una speaker en el otro escenario, en Login, porque era Certora. Realmente Certora, vuelvo y repito, es un proyecto que me gusta mucho y tiene que ver mucho con seguridad. Entonces lo cubrimos de manera especial. Y nada, cumplimos las 8 horas ya de streaming. Estoy desde las 2 de la mañana en streaming, pero estoy despierto desde hace mucho antes porque uno tiene un día normal. No sé cuántas horas llevo despierto. Voy a cortar stream y nos vamos a ver mañana en el mismo canal, en el mismo horario. Mentira. Nos vamos a ver mañana también con el último día del Breakpoint. Vamos a tratar de hacerlo en un lugar más especial que en mi habitación. Todo se hizo, los primeros 2 días se hicieron en mi habitación. Con bastante esfuerzo y bastante motivación por todo lo que estamos logrando en cuanto a cubrir y ser el único creador o el único persona que está haciendo una cobertura completa con la mejor producción que pude montar en 2 días para llevarles el Breakpoint, no en español porque no estoy traduciendo 100% lo que dicen, pero me ayudo con Google Traductor. Y bueno, también hace efecto el sueño y todo esto. Así que gracias a todos los que van a ver esto, si lo van a ver, que pasa esto es clipiable, pero no hay nadie que haga un clip, me da flojera también ponerme, tengo sueño. Nos vemos realmente mañana en la noche. Para ustedes estuve aquí no sé, ya estuve toda la madrugada porque estuve de 2 a 10 de la mañana. Ya van a ser las 11 de la mañana, estuve, como lo quieras ver, estuve 8 horas aquí. Para los que están en Abu Dhabi estuve toda la tarde y todo el día. Para los que están aquí estuve toda la madrugada. Nos vemos mañana en... Ay, ya que se me pegó esto. Si se pegó no voy a poder meter las visuales de finalización. Vamos a esperar que se despegue un poquito. Si es que se despega. Y siguiendo. Vamos a esperar que se descuelgue aquí el OBS. De verdad debe estar sufriendo mi amigo OBS. Ok, listo. Bueno chicos, nos vemos mañana y de verdad gracias por ver. Bye bye.